Another one. يلا يابا افتح الكاميرا.
بقول لك ما شرط.
شوف اذا عندهم صورة ولا لا. اسمع معايا ضيف خليني قاعد على الكاميرا. يا شباب سامعيني كويس؟ سامعين؟ راح يكون معايا مصعب البريم الناطق باسم الجهاد الاسلامي. مصعب البريم الناطق باسم الجهاد الاسلامي راح يكون معانا. مرحبا. شباب راح يكون معنا مصعب البريم. Okay, just tell him that my guest is مصعب البريم جهاد إسلامي. احكي لهم عندنا ضيف مصعب البريم الناطق باسم الجهاد الاسلامي. We have a guest. مصعب البريم الناطق باسم الجهاد الإسلامي. مصعب البريم. اوكي.
لا ده اول يوم. أول يوم
اسمع، بتعرف تروح تسجل لي مصعب البريم في الخيمة في درجة بتطلع هو على الخيمة الشمال تبعتهم. مش سامع. ايه؟
شاب
You hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent.
Mike?
And Rob, are you also there? If we could put Rob up on the screen, and Mike.
I think Rob may be having a connection difficulty. They've had a number of communications outages in the last few hours. So
Okay. So maybe Mike will get underway with you, and then Rob will join in, hopefully join in progress, if that's okay. Yeah.
absolutely.
Great. All right, good afternoon. So we're delighted to be joined by colleagues from the World Health Organization. We have with us Dr. Mike Ryan, the Executive Director of WHO's Health Emergencies Program, and he is in Geneva. And with some luck, we should have Rob Holden, WHO's Senior Emergency Officer, who is joining us from Gaza. But I do know we have some problems connecting Rob. They will obviously be talking to you about the situation of the health sector in Gaza and the recent evacuation from Al-Shifa. So without further ado, Mike, you go ahead, and hopefully Rob will join us.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I presume it's just about hit the afternoon there. And pleasure to join you, and thanks for the opportunity to brief you on the health situation in Gaza and around the region as well. We've been tracking both the deaths and fatalities in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. Today I'll focus on the Gaza situation, but that in no way detracts from the death and suffering that's occurred in other places. And might I say, on World Children's Day, where so many children have died and so many children still remain in danger, many children are still hostages, that on the day in which we celebrate the Declaration of the Rights of the Child, that we think very hard about the situation we're in, and absolutely try to find solutions to ease the suffering and pain of all people affected by this conflict. And with that in mind, I will focus on the situation in the Gaza Strip. We've had great difficulty in updating the detailed disaggregated numbers that we've been providing to you all over the last number of weeks. The estimate for fatalities and deaths at this point is very unclear. But it continues to rise. There is no question of that. The last verified numbers we had were last Friday, which was just over 11,000 fatalities. But it has certainly risen to then, and the Ministry, since then, and the Ministry of Health in Gaza have reported obviously much higher numbers of that, we will continue to try and get back to having more detailed disaggregated data. But again, this is one of the unfortunate things that happens in a situation like this where health systems are collapsing. It is very hard to maintain good data. The vast majority of people who have been killed are women and children, and there are still large numbers of people missing, and this could include up to 1,500 children. The health system in Gaza is under extreme pressure. The vast majority of health hospitals are closed. There are only 10 of the 36 health hospitals that were functioning in Gaza now functioning in any way at all, and even they are struggling to function. Almost all of the health facilities in the northern part of Gaza, north of the Wadi Gaza line, have ceased functioning as hospital facilities. And at this stage, obviously, you've seen and watched the unfolding situation at Al Shifa Hospital, but there are also other facilities like the Indonesian hospital, which are now coming under extreme pressure as well, and may need, and the health staff there may be requesting some form of evacuation in the coming days. The scale of injuries, the need for supplies, the inability to move around within the strip, and the inability to do that safely has placed huge strains on all of the UN community and NGO community to serve the people on the ground. Beyond the risks of direct wounds and injuries, which are very severe, we're seeing large numbers of people packed into refuges, packed into UNRWA schools, packed into various other kinds of centres. This is creating a concentration of people which is driving epidemic risks, and the rains over the last 24 hours have really added to that. There really has been heavy rain. It has flooded a lot of the makeshift camps, and it is generating all kinds of risks. And it's not just the risks of diarrheal disease. The sudden drop in temperature is going to create a problem with pneumonia in children. The stress that those kids are under, the nutritional status that those children have, make it a recipe for epidemics. This is an absolute recipe for large-scale epidemics amongst this population, and that, as a public health risk, right now will begin to approach the same level as the injury crisis that we have and the crisis in the hospitals. Nutrition in itself is a major challenge, and our colleagues in WFP, I'm sure, have briefed you. But nutrition is the baseline for health. Nutrition is the baseline for child development. And right now, the calorific intake and the quality of that for children particularly has reduced below a critical level. So a lot has been done to try and address this. A lot has been done to try and bring in supplies. But frankly speaking, many of the health workers themselves have become displaced. And maintaining the existing health system. Before this crisis, we had approximately 3,500 beds throughout Gaza available to serve patients. Now that is less than 1,400. And many of those 1,400 beds are now difficult to support with supplies, difficult to support with health workers, and becoming increasingly difficult to sustain going into the next few weeks. Our biggest fear at the moment is also a shift or another movement of patients. 1.7 million people have already been displaced. There is a real risk that many of them will be displaced again. And again, the further concentration of people in ever smaller areas pushing out to the west coast is only increasing the risks to those populations, be it from injury, but more importantly, be it from the public health risks. So we really do need to take a step back here, understand the risks that are being taken, and hopefully have a ceasefire, hopefully have all of the hostages released, and hopefully get to a position where we will have unfettered access with our UN partners and NGO partners to support all people affected in this crisis. With that, I will hand back to you. I don't know if Rob has managed to join.
Yeah, I think he has. I don't know if his camera is on, but I think we do have you by phone. Rob, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. I know we don't have any video of you, but we can hear you loud and clear. So if you want to go ahead and just kind of describe the situation, what's happened with the evacuation over the last 48 hours, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies for joining late. Many challenges down here with the ability to communicate and use internet. And thank you for this opportunity. So, as Mike has said, quite a desperate situation for the people of Gaza. And one area we focused on this weekend over the last 48 hours is to try and move is to go up to Shifa Hospital. So an interagency, a UN team led by WHO visited Shifa Hospital both on Saturday and Sunday. First was to assess our ability to actually get to the hospital, given that this is still a very active conflict zone, particularly in and around the vicinity of the hospital. To speak, once we got on site on Saturday, we wanted to obviously connect with the medical staff and understand with greater clarity the challenges that they are facing, and understand what their priorities were in terms of how we might, as the United Nations, in support of them and in support of the Palestinian Red Crescent, provide some support. They asked at that time for the evacuation of some of the most critically ill patients. In particular, we had 33 neonates who are very, very sick. Indeed, between Saturday and Sunday, 2 more of those babies died, and we were asked as a matter of urgency and priority whether we could help facilitate the relocation of those babies from Shifa Hospital to a hospital in the south of Gaza. We were grateful that we were able to do that. Support that request, surely by the bravery and the help of the Palestinian Red Crescent Service and their ambulance drivers. So on Sunday morning, the UN facilitated the convoy of 6 ambulances up to Shifa Hospital, and over the course of 2 hours, we were able to load our ambulances. We were also able to bring with those babies some of the medical staff that had been looking after the babies, so that they could provide continuous care, both from Shifa Hospital on the journey south and into the receiving hospital in the south. And we also brought out family members of those staff. And we brought those babies south yesterday afternoon, and they were immediately taken into a paediatric intensive care unit where the medical handover was done and the appropriate level of care was initiated. We do plan to go back to Shifa in the coming days. There are a number of patients in the hospital that are in a life-threatening condition. We have a number of people who are on hemodialysis that are not receiving treatment and have not received treatment for several days now. In addition to that, we have one gentleman who is in intensive care and needs to be transferred. And then we have 25 patients with severe injuries to their spines that we are going to try and help facilitate with the PRCS, with the Palestinian Red Crescent Service and their ambulance service. We're going to try and help facilitate the transfer of those patients to hospitals in the south. The remainder, about 220 patients and a number of staff, we're still looking at how we provide support to them in situ. Of course, it's a very complex environment. It is, as I was saying at the start of my brief, a very active conflict zone in and around that hospital, and it's complex to remove that number of people, and it would have to be done with very careful planning over a period of time. So, whilst we do that planning and thinking of what more we can do for the patients in Shifa, we are trying to negotiate to ensure that they have access to adequate food, access to adequate, safe water, and access to continuing flow of medical supplies, and access to fuel, so that we can keep the generators running and keep some of the lights on, and obviously keep the one operating theatre that has some capability and is limited, that we can keep the lights in the operating theatre. But that's difficult. Just before I close, yes, there's a lot of focus on Shifa Hospital in north of Wadi Gaza, but it's not the only hospital that requires urgent attention. We've heard the reports today of the Indonesian hospital, and we've also... Can you still hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you still hear?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. We've also got reports of a very critical condition at Al Harabi Hospital. Now, this was one of the first hospitals that was struck at the early on in this conflict. That is no longer a functioning hospital. There are no staff there, but that is now the place where many people who may survive the initial trauma. If they can get to that hospital, that is now just a collecting ground for trauma patients. We are looking at how we might go and assess that situation in the coming days. And the other thing we're looking at, it's not just about evacuation of these major hospitals. These major hospitals are still the only hospital, albeit their lack of ability to function for several 100,000 people are still left in the north. So it's not just about how we evacuate. The question is actually how can we resuscitate these hospitals to continue providing services. Obviously, in the current context, that is difficult, and we do need to get patients who require urgent and critical care to that care. But at the same time, we're thinking and planning and trying to work through how do we actually continue to provide services to the population that remain north in those hospitals. But that's going to take some further detailed planning. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Rob. If you could just let us know where exactly in Gaza are you briefing us from?
I'm currently based in Rafah with the UN interagency team in Rafah.
Perfect. Thank you. Pam?
Steph, and thank you, Dr. Ryan, and thank you, Rob. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. Could you give us a little more granularity about the evacuation from Al-Shifa Hospital? In other words, a lot of the reports said, and our reporting said, that some of the premature babies went to Egypt. How are they doing? And was there help? Did the IDF help evacuate? Did the Egyptians help evacuate? How did it work? And thank you very much.
Thanks, Pam. It was a very broken line, but if I understood correctly, and forgive me, if I understood correctly, it's about how the babies are doing now and the current location of those babies. Is that correct?
Yes, except also did anyone, the Egyptians, the IDF, did anyone help the evacuation from inside Gaza? Thank you.
So we'll start at the Shifa end. There was very close coordination with the IDF. There was very close coordination back to authorities, and we coordinated and they facilitated our entry into Shifa and our exit from Shifa. On the babies, they did well overnight. We'd passed away on the Saturday night. We went back yesterday morning. All the babies survived the journey south. The babies received very good care overnight, and this morning there was a transfer at the request of the Ministry of Health in Gaza, the de facto Ministry of Health in Gaza, to the Egyptian government. There was an agreement for the transfer of those babies, initially by the PRCS, by the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and there was a handover at the border to the Egyptian Red Crescent Society and entry into the healthcare system in Egypt. So it was 28 of the 31 that travelled. The remaining 3 not travelled because their mums and their families came to the hospital yesterday, and those babies were reunited with their families, which was just fantastic news to wake up to this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharife?
Thank you so much for the briefing. As WHO has been on the ground and has also sent teams to the Al-Shifa hospital, we know that Israel is claiming that Hamas has used it as a military headquarters. I'd like to find out about your observation. Have you seen evidence that the hospital is being used as a military headquarters? Thank you.
Our focus there was Mike, do you want to take that? Did I just hear you jump in? I can say that.
Please go ahead. I will supplement though.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'm sorry if I'm sounding hesitant. It's a really badly broken line, so forgive me. So our focus when we went to Shifa Hospital, we did go inside the hospital. Our focus was on the patients. Our focus was with the doctors. And trying to understand what we needed to do to be able to help help support the transfer of those babies. So that's what we focused on. We only saw civilians in that hospital, and that's all we were focused on. With the doctors, with the nurses, with the patients. So that was our focus of the hospital, and we were very part of the hospital. It's a very big complex, as I'm sure you're aware, and that's all we focused on, and that's all we saw.
Thank you. Maggie, Joe, then Nabil.
Hello, it's Margaret Bashir from Voice of America. Thank you so much for the briefing. And could I just ask you a little more detail, Rob, about the Indonesian hospital? The foreign minister of Indonesia said that they cannot reach 3 Indonesian volunteers who work at the hospital. Do you have any information on the status or the situation of the staff or people in the facility? And is it... You're saying some of the hospitals are kind of still there but not really working. What can you tell us about the status of Indonesia? Is it working? Is it receiving new patients? Is it just kind of hunkered down and trying to help the people it's got. What more can you tell us about it? And the same about Shifa. Is it taking new patients then? If you said that they have a lot of 220 patients still there, it sounds like it might. Is it taking any new ones? Are any hospitals taking any new ones in the north, I guess?
All right. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but thanks for the question. Again, it's a very broken line, so if I miss any of your questions, please, we'll just come back to them. Let me start with Al-Shifa. No, it is not taking any additional patients and hasn't done for several days. The caseload that is there is now the residual caseload. This is a 650-bed hospital, and that until people fled or evacuated, self-evacuated from the hospital in the last couple of weeks, had over 1,200 patients. It was at 200% or almost 200% capacity, and the main receiving hospital for north of Wadi Gaza, for the north of for the city of Gaza. But no, it is not. I repeat, not taking new patients and hasn't done for some time. On the Indonesian hospital, we've seen the reports. We've been trying for much of the day to get a communication line into the Indonesian hospital. We have been in touch with the foreign minister, as you said, from Indonesia, because of the Indonesian nationals that are working there. We currently know that there are 700 patients and staff within that hospital. We've seen the reports, as you have seen the reports, of what has gone on, what has claimed to happen in that hospital. We've no direct information from anybody inside that hospital of the current status. We know there's fighting, intense fighting in the area and in close vicinity to the hospital, but that's all we've got at this time. But just to reiterate, we are trying to get a communication line into the hospital to find out the status of the patients, find out if this, so work out what, if any, support we can give at this time.
So could I just ask you a quick follow-up then? If someone in northern Gaza is injured or sick, which hospitals are still available to them to go to seek help?
Obviously, depending on their immediate location. The honest answer, in terms of what you and I would see as a functioning hospital, none, virtually none, are now providing a level of care. When you talk about a hospital, what you expect it to do, many of these now hospitals are non-functioning. The Indonesian hospital was partially functioning until this morning. We don't know its current status in terms of whether it's accepting. We believe it's not accepting new patients. We believe that staff there will continue to provide care in line with their available resources. So that is partially functioning, but not receiving new patients. Shifa, the few staff that remain, continue to provide the best level of care they can, again, within available resources, but is not receiving new patients. And Al-Harabi Hospital is a non-functional hospital. There are no staff at that hospital, but that is the main hospital now that seems to be the one that people are going to who are seeking urgent medical care, whether it be trauma-related or, they've got, cardiac problems or, other ailments that require hospitalization.
Joe?
Maybe I could supplement there with some more general information regarding this issue of functionality of hospitals on the north of the Wadi Gaza line. There were 24 hospitals north of that line. 21 of those are now entirely dysfunctional and only 3 partially functional. There were only 11 facilities south of the Wadi Gaza line before. Before this conflict, there were 3,500 beds in Gaza. The vast majority of those beds were centered around Gaza City, and particularly around big hospitals like Al-Shifa and the Indonesian hospital. The Al-Shifa hospital has been there for 75 years and has been the absolute backbone of health service provision in Gaza over that time. It provides the reference services, the cancer services, dialysis services, trauma services, reconstructive surgery, all of the complicated stuff you'd expect at a very high-powered reference center. In the south of Gaza, it's much more simple hospital infrastructure, like district hospitals, community hospitals, like many of you would have in the States. They do a good job, but they're not there to deal with these complicated cases. They don't deal with complicated trauma. They don't deal with complicated cancers. They don't deal with complicated childhood illnesses. So those 11 hospitals in the south, only 4 are non-functional. About 8 are still somewhat functional. And we are in a situation where we now have 1.7 million people displaced. So we have twice or 3 times the population in south of the Wadi Gaza line, using 1/3 of the hospital beds in less than 1/3 of the hospitals available. So even if tomorrow morning this were to end in terms of the ceasefire, we still have a huge problem on our hands. We've got a huge demand from the existing injured. We've got a huge potential demand on the system. 5,500 women are going to give birth in the next month. 15% of them will need a cesarean section. 25% of their children will be born preterm. That is thousands of babies. That's not 31, 29, or 38. That is literally thousands of babies will be born. who will be preterm and will need those incubators, will need that kangaroo care, will need their mother with them to be able to provide that, and some of them will need intubation, some will need mechanical ventilation. There's over 1,000 patients on cancer therapy. We have thousands of diabetics, thousands of people with severe hypertension, the normal things of life. We have 20,000 people in need of urgent psychiatric care. The only psychiatric hospital has been closed as well. So we are seeing a complete collapse of the higher level infrastructure of the Gazan health system. It is just the most basic of needs that can be met now. And remember, there has been no water, no electricity, almost no fuel provided for those, and very limited medical supplies going in. These hospitals have not had access to the basic things they need to provide healthcare services. And as I said, as Rob said, the number of hospitals in the north has collapsed. There are still a significant number of people up there, and there's things we will have to do to see how can we continue to provide a basic level of care through Palestinian doctors and nurses for them. But the vast majority of the population is now in the south, and we have real concerns. If that population is further pushed to the west now through Khan Yunis, given the announcements of imminent military operations, we're going to see a further concentration of people onto the west coast with an approaching winter, with no shelter, with no facilities close by to them, and we're going to see a further tragedy emerge, particularly with the public health crisis that will emanate from that situation. So the hospital situation, the primary healthcare system situation in Gaza is catastrophic, and it is the worst you can imagine north of the Wadi Gaza line.
Nabil, then Mike.
Yeah, Joseph Klein of Canada Free Press. First of all, I want to commend you on the life-saving work you're doing under very trying circumstances. But I have a follow-up and then my main question. Rob, I know you said that obviously your main mission in entering the hospitals was to do your life-saving work, focusing on health needs. But are you saying that, to your knowledge, there weren't even any mention by any of the hospital staff at Al-Shifa of the presence of armaments like AK-47s, rocket-propelled grenades, and other weapons that were found inside the hospital? So that would be my first question. I just want to confirm that this didn't come up at all in any of your interactions with staff. My main question is, if you could tell us what medical equipment, like incubators, medicines, etc., if any, did Israel provide for the preterm babies and other critically ill patients? And were there any medically trained personnel that Israel provided to assist in the Al-Shifa hospital attempt to save lives? Thank you.
Sorry, I'll try and answer that again. I'm having to read it because I'm probably here having you third or fourth word. So again, so yeah, just to confirm, our focus was with the doctors and on the needs and doing a medical assessment. We had a very strict time limit on the ground. We were very focused on our task, as was that, as were the doctors, the nurses, and other staff in that hospital. So we had no discussions. We saw no evidence. And other than our focus being on those patients, we didn't go there to investigate or assess anything else other than what is it we could do to provide a level of support to those who are most in danger of losing their lives. And that assessment in terms of who that cohort of patient was made by the clinicians. And yesterday the priority was to remove those babies. We focused on that and that alone. That was enough of a task in a very, very high threat environment with active fighting going on outside the walls of the hospital. That was our focus. That was the focus of the medical staff. That was the focus, and that's it. So we didn't get drawn into anything else. We've no interest in anything else. Our job was there to provide a life-saving capability, and which is what we did. In terms of support, again, of what Israel did or did not provide, that wasn't the focus of our conversations with the medical staff. The focus, again, and I reiterate this again, was how we would move 31 critically ill babies whilst essentially under fire in 6 ambulances through a war zone, keep them alive, and hand them over to the specialist care that they required in the south of the country. We didn't go there to assess what the Israelis had done or hadn't done in terms of providing support to that hospital. That's what we focused in on. Our job was to get in and get out safely and to bring those babies out alive and to give them the best chance of survival once we got them south, and that's what we did.
Thank you. Nabil, Mike, and Linda, and then I think we'll let our guests go.
Thank you so much, Nabil Abisab, Al Arabi TV station. My question is to Rob. Can you please tell us who's your counterpart on the Israeli side? Are you communicating with a political level or the military level in Gaza? And how long it takes you to get clearance to send an envoy, for example? How long it took you to get the clearance to evacuate these children from the hospital? Also, another question, do you think that it is possible to deploy field hospitals in the north? Some countries volunteered to send field hospitals. Is this doable in the north? And another question to Mr. Ryan in Geneva, are you documenting this situation and these cases and your operation on the ground? And are you planning to report on the situation to the Secretariat or maybe the Human Rights Council or, I don't know, other bodies in the UN system?
Do you want to go ahead?
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks. Yeah. So on the liaison with parties to the conflict, there is, as I said at the start, this WHO led this mission, but ultimately this was a United Nations mission, and there were a number of agencies that made, that enabled this mission to happen. First is the Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, or otherwise known as OCHA. Then we have UNRWA. We have the Mine Action Service because of the UXO threat. We had Department of Safety and Security. We had UNICEF, and that was the team. The negotiation with the parties to the conflict is actually done by a specialist unit inside OCHA. They have a civil military coordination unit, so the liaison in terms of gaining permissions to go into the area of operation was led skillfully by the team at OCHA, both here in Gaza and the team in Jerusalem. So they are responsible and have the right level of contact and coordination at various levels within the Israeli Defense Force. Once we start the operation on the ground, we have then contacts. We are given contacts on the ground, so that as we get to certain junctures, we are given contacts on the ground, so that as we get to certain junctures, because it is a heavy contact and conflict zone, we are in touch with operational commanders on the ground. And we have contact with operational commanders on the ground of how we enter certain phases of an operation. Whether we go this street or that street, everything is choreographed, and we stick to that plan as agreed by the IDF. How long did it take to plan the mission? The first mission going up on Saturday, we took 48 hours to plan. That was our planning timescale, because we wanted to make sure that we had a very tight, very sound plan that we had confidence in. So it wasn't just about negotiation and coordination with the parties, but we also had confidence in our own team, in our own capabilities and our own equipment, particularly our communication equipment. So we took 48 hours to plan it. We came back on Saturday night. We got back into Gaza at around about 7 o'clock in the evening on Saturday evening. We did the planning overnight. We got very rapid approvals from all sides, and we left back to the north at 0600 the next morning. So we planned it overnight and got all the approvals from everybody we needed to get approvals from overnight. So it happened very quickly.
Thank you very much. Mike, then Linda.
Jen.
Can I just answer that?
Sorry, Mike. Yeah, Mike. Go ahead, please. Apologies.
And just maybe to follow up on Rob's, we are grateful for the cooperation and deconfliction we got on these particular missions into Al-Shifa, but that has not been the case as a constant. It has been exceptionally difficult to put in place a proper notification, acknowledgement, deconfliction system, and we have been operating for weeks without that system in place and without that cooperation necessary to run humanitarian operations in a conflict zone. Ceasefires are the best way to do this. When there's no firing, you don't need to deconflict. When there's active fighting and active engagement, you need to have zones and routes where you can deconflict the specific route, the specific action, the specific mission. That requires a dynamic engagement and the engagement between us and COGAT, which is the Coordination of Government Activities in the Territories, COGAT. That is the main body that we deal with as WHO and the UN deal with. And that has been subpar, to say the least, and has not been efficient. And certainly we've worked in many, many different war zones, and this has been a very difficult process to have that efficiently in place and get those necessary deconflictions in place. And many of our staff have operated in situations where there's been no deconfliction of their missions, delivering supplies and other things, really not knowing what might happen next. So that must improve, and we are grateful that it did improve for the Al-Shiva mission, and we hope that becomes the new standard of cooperation. We are grateful for every, as Rob says, we take every opportunity we can, and we're grateful for every single facilitation we get from any side of the warring parties, because our sole objective is to provide assistance to people who are suffering on all sides of this conflict. With regard to documenting events, we are constantly documenting activities. We are certainly documenting many attacks on healthcare, over 150 attacks on healthcare in Gaza alone, but there have also been attacks on healthcare in Israel. There have been attacks on healthcare in the West Bank as well. I don't have those numbers exactly to hand, but I'll get back to you with them later. The issue is that this is underpinned and supported by two resolutions. A resolution of the UN in New York, which is a resolution on the protection of civilians and healthcare settings in war. I think it's resolution 2286. And then it was 2016, and a resolution of our World Health Assembly in 2015, 6520. They mandate that WHO should collect and verify all information related to attacks on healthcare and publish that information, but also to report that information back to the Secretary General, the Secretary General's office, and it is the Secretary General's office who would then task any other bodies, such as the ICC, to investigate. We are not investigators. As Rob said, we are not forensic scientists. We are not criminal investigators. Our job is to document the occurrence of an attack on a healthcare facility, person, or object, to document the impact that has had on the health facility, the health workers, or the patients, and to report that publicly through our SSA reporting system, and to report that regularly to the Secretary General's office. That is what we do, and we continue to do that reporting both to the World Health Assembly and to the Secretary General's office. So with that...
2012.
Okay. So with that, I'll hand back.
Thank you. Mike, then Linda.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time. Rob, you had mentioned, I'm not quoting here, that the procurement of food, of medicine, of fuel necessary for taking care of those in the most precarious positions is being negotiated. Is that being negotiated with COGAT, with Israel at large, with Hamas? Who is that being negotiated with, the procurement of those provisions?
Sorry, I didn't get the question at all. Sorry.
Yeah, and
I heard my name mentioned. I'm literally getting every 10th word.
I'm sorry. I'll unless Michael has an answer, but the procurement of the food, the medicine necessary for those in bad health, is that being negotiated with Israel, with Hamas? You said it's being negotiated, but I don't know who it's being negotiated with.
So the fuel issue, I think, has been well documented. The challenges we've got of bringing and being allowed to bring sufficient quantities of fuel in to provide the necessary fuel to essential services, whether that be in hospitals, be it clinics, be it water salination plants, water treatment plants, so on and so forth. That's negotiated with the Israelis at a high level in the UN system on behalf of the system. So there's high-level negotiations going on with the Israeli government to advocate to have adequate and sustained supply of fuel to allow essential services to function and to allow the UN and its partners to provide the scale of operation and provide those services in support of the Gaza people, a high level of fuel on a daily basis to provide the aid where it's needed.
So there's no request of Hamas in terms of providing fuel or food or medicine? It's only being run through Israel?
Rob, can you hear us?
I have no information whether Hamas. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you. My question is this. A few weeks ago, the Israelis pretty much ordered Gazans in northern Gaza to go to the south. I was wondering, at that juncture, did Israel also allow, would call and would permit the young children from hospitals or people in the hospitals to also leave and go to the south?
Rob?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that. I heard nothing. I've heard nothing in the last 30 seconds or so.
We'll try very short to the point.
My question is, when Israel ordered Gazans to go from the north to the south, did they also allow the hospitals to, to send sick people to the south as well?
Okay, I think we'll
maybe I could, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead. Mike, go ahead, please.
It's important we have an answer here because I don't want it to be interpreted incorrectly. The movement, there have been orders for evacuation from the IDF for going back weeks, and the population. And let me remind you that the actual the premise for that was that there would be safety in the south, and that has not been the case. In fact, the most intense bombing over the last couple of days has actually been in Rafah, in the furthest south government of Gaza. Over a third of all the deaths have been south of the Wadi Gaza line. Over a third of all the injuries have been south of the Wadi Gaza line. So the south has been bombed and very, very extensively. So many people who were ordered south, obviously they decided to stay where they were because there was bombing everywhere. They were in their homes and there was nowhere to go to. The shelters were full in the south. So I'm assuming people made a decision for those who didn't move. Some people did move and increasingly have moved as the situation has got even worse. The orders to evacuate the hospital are a different thing. Again, as I said, the vast majority of the available sophisticated beds that could actually care for people at the level they needed to be cared for were actually north of the Wadi Gaza line. So the care of those babies, the care of oncology patients, the trauma care, reconstructive surgery, many of those services are either only available or mainly available in those major hospitals in the north. So it was the order to evacuate. Number one, there were thousands of patients there. At one point, I think Al-Shifa had over 200% occupancy, probably over 1,200 people in beds, and God knows how many other people in the corridors. So the logistics of doing such an evacuation would have put those patients in huge danger because of the fact that there was nowhere to bring them that could adequately care for them further south. It was their choice. WHO does not make the call on evacuations. Israel ordered the evacuation. It was the choice of the Ministry of Health colleagues, the health workers, to stay and run the most sophisticated hospital in Gaza and other hospitals in the north, and to continue to try to provide the services to their patients. Our job is to support them in trying to do that. And when they did ask for evacuation, and when they did ask us to be able to help them take them out, we've immediately begun to do that. With reference, I was giving you data before. There've been a total of 358 attacks on healthcare in this crisis so far. 33 have occurred in Israel, with the death of 21 health workers and many others injured. In the West Bank, there have been 170 attacks with 22 injured. In Gaza, there have been 152 attacks with 16 health workers killed while on duty, but up to 200 more who've been killed at home with their families in buildings that have come down on top of them or on various other exchanges of fire or artillery. So it is the health system is under massive pressure. We continue to report that, we continue to verify that, and we continue to try and support the system. But in terms of those children, again, the medevac system into Egypt has only begun to function. It has taken quite a while to get that in place and to negotiate the fact that very sick people, including children, can cross that border. So with that in place, there may be an opportunity for an actual accelerated transfer of very sick and wounded patients out of Gaza and into Egyptian hospitals. They have provided thousands of beds, thousands of doctors and nurses, and have really scaled up their capabilities within Egypt to receive, if needed, thousands of critically wounded patients and complicated medical cases as needed. And we've already done that with some very sick children with cancer, working with St. Jude's Hospital and with the Egyptian and with the Jordanian authorities. So I think the movement of children now and very wounded children is going to have to probably be more and more into Egypt. And certainly getting wounded children out of the existing hospitals in the Indonesian hospital and those in the north is going to be a real challenge. Over.
Thank you very much, Mike. Before we let you go, I'm just wondering, because it's a question that's come up, do you have the number of total medical evacuations that have taken place from Gaza into Egypt?
I don't have that number, but I will have it for you in a minute or so.
All right, then we'll share it here. Mike, I want to thank you, and Rob, I really want to thank you, and I think on behalf of everybody in this room, just to pass on our best wishes to you and the WHO team in Gaza. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right. I may have a little bit of news. Just to start off with just to stay on the topic, with an update from our OCHA colleagues about the situation in Gaza. They tell us that about 69,000 liters of fuel entered Gaza from Egypt yesterday. The Israeli authorities have confirmed that they would start allowing the entry of a daily amount of approximately 70,000 liters of fuel from Egypt, which, while good, remains well below the minimal requirement for essential humanitarian operations. Fuel is set to be distributed by UNRWA. UNRWA also tells us that they will, with that, they will support food distribution and the operation of generators at hospitals, water sanitation facilities, shelters, and other critical services. Yesterday, UNRWA and UNICEF distributed some 19,500 liters of fuel to water and sanitation facilities south of Wadi Gaza, enabling them to operate the generators and resume their operation. That amount of fuel is expected to last about 24 hours. To the north of Wadi Gaza, all water and sanitation facilities are presumed to be shut down. No distribution of bottled water has been taking place since the start of the Israeli ground operations on the 28th of October, raising grave concerns about dehydration and waterborne diseases. UNRWA has also reported that the number of fatalities in the attacks that directly hit Al-Fakhuri school in Jabalia on November 18th is at least 24 people and others injured. At the time time of the incident, the facilities were sheltering about 7,000 internally displaced persons. In a statement that you saw yesterday, the Secretary General said he was deeply shocked that 2 UNRWA schools were struck in less than 24 hours in Gaza. Dozens of people and children were killed and injured as they were seeking safety in United Nations premises. The Secretary General reaffirmed that UN premises are inviolable. He also reiterated his call for immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Also, I was asked about the incident that took place in the Red Sea concerning the ship, and I can tell you that while the circumstances surrounding the incident remains unclear, we're following with deep concern the reports of seizure by the Houthis of a vessel flying the Bahamian flag in the Red Sea and reportedly en route between Turkey and India. We reaffirm the importance of ensuring that international law be respected in full in relation to maritime navigation, the freedom of navigation. We urge all concerned parties and countries in the region to exercise maximum restraint and refrain from taking any escalatory actions. Back here this morning, you saw the Secretary General launch of the UNEP 2023 emissions gap report, which is not good news, and says that if nothing changes, in 2030 emissions will be 22 gigatons higher than the 1.5 degree limit will allow. That's roughly the total present annual emissions of the U.S., China, and the European Union combined. That report was, of course, shared with you. He also announced that later today he will travel to Chile and then on to Antarctica to see the deadly impact of the climate crisis. Scorching temperatures mean Antarctic ice is melting faster with deadly consequences for people around the world. While in Antarctica, is expected to stop and see the Colin and Nelson glaciers. It will also stop at the Kopaitik Island, which is home to penguins and other species which are being impacted by climate change. The Secretary General will be accompanied on this trip by the President of Chile, Gabriel Boric. The Secretary General will also take his experiences in Antarctica to COP28 in Dubai next week, where he will call for action that matches the scale of crisis we face. We expect him back in New York on Sunday, and we have penciled in on Monday afternoon a stakeout with him, which he will answer some of your questions. The Security Council also met this morning, and the Secretary General spoke at their session, their debate on the vital link between development and sustaining peace. He told Council members that development by itself is not enough to secure peace, but it is essential. No peace is secure without inclusive and sustainable development that leaves no one behind. Noting that development gains are often among the first casualties of war. The closer a country is to the conflict, the farther it is from sustainable and inclusive development. By contrast, he added that human development lights the way to hope, promoting prevention, security, and peace. This is why advancing peace and advancing sustainable, inclusive development go hand in hand, he said. Those remarks were shared with you. A couple of peacekeeping updates. The first from Mali, where a peacekeeping mission there, MINUSMA, tells us that it has closed its base in Asongo in the Gao region of eastern Mali and is handed over to civilian authorities, and that took place on Saturday. Over the past decade of service in Asongo, peacekeepers played a key role in stabilizing the area and contributing to reducing the impact of terrorist groups in support of local authorities and the Malian defense and security forces. The UN mission noted that these efforts include securing the transborder road that connects Niger to Mali, which has been vital to the country and the broader region. To protect civilians and restore state authority, the mission also undertook numerous activities, including building and equipping facilities for the Malian armed forces and local police, providing fuel for their security patrols, and securing an airstrip for humanitarian evacuations. The peacekeeping mission in Mali also provided basic services to help prevent community conflict and improve living conditions, including access to safe drinking water and electricity. Despite these improvements, persistent insecurity remains a challenge, mainly due to the limited presence of national authority. The Asongo camp is the 9th of 13 bases that have closed under MINUSMA's plan to withdraw from Mali by December 31st. That's in line, of course, with Security Council wishes. The Mopti base will close in early December, and the liquidation phase of the remaining sites in Timbuktu, Gao, and Bamako will get underway on the 1st of the year. And from Abyei, our peacekeeping mission there, UNISFA, has strongly condemned attacks by groups of armed youths on villages in the area around Angat, Wumpet, and Koryoch yesterday, which resulted in a number of people killed and injured. It also reports that, contrary to what was reported in a number of media outlets over the weekend, no UN peacekeeper was killed or wounded during these incidents. In response to the attack, UNISFA moved quickly to enhance security in the impacted area by intensifying patrols, closely monitoring the situation, and engaging with the relevant communities. And going back to West Africa and Niger, the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says that last week, on November 14th, to be precise, 320 tons of therapeutic nutritional product from the World Food Program arrived in Niamey as part of trucks transporting humanitarian goods, which entered the country through Burkina Faso. This was the first entry of humanitarian goods in the country since July 26th. More humanitarian transport, including medicines, medical equipment, water and sanitation items, and therapeutic foods from UNICEF are on their way to Niger, and those will be arriving from Togo to Kaya in Burkina Faso. This is a welcome development for a humanitarian organization whose stocks were almost depleted while the needs remain high across the country, as we've been reporting. To give you a sense of the needs, 4.3 million people need humanitarian assistance in Niger, including 3.3 million people who are food insecure, according to the latest food security analysis. Our humanitarian partners working on statistics for next year will be communicating those figures towards the end of the year. And crossing the continent back to the east, in Somalia, our colleagues and our humanitarian colleagues are telling us that heavy rains and floods have impacted 1 million people in the past week alone. This brings the total number of people impacted since the start of the floods in early October to 1.7 million. The number of people displaced also continues to increase and has reached more than 640,000. According to our partners, at least 41 people have been killed, including 12 children. Roads, bridges, and airstrips have been damaged in many parts of the country, hampering the movement of people and supplies and leading to higher prices of basic commodities. OCHA warns that suspected cases of acute watery diarrhea and cholera are expected to rise. Our humanitarian partners, the authorities of local communities, have stepped up assistance to impacted people. More than 740,000 men, women, and children received life-saving assistance since October. Despite the rapidly growing needs, funding for the humanitarian work response remains low. With 6 weeks in the year remaining, the humanitarian response plan for Somalia is only 40% funded. And you will have seen over the weekend we issued a statement in Liberia where the Secretary General commended the government and people of Liberia for the 2023 presidential and legislative elections, which took place in a calm and peaceful manner. These were the first general elections since the closing of the United Nations mission in Liberia in 2018. The Secretary General reaffirms the continued support of the UN to the people of Liberia in their efforts to consolidate peace, democracy, and sustainable development. International days. Today is Africa Industrialization Day. In his message, the Secretary General says that accelerating Africa's industrialization is vital for growth, diversifying economies, and combating poverty. And today is, of course, World Children's Day. UNICEF tells us that 400 million children, or about 1 in every 5 child, is living in or fleeing from conflict zones. But beyond conflict, children's rights are also under threat. These include rising poverty, inequality, public health emergencies, and, of course, the global climate crisis. Mr. Klein.
Thank you. This question regards the shipment of fuel into Gaza. First of all, are those shipments going directly to UNRWA personnel?
Yes.
And secondly, what monitoring process, if any, is in place to make sure that the fuel gets to where it's needed, hospitals, et cetera, rather than being perhaps stolen by Hamas?
UNRWA has decades and decades of experience of working in Gaza and ensuring that monies and supplies go to whom it's intended. The fuel goes to run UN-run facilities, including health centers and others. So it remains in the, as far as I know, it remains in the custody of the UN the whole time. Margaret.
Just to follow up on the fuel, okay, so it's supposed to be 140,000 liters every 48 hours, so I guess that means you said they got 69. So
yeah, it's at
half
70 about a day.
So are they going to do it, they're going to
70
split it and go daily. But then there's supposed to be another 20,000 liters for Paltel, the communications entity. Is that going to go through UNRWA also,
I don't know.
or directly to them?
It's a very valid question, and I will check.
And can you check and see if it was delivered?
I will check everything you asked me to check.
Thanks.
Deji, and then I will get there.
Also, a couple of follow-ups. First, on the follow-ups, also on the fuel. You just mentioned that 70,000 liters of fuel each day. It's below the minimum requirements. Can we know what? Yeah,
I mean,
what would be the minimum requirements?
As I was reading it, that was my question. I believe it's in the hundreds of thousands, but I'll check what the volume would be to meet the actual needs.
So the second follow-up, you just mentioned that the Secretary General issued a statement on the attack on two UNRWA schools there. I know this question sounds stupid, but I have to confirm this. Do these schools have Hamas bases or weapons in there? Because I think it's UNRWA school. You guys knows the situation.
These schools were there to shelter civilians, right? They're not there to shelter combatants. The coordinates of these schools have been communicated. These schools didn't pop up overnight. They've been there for a long, long time. It is unacceptable that people seeking shelter under the UN flag be then confronted with these types of bombings.
Okay, so one last question. This question is concerning the climate crisis. I think today there has been a report released called Climate Equality, a planet for the 99%, which in this report it says that in 2019, the super-rich 1% were responsible for 16% of global carbon emissions, which is the same as the emissions of the poorest 66% of the humanity. Just want to know, what does the Secretary General has to say of these findings?
First of all, we have no doubt as to the solid scientific base of what our Oxfam colleagues put together. And it is yet another glaring example of the impact of inequality that we see in the world, that impacts not only basic services, people's lives, but climate as well.
But what does the UN think the super rich 1% should do?
People should be more responsible and think of others. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I'll get to you in a second.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you have any update on the possibility of opening the Kerem Shalom crossing.
No update. And as I said, as soon as, if there was a positive answer, we would share that with you pretty quickly.
But are there any ongoing negotiations?
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've been in discussions with the Israeli authorities and been pushing for.
Thank you.
Okay. Anade.
Steph, my question is, last week you said that Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo was traveling to the region, and if I remember correctly, you said her diplomatic efforts would start on Sunday, which is yesterday. You also mentioned that she'd be meeting with Israeli, Palestinian, and Jordanian officials. Can you give us any details as to who she'll be meeting with, any readouts we'll be able to get, or any discussions?
It's a very good question. It's information I should have had. I know she met with a number of Israeli counterparts yesterday. But let me get, I'll try to get a further readout for you. Sharifat, and then Mike, and then we'll go to the screen.
Thank you, Stefan. I actually have a follow-up from the briefing to you. So during the WHO's briefing, I think it was Mike who said that they have the mandate to verify all information that relates to the attacks on healthcare facilities. They publish that information, and they also report that information back to the Secretary General. And then it's the Secretary General who has the task, who has the mandate to task any other bodies, such as the ICC, to investigate. So, considering that there are about 350 attacks on healthcare facilities since the beginning of the crisis, is the Secretary General planning to task any bodies like the ICC to investigate? Thank you.
I will get back to you on all of the questions you've asked. Because I have to check the legal pathways. I mean, Mike was talking about things that I was not aware of, but there's a lot of things I'm not aware of. So I know you are. Mushfiq, I have to apologize because I know you wanted to ask a question on Friday and I ran away quickly. So go ahead, please.
No, thank you. Thank you, Stefan. Very quick. Bangladesh government announced its election schedule on January 7 in crackdown on opposition and rejected calls from the international community for a political solution. I'm wondering what steps the Secretary General is going to take to ensure a free, fair, and credible election in Bangladesh, as government rejected the international call.
We continue to call on all stakeholders, the government, the political parties, to do whatever they can to promote a peaceful, inclusive, and credible elections. Mike, sorry, I skipped you, didn't I? Sorry, I apologize.
Don't worry about it.
I feel it's Friday today for some reason, and
every day is Friday right now. The energy is exhausting. What is the responsibility for UN workers and those affiliated with UN agencies to report Hamas's usage of UN facilities for military purposes? Is there a procedure in place? Who do they go to, and how far up the chain of command does that work?
You know, we had. I would refer you to investigations and reports that were done in past conflicts in Gaza, where we reported very transparently what we had found in that regard. The focus right now is, and I think as Rob put it very clearly, is on keeping people safe. But every time there's been investigations after previous conflict, we've been very clear and we've shared with you all of those findings.
Are there any adjustments made within while the conflict is going on? Are there any communications with Hamas after a report of their presence?
Well, we have repeatedly called for combatants not to use our facilities, not to fire to our facilities or from our facilities or near our facilities. Stefano.
Thank you, Stefani. Just a follow-up on this. I know that was asked before, but just to clarify, let's say if actually Hamas is using some of those facilities, even just for hiding, and there are children, civilians, family that there are instead finding shelter, what the international law says, can Israel actually shoot at this?
I think the international humanitarian law is very clear, right? And it's not for me to give you a synopsis of it. I would encourage you to read. I would encourage you to read the Geneva Conventions for yourselves, because I think that's the best way for you to form.
I understand.
So we have repeatedly called for premises, UN premises, not to be used in combat, right? But as far as what international law says, international law is not a secret. Read it for yourself.
No, I understand. But then when we ask you if Israel is committing crime against humanity or war crimes, then the answer that you give is there will be investigation, or there will be. Why that? Why you can't say?
Because there will need to be accountability, and I think the Secretary General answered that specific question when Kirsten asked this morning. Maggie, go ahead.
In previous Gaza conflicts, when UNRWA installations have been hit, been damaged, the UN did approach Israel for reparations or compensation, however you want to call it. Will you be doing that again in this conflict?
I have no doubt there will be full investigations done in order to have accountability once this conflict is over. Our focus right now is, in Gaza, for our colleagues in Gaza, is a humanitarian one.
Can you just remind us if Israel ever paid any of that compensation?
I will check. I think there were some discussions. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make this very quick.
Doesn't mean it won't be painful. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
I wouldn't do that.
Go ahead, Joe. I'm happy to. Go, Joe. I'm all smiles and all ears.
Okay. Just briefly, could you give us any update, if you have one, on where the negotiations are going with the release of 50 to 70 hostages in return for 4 or 5 day pause? There were reports that this was very close to being completed, and I assume the UN has had some part in these discussions. Could you just give us a general sense where it stands?
No, I won't for the reason that there's so much riding on this. There are obviously discussions going on, very intensive discussions, but I will leave it at that.
Sorry, you opened the can of worms yourself. Yesterday in the Secretary General's statement that you sent out, the last paragraph, he thanked Qatar for their mediation. Was that a direct reference to the hostage negotiations?
Yeah, Secretary General's been in touch with the Prime Minister, Foreign Minister of Qatar, with the Emir. It's not a secret that Qatar has been playing a pivotal role on a number of issues, but notably on the issues of hostages. Okay, programming note. This is my Friday because I will not be here until the rest of the week. Fahan will be here Tuesday and Wednesday. We're closed on Thursday. Stay away. Friday, we will, unless there is breaking news, we will only post highlights, but we'll have duty team, and we will see you back on Monday, and hopefully the SG will have a stakeout on Monday, which means I don't have to brief.
Did you say what time that was going to be?
No, I did not say what time.
Happy Thanksgiving.
ایراد قاچاق.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Why?
לשבת על הקרקע למשך 10 דקות. חשוב להישאר במקומותיכם כדי להימנע מיד.
משמש.
This isn't a break.
Ukraine has defended its sovereignty. It's fought back valiantly. You've led the Ukrainian people to do things that were unimaginable to most people from the very beginning.
We are thankful to President Biden. Again, we wish him victory.
Where's everybody? Oh, it's holidays. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday. All right, this Thanksgiving, we have a lot to be thankful for. While inflation caused by the pandemic and Russia's war continues to be a challenge, we have seen important progress. Just in time for holiday travel, gas prices are down $1.70 from their peak. Airline tickets are down 13% over the last year, and car rentals are down about 10%. And as we start preparing our Thanksgiving meals, grocery inflation is at its lowest level in over 2 years, with prices for eggs, milks, bacon, and fresh veggies lower than last year. In fact, according to the American Farm Bureau, the cost of a Thanksgiving dinner fell this year. Prices are down for turkey, stuffing, peas, cranberries, pie crust, and whipping cream. We had a big discussion about whipping cream in the back. I don't know what whipping cream is. I know whipped cream, but not whipping cream. Anyway, because wages are rising, this Thanksgiving dinner is the 4th cheapest ever as a percentage of average earnings. Finally, as we look ahead to holiday shopping, since last year, prices for toys are down about 4%, used cars and trucks are down 7%, and TVs are down 9%. Lowering costs for Americans continues to be the president's top economic priority, from strengthening supply chains to lowering energy and healthcare costs to cracking down on price gouging by banning hidden junk fees. President Biden's policy will continue bringing relief to American families. Meanwhile, instead of lowering costs for middle-class families, congressional Republicans are trying to lower costs for the wealthy and special interests, lower taxes, to be more exact, including big corporations that are fighting tooth and nail to stop the president's efforts to ban junk fees. Now, today, on Transgender Day of Remembrance, we grieve the 26 transgender Americans who were killed this year. Year after year, we see that these victims are disproportionately Black women and women of color. No one should face violence, live in fear, or be discriminated against simply for being themselves. As the president said, there's still more to do to meet the promise. And it's why this administration has taken urgent action to strengthen rights and protect the safety of transgender Americans and all LGBTQ+ Americans. As we mourn the loss of lives that have been taken too soon, we must also recommit ourselves to never stop fighting until all Americans can live free from the discrimination and also from hate. With that, Admiral John Kirby is here today to take any questions that you may have, obviously on the foreign policy front, and to give any updates. Right there.
We'll just move right to the top. So today, I think you know, Secretary Austin is in Kyiv to meet with Ukraine's leaders and reinforce our staunch support for Ukraine's fight for freedom against Russia's brutal invasion. The Secretary underscored President Biden's abiding commitment to provide Ukraine with the weapons and equipment that it needs to retake its sovereign territory and defend itself. Now in Kyiv, Secretary Austin announced a new security assistance package using previously authorized presidential drawdown authorities. It includes Stinger anti-aircraft missiles and additional HIMARS systems, additional HIMARS ammunition, 155mm and 105mm artillery rounds, Javelin and AT-4 anti-tank systems, and of course millions of rounds of small arms ammunition. This announcement will obviously help meet Ukraine's immediate battlefield needs, but only just that. Again, we want to urge Congress to pass the supplemental request that we put in front of them to allow us to keep supporting Ukraine in an unimpeded, uninterrupted way. The runway continues to get shorter with each and every passing assistance package that we provide them. As President Biden has said, when aggressors don't pay a price for their aggression, they'll cause more chaos and death and destruction. They just keep on going. And the costs and threats to America and to the world will keep rising. So the actions that we take, and just as critically, the potential actions we don't take, will reverberate for many years to come. Speaking of that, I'm sure you saw the op-ed piece that the president wrote for the Washington Post over the weekend, laying out how the world faces an inflection point right now. Again, about where the choices we make will determine our future for generations to come. As he noted, we continue to stand firmly with the Israeli people as they defend themselves against Hamas, a terrorist group that has vowed to wipe Israel off the map and has promised to conduct attacks similar to the ones on September 7th of October again and again and again. So President Biden and the team here is doing everything we can to help get the hostages that Hamas took, get them released, including young children and, of course, Americans that are in that pool. I know this is of great interest to all of you. I just want to let you know we're still working this hour by hour. I do not have an update for you on the hostage deal that we're trying to negotiate. But as you heard the Deputy National Security Advisor say yesterday, we believe we're closer than we've ever been. So we're hopeful. But there's still work to be done, and nothing is done until it's all done. So we're going to keep working on this. We're also working to increase the flow of life-saving humanitarian assistance, food, water, medicine. We're calling for respecting the international law in terms of minimizing the loss of innocent lives. And, of course, we're continuing to advocate for humanitarian pauses so that people can get out of harm's way and that aid and assistance can get in. And, of course, you saw us levy multiple rounds of sanctions to degrade Hamas's financial structure, cutting them off from outside funding and trying to make it harder for them to be able to resource the kinds of attacks that they conducted on the 7th of October. So just a real quick update on the latest figures, and then I'll be done. Over the last couple of days, the 18th and the 19th of November, almost into Gaza with approximately 18,000 gallons of fuel. That will help support food. A couple of days, the 18th and the 19th of November, almost into Gaza, with approximately 18,000 gallons of fuel. That will help support food distribution, and it will help generators for the hospital so that they can keep working. Again, we expect those deliveries to continue on a regular basis, and hopefully in larger quantities. I'm talking about the fuel specifically there. And then just lastly, the total number of U.S. citizens that we've been able to move out of Gaza through that Rafah crossing is now up to 800. We're continuing to work that every day as well.
John, the United Nations says nowhere is safe in Gaza. Is the U.S. working with Israel to create a safe area in Gaza for civilians?
What we've talked to the Israelis about, particularly now as they're beginning to plan operations in the south, where so many people have moved, is to make it clear that they have obligations to not only allow for that safe passage, but to make sure they're not putting all those civilians, now more civilians in southern Gaza than were before, putting them in harm's way.
Secondly, I know you don't want to talk about hostages, but in general, is Israel on board with the idea of a pause of a few days?
That gets into our negotiations here for the hostages. They have instituted, again, at our urging, they've instituted these daily humanitarian pauses. And in some cases, they were supposed to be 4 hours a day. They've actually expanded them up to 7 hours a day. So they're happening on a regular basis, and they're predominantly designed to allow people in the north to move through a couple of safe corridors to the south. So it's the pause to let people get out. That's the principal purpose of that. But I think you can imagine, and again, I want to be careful here, I don't negotiate in public, but if you're going to secure the release of hostages, and we certainly hope we're going to be able to do that soon, you got to make sure they can get from where they are to safety and do that as safely as possible, which means you're going to have at least a temporary localized stop in the fighting to allow them to move. I mean, we also can't take for granted that all these people are easily mobile and don't have some sort of health issues that require perhaps a slower route out or assistance getting out. So I don't want to negotiate in public, but we believe we're getting closer.
John, you talked about the negotiations. Everybody's been sort of talking about the swirl of, the contacts between the U.S. and Israel and Qatar and Hamas. When you talk to the family members, one of their deep abiding frustrations is that it's, I think, day 45, and they don't have any information, proof of life, conditions that normally the Red Cross would go in, would at least, determine something about the fate of their, some of these people are, believe that their loved ones either are sick or need medicine or have been injured or whatever. is there nothing that the U.S. and Israeli governments can tell the hostage families without compromising the ongoing negotiations to actually get some release? And if not, what do you think explains the fact that the Red Cross hasn't been able to get in there?
I can't speak specifically to the Red Cross access. Hamas has control here over where they are and how they are. So it could be an issue of Hamas holding that kind of access up. I can tell you we're doing the best we can with the information that we have to keep the families informed, American families informed. There's not that many of them. We know who they are, and we're doing the best we can to keep them informed, including keep them informed on the process of trying to secure release. But I'm not going to, I'm not going to lie here. There's in some cases a paucity of information. I mean, it has been difficult to get any great detail on every single hostage, where they are, how they are, and move that process forward in terms of informing the families. We'll do what we can. We're informing them to the maximum degree we can. They have a right to know everything that we know, and we'll just keep doing it on our own as best we can.
Thanks so much, John. Has the president had any additional calls with world leaders about the hostage deal today?
Not that I'm tracking today.
And was the last time you spoke to Prime Minister and then
it was the last call that they had.
Can you just give us a sense of the level of trust right now? And I know you can't speak to specifics, but in these negotiations, how much trust is there in those conversations between all parties over the hostage deal?
It's a negotiation, and it's over human lives. You do the best you can going back and forth with the arrangements, which we're doing right now. And at some point, when you come down to executing, when you hit go, then you're counting on everybody to meet their commitments, and that's what we're doing.
Admiral, over the weekend, President Biden in his op-ed said that the U.S. was preparing to issue visa bans against Israeli extremists attacking civilians in the West Bank. What effect would that actually have?
Well, that would, if you were to impose a visa ban, it would prevent that individual from traveling here to the United States.
Is there any timeline on when that might be instituted?
I don't have a timeline for you.
But
nor do I have a final decision.
Is that meant to be a deterrent?
Nor do I have a final decision.
Is the Biden administration upset by how this is playing out in the West Bank, what those extremists are doing to Palestinians in the West Bank?
Of course we are. The president has spoken to this many, many times, including from the Rose Garden when he was here with the Australian Prime Minister. I mean, what's happening with the settler violence is unacceptable, absolutely reprehensible. And yes, we wouldn't have talked about the potential examining visa bans. And again, no final decision here. If it wasn't just another clear statement of deep concern over this.
What other sanctions are being considered besides the visa ban?
I don't have anything else.
Good. Oh, thanks so much. There's been fighting over the last few days and hours around the Indonesian hospital in Gaza. Yeah. Can you speak to whether or not there's U.S. intelligence that suggests that too is some sort of hub for Hamas activity, and what the U.S. feeling is about those reports of shelling in and near that hospital?
Hospitals should not be the scenes of firefights. We've been very clear about that. You got patients in there, you got medical staff, you got people whose lives are literally at risk and are innocent victims of this. They shouldn't be put at more risk than they already are, being held up in a hospital or holed up in a hospital because of health issues, can't move. So we don't want to see firefights in hospitals. I don't have any specific intelligence about the degree to which Hamas is or is not using that particular hospital. Nothing to share today.
John, I was just curious. You mentioned Hamas still determined to try to carry out any sort of terrorist attack abroad. This Thanksgiving week, is there any elevated risk of terror attacks here at home? And is the White House or NSC doing anything specific? Because of the holiday week, most people obviously kind of check out in D.C. I'm just curious, are you staffing up in a difference because of the terror threat?
We're not tracking any specific credible threat here at home over the holiday. That said, I think you can understand we're going to be as vigilant as we have been since this conflict began. and certainly make sure that that we, to the best we can identify any potential domestic threats and disrupt them before they can take place. We're watching this all very, very closely for spillover effects from the fight between Israel and Hamas, both against the Jewish community and, of course, the Muslim community here in the United States. But again, I'm not tracking any specific credible threat that's being acted on at this time.
Back at the Indonesian hospital, my colleague spoke with the hospital administrator who said that President Biden needs to do more to protect hospitals in Gaza because, quote, he's the only one Netanyahu will listen to. Could you comment on that? And also, is the U.S. at all concerned that Israel is being seen, rather, as attacking one Gaza hospital after another, and also areas in the south now?
The president, in every conversation that he has with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and it's not just him, Secretary Blinken, Secretary Austin, Jake Sullivan, the whole team here, at every instance, continues to urge Israelis to be as cautious and as deliberate and as careful as they can in conducting these operations against Hamas, which they have a right and a responsibility to do, to go after Hamas. They also have a right and a responsibility, an added burden, if you will, because of the way Hamas fights, to do everything they can to look after civilian casualties. It is a part of every discussion that we're having with our Israeli counterparts. And I'm sorry, the second question was?
The second question was, is the United States at all concerned that Israel is seen attacking a hospital after a hospital?
Well, as I said, I think in my previous answer, we don't want to see hospitals as battlegrounds. We don't want to see firefights in hospitals. Now, as we've also said, at least when it comes to Al-Shifa, I don't have any intelligence on this Indonesia hospital, but at Al-Shifa, we did have intelligence that corroborated the Israeli claims that Hamas was using it as a command and control node. So it puts an added burden on Israel as they conduct operations in and around hospitals to be even more discriminate and more careful. Because again, you got real live patients, real live doctors, real live nurses that you got to look out for. On the other hand, you've got a real life threat. You got a group that seems to think it's okay to bury themselves in the basement of a hospital and use it to command and control their operations. And that presents a viable, legitimate threat to the security of the Israeli people. So it's about striking that balance.
Thank you. John, the White House condemned Elon Musk in pretty strong terms last week after he once again said something that was considered anti-Semitic. You called his comments abhorrent. This administration, this government, is very reliant on Elon Musk, particularly SpaceX technology, Starlink technology. Have there been any efforts made to wean the government off of his technology or find some kind of replacement for it?
I'm not aware of any efforts to do that, Nancy, but I think we've been very clear about the rhetoric and how inappropriate it is, and we'll call it out every time we see it.
But is the president concerned that the Pentagon and NASA are so reliant on someone who holds these views and appears to even more routinely embrace conspiracy theories?
We rely on a lot of the defense industry, a lot of the private sector to help us with our innovation, to help us with research and development on new systems, and to help us in the realm of space and cyberspace. There's a real benefit to private-public partnership when it comes to those kinds of national security threats and national security challenges. There's innovation out there in the private sector that we'd be foolish to walk away from. I'm not aware of any specific efforts to address our concerns over his rhetoric through the way that his companies provide support to our national security establishment. But that doesn't mean that we accept or agree with or condone in any way that anti-Semitic rhetoric that he pushed.
Thank you, John. Does the U.S. have any assessment of what the Israeli military is describing as CCTV footage of Hamas bringing through hostages through Al-Shifa Hospital on October 7th?
I don't.
On the hostages, if women and children end up being released first, which is what it sounds like the situation is probably headed towards, does the U.S. have any sense of how many in that mix might be American citizens?
I don't want to get ahead of where we are, MJ. And I mean, I know that everybody's interested in the numbers and who they're going to be. We're working that through literally in real time with both sides. So I think it's better if I just don't speculate about what that pool's going to look like. Obviously, we are laser focused on the American citizens that we know are being held hostage, and we want them out. All of them. Everybody should be out now. But here we are in a negotiation, and we're getting closer to the end, we believe, of that negotiation. So again, I'm going to be careful.
For any of the potential American hostages, is there confidence that they are alive? I know that you've addressed the lack of proof of life videos and such in the past, but
I would say we have no indication otherwise.
Thanks, John. There was media reports over the weekend that U.S. pressure had resulted in the Palestinian Authority taking down a tweet that had accused Israeli helicopters of most of the deaths at that music festival. Can you elaborate on that at all?
I mean, I don't know, what would you want me to say to that?
I mean, can you confirm it? Can you give any information about what kind of communications there were between the U.S. and the Palestinian Authority about that messaging?
I'm not aware of any specific messaging between us and the PA on that. I mean, obviously, simply not true. There was Hamas paragliding into a music festival. I mean, there was no Israeli participation in that at all.
And then I just wonder if you could elaborate a bit on the president's remarks in the op-ed about a revitalized Palestinian Authority. Like, what would that look like? Is it new leadership? Is it a different structure? Like, could you just talk about that a little more?
It's, what it looks like is going to depend on the Palestinian people. But what he's referring to there is a Palestinian Authority that has the credibility, has the legitimacy, has the authority, has the support of all Palestinians, so that they can effectively help with post-conflict governance, particularly in Gaza. But what it actually looks like is really and should be up to Palestinians.
A couple more in the back. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm Grant. Hi, John. Thanks, and happy Thanksgiving to you. President Biden stood by calling President Xi a dictator at the APEC press conference. China's foreign ministry condemned this as, quote, extremely incorrect and irresponsible political manipulation. What is the administration's response or reaction to this?
We came away from San Francisco with some concrete deliverables on fentanyl, on military-to-military communications, on getting our two teams together to start working on artificial intelligence, particularly in the national security realm. There was an awful lot of very good outcomes out of this meeting between President Biden and President Xi, and the president's looking forward. We're looking forward to managing this relationship in a more responsible way and moving things forward, looking for ways where we can cooperate, but also not being afraid to confront where we can, including on the tensions in the South China Sea. So the president's and his whole national security team is focused forward now, coming out of San Francisco.
Still going to call him a dictator each time you see him?
The president made it very clear. He was asked a direct question. He gave a direct answer, and he stands by that direct answer. That doesn't mean, as true as that statement was, doesn't mean that there aren't still prospects here to find ways to cooperate and to compete with China in a more responsible way going forward. And that's where the president's head is.
When these two leaders met, did they agree to meet again or speak again in the near term?
They agreed that they would meet again, but there was no date put on the calendar. What's really important now is that the military-to-military comms will begin to start, and even down to the theater commander level, and maybe even lower than that. So that's the immediate channels of communication that we're looking at getting back over.
Stephen.
Thank you, Karine. I've got a question about fentanyl, then a question about the Gaza conflict. On fentanyl, the Chinese president committed to reducing the export of fentanyl and fentanyl precursors. But under President Biden, there have been 200,000 Americans who have stopped breathing and died as a result of these chemicals. As of earlier this year, we're still at record monthly numbers. If there is not a drop in American deaths, will President Biden hold the Chinese president personally responsible?
It was really significant what President Xi was willing to commit to for the first time now in several years. And they're really going forward here and willing to take law enforcement action to shut down the export of these ingredients, the precursor chemicals that the labs, largely in Arlington own hemisphere are creating to make fentanyl. It's a big step forward, and we're grateful for that. And we'll see how they are in execution, and I think we all need to understand that it may be some time before you see the practical results of this crackdown on the precursors, but we're grateful for that. But it's not, it's not just the precursor chemicals. I'll try it again in English. But it's the labs in our own hemisphere that are taking those chemicals, those ingredients, making fentanyl, and then moving it north up to our borders. And it's a serious problem. And again, as the president said at the press conference, this agreement will save lives, will save American lives. And President Xi said he was committed to helping with that.
Before turning to the second question, just to follow up on that, the Chinese president's in charge of a single-party state. He's said in the past that he'd crack down on fentanyl, and U.S. deaths hit an all-time record last year. I mean, is President Biden not going to consider him personally responsible if American deaths do not go down? He has
said he was going to be personally responsible for stemming the flow of these chemicals out of China, and we're grateful for that. That's going to take a little bit of time as he goes back to Beijing and puts those processes in place, those law enforcement actions. We're grateful for that.
Thank you. And second question. Protesters here in D.C. and New York, across the country, they've settled on a nickname for the president. They've been calling him Genocide Joe. They wrote it on the gates. Do you have a response from the White House to that nickname that they've settled on?
We're not worried about nicknames and bumper stickers. I mean, it's First Amendment, free speech. The president's focused on, as he wrote in his op-ed, on making sure that we can continue to support Israel as they fight a terrible terrorist group, Hamas, and as we all work together to get humanitarian assistance in and get people out, including hostages. I said this the other day. Again, people can say what they want on the sidewalk, and we respect that. That's what the First Amendment's about. But this word genocide's getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly, more than one occasion. In fact, just recently. And they've said that they're not going to stop. What happened on the 7th of October is going to happen again and again and again. And what happened on the 7th of October? Murder, slaughter of innocent people in their homes or at a music festival. That's genocidal intentions. Yes, there are too many civilian casualties in Gaza. Yes, the numbers are too high. Yes, too many families are grieving. And yes, we continue to urge the Israelis to be as careful and cautious as possible. That's not going to stop, from the president right on down. But Israel is not trying to wipe the Palestinian people off the map. Israel's not trying to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel's trying to defend itself against a genocidal terrorist threat. So when if we're going to start using that word, fine, let's use it appropriately.
Okay, way in the back. I wanted to ask you about White House advisor Amos Hochstein's visit to Israel. Can you give us a sense of what the goal of these talks are, and does his visit signal that the White House is concerned about military action, Israeli military action in Lebanon? And then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, Amos is in Israel today to follow up on his last meeting to Lebanon about a week or so ago, where he talked to Lebanese officials and to Israeli officials up in the north about the risks of a second front, a northern front. And he's in Israel today, sort of back briefing his conversations with the Israeli counterparts there in Tel Aviv.
In terms of a follow-up, is the White House concerned that Israel could be provoking Hezbollah?
We don't want to see this war escalate. We don't want to see it widen. We certainly don't believe it's in anybody's interest, certainly not the Israeli people's interest, to have a second front there in the north. What Amos is doing, what our team is doing, is everything we can to help prevent that scenario from happening.
How fearful are you that if this is something that is being provoked, that it could draw the United States into it, that is the goal of Israel right now?
Well, again, we don't want to see the conflict widen or escalate. That is why Amos is having the conversations he's having. Like Secretary Blinken has now had 2 extensive trips to the Middle East, and it's why the president has put forward additional force posture. We're all talking about the carrier strike groups, but also air and missile defense, as well as fixed-wing aviation into the region, so that we can send a strong signal to any actor nation state or otherwise, that if you're going to think about widening and deepening this conflict, don't do it.
Yeah, thank you. South Africa just submitted a referral to the ICC to investigate Prime Minister Netanyahu. Do you have any comments regarding that for war crime?
I'll tell you, I'm going to have to take that question. I have not seen that referral by South Africa. So before I go talking out of school here for our UN ambassador, we'll take that question and we'll get back to you.
Okay, I also a follow-up question. It's almost the first year anniversary of the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit. President Biden said he plans to travel to Africa within a year. Do you have any updates when the president will travel?
I do not.
Thank you.
Is there an assessment of the U.S. on the level to which Hamas has been degraded over the last several weeks?
We don't have an independent assessment that I'm aware of. That's a question better put to the Israeli Defense Forces.
Is it something that I know that you have a lot of communications with the Israelis inside of their operation. Is that part of what the communications are between the I'm trying to get a sense of sort of what the next steps are and how long a campaign this may need to be based on that level of degradation?
Those are all great questions for the Israeli Defense Forces. This is their operation. Now, yes, we're in touch with them daily, and they provide us their perspectives. They provide us updates. I'm not going to, from this podium, characterize those conversations. I'm certainly not going to quantify the degree to which Hamas has been degraded. They are continuing to go after their leadership, particularly in the north of Gaza, but really that's a better question for them.
Thank you so much. Has the president called the president-elect of Argentina, or does he plan to do so? And maybe a wider question, does the administration think that this president-elect is the right man to reform the economy in the country?
So on your first question, I don't have an update on the president's call sheet to talk about today, but obviously I'm sure Karine and her team will keep you informed as things progress. I probably saw it. There was a tweet by Jake Sullivan congratulating him on his win. We look forward to working with him in his administration. Argentina is a terrific partner in the region, and there's an awful lot of things we share in terms of values, value of democracy, human rights, and just hemispheric security and economic concerns that we'll look forward to working with him and his team on.
Thanks. I know you've been careful on what you can say regarding the hostage negotiations, but are you able to confirm that we're talking that they're centered on women and children, getting women and children specifically out?
I'd really rather not. But obviously, as I said in my opening statement, we want to see especially we want to see the children and women get released. Obviously, that's a high focus for everybody, and of course the Americans too, because we know there's at least one American toddler in that pool. But I think the less said, the better as we get into the what we hope is the end game here on negotiations. It's probably safer if I don't go into much speculating.
Hopeful that it's the end game. What are we, what kind of time frame are you looking at? I mean,
I couldn't tell you. Just that we're closer now than we've been before. That's a good thing, but we don't want to do or say anything publicly that's going to jeopardize what we hope will be a positive result. Yep. Thanks.
You're too long on your foot there.
A sprain or a break?
I didn't want to keep him too long on his feet. Thank you so much, Admiral. Appreciate that. No, it's not comfortable. Will, go ahead.
Okay, I got a couple of things, changing gears. Will there be an order to lower flags to have staff to mark Mrs. Carter's passing, and is the president planning on attending her funeral?
So let me just say at the top, I know you heard from the President and the First Lady yesterday on the passing of the former First Lady. I just want to say certainly that their thoughts are with President Carter and the entire Carter family. As the President said yesterday, Jimmy and Rosalind Carter have been dear, longtime friends, and Rosalind Carter was an extraordinary First Lady. She was a champion for equal rights and opportunities for women and girls, an advocate for mental health and wellness for every person, and a supporter of the often unseen, uncompensated caregivers of our children, aging loved ones, and people with disabilities. The President and the First Lady are thinking of her and of him and keeping the Carter family in their prayers today as well. As it relates to any potential travel, the President and the First Lady plan to pay respects to the former First Lady. Don't have anything to share at this time on details or anything to confirm just yet, but certainly as we have information or more details to share, we certainly will share that with all of you. And as it relates to the lowered to half-staff, the flag being lowered to half-staff, yes, we will certainly do that, and we certainly will follow. We'll do that in accordance with protocols and details of when and how long that will happen. We certainly will share that at an appropriate time.
Okay, I have one more, another topic. How is the president planning to mark his birthday? I ask as he mentioned it during the turkey party. It looks like he's got some family here. Are we going to have like a party or a dinner or something?
So he's gonna do what they normally do, how they celebrate the president's birthday. There's a tradition, which they're going to keep to that tradition, which is they'll be able to celebrate the president's birthday as a family together in Nantucket later this week, and certainly we'll do that with coconut cake, which is something that they traditionally do.
Last year, we all remember the messy holiday travel season. I know the administration has taken steps to try to improve compensation for travelers who face delays and some other steps to hold airlines accountable. How confident is the White House that Americans won't face those same kind of issues this travel season?
Well, it's hard to predict, obviously, but certainly we take this very seriously. The Department of Transportation takes this very seriously, and so we're going to certainly keep eye on what's going on the next couple of days as Americans travel crisscross the country to get to their loved ones for Thanksgiving. And so if any issues arise, obviously the Department of Transportation, this administration will be on top of it. Hard to kind of surmise what that's going to look like, but as you said, we've taken this seriously, and we've taken actions to work closely with airlines, to work closely with other transportation means of vehicles, if you will, to make sure that Americans get to where they need to safely, certainly on time, as I know they want to get to on time, and so we'll certainly be vigilant and on top of it.
And if I could just ask one follow-up on Nancy's question, some advertisers have pulled their ads from X, formerly known as Twitter. Is the White House at all considering suspending its official White House or the president's accounts on X, given Elon Musk's comments?
So I don't have anything to announce at this time or any internal conversations on that particular question, but we've been very clear. You heard from this White House after those abhorrent, as you heard from us, comments were made by Elon Musk, and we are going to continue to certainly call that out, condemn those types of hateful comments that could be incredibly dangerous, and so we won't stop doing that. I just don't have any internal conversations to read out or announcement to read out on that particular platform.
Has anyone here spoken to Musk?
I don't have any conversations to read out, but we will continue to certainly condemn any type of hateful comments that, again, are dangerous. Good, Steve.
How much more funding is available for Ukraine, the military packages?
So that is something I would certainly refer you to the Department of Defense. They'll have more information on the specifics on that, on your particular question. But look, this is why we've been very clear about the supplemental, about asking for additional Ukraine funding so that the brave people of Ukraine continue to fight against the aggression that we've been seeing from Russia. They're fighting against tyranny, right? They're fighting against terrorism, right? When you think about Israel as well and what Israel is doing and trying to fight against Hamas. And so that's why that supplemental, that national security supplemental for both are incredibly important. And we're going to continue to have those conversations with folks on the Hill about the importance of moving forward with the President's national security supplemental. I don't have any specifics on how much money is left. Certainly would refer you to the Department of Defense.
Secondly, the Commission on Presidential Debates just announced dates and locations for the debates next year. Will the President participate in that?
I would refer you to the campaign on that particular question. Thanks, Steve. Go ahead, Ranjay.
Karine, what does the White House make of Democrats and particularly young people who say they do not approve of the president's handling of the Israel-Hamas war?
So look, as I'm going to be mindful, right? Because there's going to be a number of polls that are going to be coming out, which, obviously, which we respect, and obviously that is kind of the way that things go. But what I'll be very clear about is we're not going to govern by polls here. We're going to, or poll numbers. We're going to focus on delivering for the American people. That's going to be our focus. We're going to focus on how the president's going to, we believe, continue to deliver on what the American people sent him to do, right? Whether it's the economy. Let's not forget when the president walked into this administration, the economy was at a tailspin, and that was because of what the last administration did. And so we had small businesses were shut down, we had schools, majority of schools were shut down, large jobs were lost, and the pandemic was not under control. Now we understand the actions and the historic actions, legislations that this president has done is going to take some time. It's going to take some time. It's not like turning on a light switch for people to certainly feel that. But look, as it relates to recent polling, look, we're going to focus on what we can do. We're going to focus on governing. We're going to focus on making sure we continue to deliver. I'm not going to go point by point on each poll, but I just can speak to you about what our focus is going to be moving forward.
Then maybe polling aside, can you say whether this White House has a theory of the case on how you win over young people, whether it's on this conflict specifically or generally?
So look, when we say win, I'm going to be very careful, right? Don't want to make sure I'm not speaking to 2024. That is something certainly that the campaign can analyze and speak to more broadly, and how that looks for them and how it looks for that campaign, the president re-election. What I can say is we're going to continue focusing on delivering for the American people. That includes young people, right? That includes making sure that we meet them where they are, whether it's student loans, whether it's an economy that works for all and does not leave them behind. Those are the things that you see the president do day in and day out as we put forward policy plans, and that include young people as well. I'm going to leave any of the analysis, any of the specifics to any poll, to dozens of people, certainly on TV, right? It's kind of a cottage industry out there. They're going to analyze that. They're going to speak to that, leave that to them, leave that to the campaign to speak to winning young people or anything that's related to 2024.
Do you know what the president makes of the fact that so many young people are opposed to?
I mean, I can tell you this. The president is focusing on the job at hand. He truly is. He's focusing on how we're going to deliver for the American people. That is his focus, and that's what he's been truly steadfast about in the almost 3 years of this administration. Okay, Nancy.
Thanks, Corinne. How closely is the White House tracking what's going on at OpenAI, one of the most powerful companies in the AI sphere, the revolt there, mass resignations, and what does this mean for the recent executive order having to do with AI?
So on the first question, look, we're not going to comment on any private company. We never do, especially as it's changing any personnel decisions that they make as they make those changes. As it relates to the executive order, a very comprehensive executive order that the president announced not too long ago on AI, our message to tech companies continues to be clear. They need to assure AI systems are safe before releasing them to the public. We're going to continue to make that clear, have those conversations. But as it relates to personnel decision made by private company, we're just not going to comment from here.
And then sticking with the tech theme, Twitter is back in the news. I mean, not Twitter, TikTok back in the news because of misinformation about the war, about Osama bin Laden. It's now been more than 2 years that the CFIUS investigation has been underway. Can you give us any kind of update on where that stands?
As you know, it's an independent committee investigations. Just don't have anything to comment on that, on CFIUS and where they are on that investigation. Kendra.
Thanks, Corinne. The senators are having some talks this week about an immigration deal that would unlock Ukraine aid. Is the White House planning to get involved with those, even sit in on them?
I'm just not going to negotiate from here. Okay.
You mentioned the president's excited to be celebrating his birthday, but I'm curious, David Axelrod told the New York Times, quote, Biden thinks he can cheat nature here, and it's really risky. A, what's the president's response to David Axelrod? Does he respect his opinion? Does he think he's right? But also, I mean, is there a real alarm happening behind the scenes that the president is simply too old to stake around for another 4 years?
No, there's no alarm happening behind the scenes. I can only speak behind the scenes here. There's no alarm happening behind the scenes, and I'm certainly not going to comment on everybody who has something to say.
Nobody. I mean, David Axelrod is
I didn't say that. Nowhere in my response to you that I said that. I said I'm just not going to comment on everyone that has a comment to say. They're going to speak for themselves. I'm going to speak for the president, and here what I'll say is, look. And also, it's just not my job. It's not my job to think through or to tell people what to think, right? Whether it's the American people out there or a political analyst or as your question is about David Axelrod. It's just not my place to speak to that. What I can speak to is how we see this, what our perspective is. Our perspective is that it's not about age. It's about the president's experience. That's what we believe. And it's, as they say, the proof is in the pudding, right? The president has used his experience to pass more bipartisan legislation in recent time than any other president. That's just a fact. That is something that we have seen this president do, and that's because of his experience. He's been able to manage multiple foreign policy challenges. He's been able to do that. That's because of his experience. He's been able to create jobs, raise wages, and lower inflation, right? And the proof is in the pudding, right? We see that in the data. We see that where we are today than where we were when the president walked into the administration. So what we say is we have to judge him by what he's done, not by his numbers. And one more thing I will add, this is the first president ever that's been able to go to an active war zone without our military, controlling what's happening on the ground. And so, look, I would put the president's stamina, president's wisdom, ability to get this done on behalf of the American people against anyone on any day of the week. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. I just wanted to follow up. I wondered if you had any update on whether the president or anybody else in the administration plans to attend the COP28 summit in Dubai next week.
We don't have anything to read out on his schedule. Okay, Karen.
Thanks. You just told Jordan you wouldn't negotiate on the supplemental from here, but you and Kirby before you have talked today just about how important it is to get this funding through. So now that Congress doesn't have an urgent deadline until next year because of the CR getting passed, how concerned is the White House that this is not going to get through in a timely manner? And what is the president going to do in the next couple of weeks to try to push this through?
So look, again, I'm not going to get into negotiations from here, as you stated in your question, but I will say this, there's a lot at stake. There's a lot at stake as you think about our national security and also our domestic needs. So it is crucial, it is important that we get this done. And so we're going to continue to have conversations. Our legislative affairs shop here, our OMB director is going to continue to have conversations with members of the Hill. So yeah, it is important. We wouldn't have put it forward if we didn't think it was needed, right? These are emergency needs that we requested when you think about the supplemental. Both the domestic one and the national security. So obviously, we're going to continue to have that conversation. We're going to continue to do it in a bipartisan way, do it both with Republicans and also Democrats on the Hill. And so we take this very seriously. We wouldn't have put it forth if we didn't think it was needed.
Will we see the president get personally involved, engaging with lawmakers right after the Thanksgiving holiday?
Don't have any layout or readout about who the president's going to call. As you know, the president has personal relationships, long-time relationships with many members in Congress, and so certainly he has done that before, reached out. I just don't have a strategy to lay out or a list of folks that the president might or may not call. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Karine. Just following up on what Stephen was asking about with regard to fentanyl of Admiral Kirby, can we expect some type of trilateral agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and China to tackle this issue?
Yeah, don't have anything at this time, any policy announcement to make at this time.
Thank you, as always. I want to ask about...
You might regret it, but go ahead.
I assure you, you will not. I want to ask about polling. In February, the president conducted an interview with, I believe it was Telemundo, and he was asked about the dismal state of his job approval ratings. And he answered in words to this effect, do you know anyone that believes the polling these days? And he talked in some detail about the difficulty of getting people on the phone and compiling accurate polling. Whenever you're asked about the president's dismal job approval ratings, you say we're not going to look at polls. We look at his accomplishments. And yet, when you are asked about various domestic policy initiatives, you will say these poll very well. People support what the president wants to do. If you look at the individual subjects on the polling, they support what the president's agenda is. So once and for all, are only certain polls valid in your eyes, the ones that support your agenda, or is the polling data that shows that President Biden has been stuck for 2 years at the low 40s in his approval ratings, are those valid?
So here's the thing. I think it's important to share that American people do approve of some of the president's initiative. I think it is important. I think it's important for the American people to hear that when it comes to Medicare and fighting and being able to Medicare to be able to lower costs for the American people. I think it's important to share that. I think it's important to share that that when it comes to Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the American people care about that and want us to fight for it, which is what the president. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. We are given, anytime I'm asked this question, given an opportunity to speak on what the American people want to hear and what we are doing, right? And so there are moments, just like when you ask me about certain polls, that I can say, hey, you know what? That is something that the American people support. But in more broad terms, in general, we're not focused on every poll. We just are not. It is not important for us that we believe to focus on that. We're going to continue to do the work and work on protecting Medicare, Medicaid, and making sure that Americans have their Social Security. And I think by saying that Americans support that, that is important for us to say that from here too, because we are actually delivering for the American people. We're actually doing what the American people want us to do. So when I say that, that's what I'm referring to. The work that we're doing, what we want to deliver on, what the American people care about. And it is the economy. It is lowering costs, right? I always talk about that. The president's #1 priority is to continue to lower costs. And I talk about what he has done, whether it's junk fees, whether it's making sure that people have good paying jobs by making sure that we've passed these historic legislation that's going to create good union paying jobs. All of those things are connected.
So the polls that show that the electorate at large and also significant majorities within the Democratic Party believe that the president is too old. The polls that show the American people and also significant majorities within the Democratic Party don't want him to run again. And the polls that show his handling of the economy, foreign policy, all of these dismal polls, his job approval ratings, does the White House have any basis to challenge the accuracy of that polling?
I'm not challenging the accuracy here. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying to you is that, we're not going to change the minds of Americans. I get that. Americans are going to feel how they feel, and we're going to respect that. And I've said that many times from here. Many times. I said that moments ago. What I can tell you is what our perspective is. What I can tell you is how we see things. And we believe experience, this president having experience to get things done is important. And we know that it's going to take some time, right, for Americans to feel what we have been able to do in this administration, pushing through bipartisan legislation. That is historic. As I mentioned earlier before, this is a president that has done more bipartisan legislation than any other recent president. And so that's what I can speak to. I can speak to our perspective. I can speak to how we see this. I can speak to what is important and how we're going to try to deliver for the American people. And I will say this, just a couple of data points here. I'm going to be careful not to talk about 2024, any of the elections, but I could look back in history, right? I can look back and see where President Obama was a year out of his election, where President Clinton was a year out ahead of his election. And it didn't look like they were going to win, right? It didn't look like that. And so it is not unusual, you're talking about dismal polling, is not unusual for a president to be where they are ahead of that. And so, look, the president's going to focus. This is something that I can tell you for sure. He's going to focus on the American people. That is always, always the number one priority for this president, and that's what you're going to see him continue to do. All right, I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Thanks, Kareem.
אין ימין ושמאל, חטופים מעל הכל. שומעים? אנחנו עושים את כל המאמצים. נכנס לבור, לבור. נכנס לבור של המלחמה. נכנס לפגישה, יגיד אני משפחה. מה לעשות?
Afternoon, everyone. Sorry to be going a little later today. I will I don't have any opening comments. So what's that? I had a meeting to go to, so sorry to delay you, but you're up. Happy to, if people don't have questions, I'm happy to go back to my office and relax the rest of the afternoon.
All right.
No, go ahead.
I'll leave it.
Okay. Daphne?
It's closer now than it has been. Can you explain a little bit, like without getting into details, because I know you can't, why this shift in messaging, why you feel that you're closer now than you have been?
I really can't get into details. As we've said publicly for some time, really since October 7th, and since we found out that there were hostages, including American citizens who were taken, unfortunately, We are doing everything in our power to secure the release of those hostages and see their safe return home, but it's just not productive to talk about the details. We have been engaged in intense negotiations over this matter. The Secretary has been involved, the President has been involved, other members of the administration have. And we have made progress in trying to secure a deal in conversation with our Qatari partners and, of course, in conversation with the government of Israel. But I can't speak to the underlying details of those negotiations.
Do you have any sense of whether Americans will be included in any release?
Again, that is our priority. We obviously want to see those American citizens who we know have been taken hostage return home, but I just don't want to speak to any of the details of the negotiations.
And then where do talks on a pause stand with Israel?
We continue to have negotiations and discussions with the government of Israel about a full range of humanitarian issues. As the President has said, as the Secretary has said, we want to see longer pauses. We want to see more humanitarian assistance go in. You saw the government of Israel announce on Friday an agreement to allow more fuel, to come in through Rafah Gate, really for the first time, up to 140,000 liters every 48 hours to power telecoms in Gaza so people can communicate with each other, so they can call emergency services, so we can communicate with the American citizens who are there, to power the delivery of humanitarian assistance that's been coming in, and of course to power desalinization and hospitals and other electric needs. And we continue to push for all of those things. It's a top priority for the United States.
If I could just ask one more on the Kerem Shalom border crossing. Martin Griffiths has called for that to be opened, and can you let us know where that stands on talks with Israelis with that? Is that something you're trying to get open?
So we want to see more humanitarian assistance come into Gaza. There are a number of ways in which more assistance could come in. It's not just a question of opening another gate. It could be getting more assistance in through Rafah Gate. The Israelis have very real security concerns about the ability to open Kerem Shalom, but we think if you could increase the screening so you could get more trucks and more assistance in through Rafah, that would be another way to do it. So we continue to have those conversations with Israel about what the best way is. But ultimately, our goal is to increase the number of trucks that are coming in, so more food, more water, more medicine is getting to the Palestinian people who need it.
Can I follow up on that? What is the holdup on that, Matt? Because Blinken announced on our trip that he was expecting movement on that in coming days, and it's been weeks now. Is it an Israeli political decision that's holding this up?
It is not just a political decision. There are real operational concerns about how you get screening turned on to get more humanitarian assistance in. There are operational details that we have to work through. There are agreements we have to reach with the government of Israel. We are involved in those conversations. David Satterfield has been on the ground since he was appointed, working on these matters, and continues to attempt to make progress, but there's just some really very difficult logistical problems that we have to work through and unlock to get aid screened and get it in through Rafah quickly. And of course, I would say we ran into a problem last week where we had aid that was going in through Rafah and then filling up warehouses, and because there was no fuel going into Rafah and going through Rafah and fuel inside Gaza had been depleted, there was assistance sitting in Gaza that couldn't be distributed to the people who needed it. The agreement that the Secretary pushed for last week with members of the Israeli War Cabinet that they announced on Friday to allow fuel to go into Rafah for the first time will allow that humanitarian assistance to be delivered now that it's made it inside. But there is much more that needs to be done and that we continue to push on.
What about this idea of safe corridors that Ambassador Satterfield discussed? I mean, the fact that implementers aren't going to feel safe distributing aid further within southern Gaza if they feel that their lives could be at risk. Have you gotten any guarantees from the Israeli government that these implementers would be safe?
This is another matter that continues to be a focus of discussion between our government and the government of Israel, not just with respect to the implementers who need to feel safe when they're delivering humanitarian assistance, but also with respect to all the civilians in Gaza, and especially the civilians who the Israeli government asked to move from the north to the south. They moved to the south and are now worried that they may be the subject of the next stage of the military campaign. So you saw John Feiner, the Deputy National Security Advisor, say yesterday that we think if Israel is going to turn to military operations in the south, before it does so, it needs to address those very real humanitarian questions and have answers for where civilians in southern Gaza can be safe, especially those who have fled their homes in the north.
Have they given you any answers on that front, particularly when it comes to Khan Yunis, where a number of civilians who are waiting to get out of Rafah
It is an ongoing conversation we're having with them. We're also having this conversation with UNRWA and other humanitarian organizations about the best way to implement these civilian protections, what the best method might be.
Yeah, can I follow up on that? Thanks. Some of the UN agencies and other humanitarian agencies have said that Israel's idea of moving these people to Mawasi in the southwest coast isn't going to work. And so what do you think is the best option, since the UN may or may not be participating, what do you think is the best option in terms of keeping civilians safe as the conflict moves south?
So I don't want to prescribe that here, given that it is the subject of ongoing conversations between the United States, the United Nations, humanitarian organizations, and the government of Israel to try to work out what the best solution is. We do have concerns that concentrating all civilians in one area does leave them vulnerable to harm. We are trying to work through with the government of Israel what other solutions might be, and it's a subject of ongoing conversation.
Is this something where you have neighborhoods or areas that are considered safe for civilians, or is this something where you have individual outposts like hospitals, schools, or other things that would have some sort of protection?
Well, I'd say with respect to hospitals and schools, we do want to see them protected. We don't want to see them struck from the air. We've made that clear. That was true with respect to northern Gaza. Obviously, there is a situation where you have Hamas using hospitals as places where they're embedding their fighters, that they're using as command centers. That's a difficult situation that Israel has to address, and we want them to do it in compliance with humanitarian law. But with respect to the first part of your question, it's the subject of ongoing conversation right now, and I wouldn't want to prescribe what a solution would be before those conversations are finished. Sean, go ahead. I'll come to you.
Sure. Could I turn slightly to extremist settlers in the West Bank? There have been a couple of strong statements from the administration, including by the Secretary last week, about extremist violence by settlers. What is the administration planning to do? I think John mentioned this as well on one of the talk shows yesterday. Travel bans, is that on the cards? Is there a timeline for when these things go?
Visa restrictions are very much on the table as one possible measure that we might implement. There could be others. We have made very clear from the president on down that the level of extremist violence against innocent Palestinian civilians in the West Bank right now is unacceptable. The Secretary has raised that repeatedly with the government of Israel in his travels there, that the violence needs to stop. The perpetrators need to be held accountable. We want to see people prosecuted when they have violated the law. And in addition to the government of Israel taking steps to promote accountability, there are steps that we can take as well, and we have a number of those steps under consideration, but I wouldn't want to preview those publicly before we might take them.
When you say it's on the table, that means it could happen, it could not happen, or is that something that's...
It's something that's under consideration, but as you know, longtime attendee of this briefing, we don't like to announce sanctions that we're going to make before we've implemented them.
Sure. But in the sense that it's like basically if things improve, then the action may not be taken.
Look, if we saw a significant diminution in violence against Palestinians in the West Bank, and if we saw the government of Israel taking steps to hold those responsible for violence accountable, that's certainly something we would welcome, something we can consider in taking into account what kind of actions we might take. But we want to see those steps happen as soon as possible.
Sure. Can I just ask you a couple of the diplomatic aspects of the situation in Gaza? One being China. China has had the foreign ministers of...
Side conversation going on over here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm fully focusing.
Yeah, I'm fully focused as well.
The Palestinian Authority and a number of Arab countries, the foreign ministers have gone to China, had some talks. How does the United States see this? I mean, some of the narrative is that China's trying to seal that, maybe that's the right metaphor, but trying to take the role of the United States in some ways in the Middle East. Does the United States see this as productive potentially? Does it see it as a threat diplomatically? What does the United States see?
I'll say two things about that. One, we would welcome China playing a constructive role in the Middle East. The Secretary has made this clear personally in his conversations with Wang Yi. I called Wang Yi on our first trip to the Middle East and said if there's anything they can do to prevent the conflict from widening in terms of using the lines of communications that they have available to countries in the Middle East, we would welcome that. He followed up on that conversation with Wang Yi is here, and they had a very productive conversation about it. To the larger question, though, I would say one of the things that we heard repeatedly from every party with which we engaged on our last trip was the indispensability of the United States in every aspect of this conflict, whether it comes from getting humanitarian assistance in, whether it comes to preventing the conflict from widening. As I've said from this podium before, it is the United States, not any other country, that was able to negotiate an agreement to begin delivering humanitarian assistance in. It was the United States that was able to push for and achieve humanitarian pauses so civilians could could move around Gaza more safely than they could before. It is the United States that's the largest humanitarian donor to the Palestinian people. So we always welcome any other countries that can play productive diplomatic roles. But the thing we hear from partners over and over again in the region is there is no substitute for U.S. leadership, and it's why the Secretary and the President and other members of the administration continue to stay engaged on this and will continue to stay engaged on it.
Just to play devil's advocate, obviously some of these countries would argue that the U.S. is, clearly supporting Israel. Is there any sense that, is there any concern that perhaps another country could, such as China, could step into the U.S. role just because the United States is seen as their perception?
No, I think there are productive roles for a number of countries to play, and we would welcome them. There are unproductive roles that countries can play as well, but we are confident in the diplomatic efforts that we have launched. We are confident in the conversations that we continue to have. This is a difficult problem that the region is grappling with. It is obviously first and foremost a problem that Israel is grappling with when it comes to trying to defeat Hamas. But the broader issue of preventing the conflict from spreading and ultimately achieving what the United States supports, what other countries in the region and what other countries across the world support, which is at the end of this, the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. That's something that's going to take engagement from a number of countries. The United States expects to play a leadership role. We expect to be engaged. You've already seen the Secretary lay out principles that we think are important for the path forward at the end of this conflict, and we would expect other countries to play productive roles as well.
Sure. Just one more, if you want, on the diplomatic side.
You're making Saeed get a little impatient here. He's getting antsy for his question, but go ahead.
Israel, South Africa. Just a few moments ago, I believe the Israelis said they're withdrawing their ambassador from South Africa. This, of course, is after South Africa said that it hoped to refer to the ICC some of the issues that were some of the things that are happening right now in Gaza. Does the United States have a stance either on what's happening in Israel and South Africa or about the ICC?
It's ultimately a discussion for those two countries, not for the United States.
And on the ICC part?
I don't have a comment on it. Go ahead, Saeed.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up on Sean's question on the sanctions
against settlers and so on. There are many settlers, thousands of settlers, who hold U.S. passports. They are U.S. citizens. In this case, you cannot, of course, deny them a visa, but will you prosecute them if it's proven that they have participated in criminal acts?
Saeed, I would want to preview any action before it's taken, and certainly the State Department does not prosecute anyone, and I wouldn't want to comment on. But as you know, we have strict rules inside the United States government. Those decisions are made by the Justice Department. We don't comment on them or participate in them at any other agency.
Okay, so what kind of other sanctions you might?
Again, Saeed, I don't want to preview any steps that we might take. I will reiterate that our first priority is for the government of Israel to take action against those extremists who are committing violence against Palestinians. But we have options at our disposal as well that we will use if appropriate.
Okay, a couple of questions on Gaza. But before I ask on Gaza there today, I don't think you probably know about this, but there is a poet named Mus'ab Abu Taha, young poet. His son is U.S. citizen, born in this country. Abu Taha was a scholar at Harvard. Today he was leaving after speaking with the embassy, apparently, and he was trying to leave, and he was basically taken away and his toddler given to his mom and so on. Is there anything that his family should be doing with the United States, since more than likely he was probably on his way to the United States?
I don't have the details of that case. So let me establish the ground rule again. I will not interrupt your questions. Don't interrupt my answer, please. I don't have the details of that case, and so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on them without having the full range of it, full details.
Okay, I'll send you the details now. Look, I mean, we have, the figures are really gruesome. I mean, I don't know, is this administration, and I say this with has it become numb to the number of Palestinians killed every day? I mean, are you okay with like 13,000 that have been killed thus far? Where are we going to stop?
Saeed,
where are we going to stop?
You have heard the president speak to this. You have heard the secretary speak to this. You've heard the secretary say that far too many Palestinians have been killed as a result of this conflict. Every innocent life that's lost is a tragedy, and we mourn the loss of every innocent life. These are civilians whose deaths have come through no fault of their own, that are in the conflict that is not of their own making. And I can tell you, speaking for myself, speaking for everyone in this administration, that we feel those deaths every bit as we feel the loss of Israeli civilian lives. And so that is why when we set out to develop our policies and have conversations with the government of Israel and with others in the region, we have a number of principles that we have made very clear. Number one, as Israel conducts a legitimate operation to prevent the terrorists that attacked it on October 7th from being able to do so again, it does so in accordance with humanitarian law, and it tries to the greatest extent possible to minimize civilian harm. Number two, we want to see civilians protected. We want to see civilian infrastructure protected. And number three, we want to get humanitarian assistance to those in need. That is what we can do at the policy level from the United States government. It's what we continue to do to try to minimize civilian suffering, to try to help those civilians who are in Gaza. But at the same time, we see every one of those deaths and we mourn each and every one of them.
The president said that, he envisions a Palestinian state that will include Gaza and the West Bank and so on. So let me ask you this. Or is it safe to assume that the administration has some sort of vision how this very battle should end?
I don't want to get to how this conflict will end, because ultimately it's very hard to prescribe from a podium, it's hard to prescribe from a podium thousands of miles away how a military operation, which is of course unpredictable by its nature, we've seen that multiple times throughout history, how it will end and what will be left in the aftermath. So where we are right now is laying out principles, and you've heard the Secretary articulate some of those principles with respect to Gaza, that there should be no diminution in the territory of Gaza, that no Palestinians should be displaced from Gaza, a number of other principles, and also heard him and the President articulate that ultimately at the end of this, we want to see the establishment of a Palestinian state that unites the West Bank and unites Gaza, so the Palestinian people can determine their own future. And that is the policy that we support. It's the policy that we will try to achieve.
And lastly, there was a report in Haaretz that on October 7th, there were actually Israeli gunships that may have been responsible for a lot of the deaths that occurred that day. Have you seen that report?
I've seen the report. I can't comment on what's an internal Israeli military question. Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Do you have any comment on the Houthis seizing the ship in the Red Sea, and is the administration reconsidering its decision to take them off the terrorist list?
So I don't have any update with respect to those determinations. I will say that the Houthi seizure of the motor vessel Galaxy Leader in the Red Sea is a flagrant violation of international law. We demand the immediate release of the ship and its crew, and we will consult with our allies and UN partners as appropriate on next steps.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Matt. A couple of questions on non-Middle East, if you don't mind.
On what?
Non-Middle East.
Oh, non-Middle East, okay.
Are you aware of any contact between the U.S. and Russian officials in the past 1 week, either in Washington or in San Francisco, when Alexei Overchik was representing Russian government?
I am not. You mean at APEC, any contact?
Yep.
I'm not. I can't, as always, it's a big conference. I can't, rule out someone said hi in the hall, but I'm not aware of any, no.
Last Saturday marked, as you know, 1 month since RFE reported Alsu's arrest, illegal detention in Russia. Any notification you have received from the Russian side?
We have not received official notification of her arrest. It's a matter we continue to monitor very closely. We have sought consular assistance. It has not yet been granted. We'll continue to pursue it.
The fact that there was no notification in over a month, more than a month, isn't that enough reason to recognize or designate this case as wrong?
First of all, I'd say that the Russian government, as a general rule, when it comes to dual citizens, does not see it as its obligation to provide denied consular notification. And I will say, as a broader issue, that there are a number of factors that we consider when making that determination about whether someone has been wrongfully detained or not. It is never any one factor on its own. It is a confluence of factors that leads the department to making that determination.
Do you have a deadline for that?
No.
Gershkovich, as you know, he was visited by the U.S. officials last week. Is there anything you can tell us about his situation?
I can't tell you any more about his condition or detention. I would refer you to the embassy at Moscow who conducted that visit for any more specific information. I will tell you it continues to be a top priority to bring him home, as it is to bring Paul Whelan home. It's something that we have worked on at the senior-most levels in this government, and that we will continue to make one of our top priorities.
Listen, I have two more, if you don't mind, different topics.
Sure.
Belarus and Russia. As you know, today is the World Children's Day. I want to draw your attention to a very compelling report came out last week. You guys also flagged it on how Ukrainian children being deported to Belarus. First of all, about the significance of this fact, the findings, and I think most important question is what are you guys going to do about it?
So I would say that I did note that report. It identified more than 2,400 children from Ukraine between the ages of 6 and 17 who have been transported to facilities in Belarus. It documented close coordination between Russian and Belarusian officials to facilitate these movements. As you have heard us say before, Belarus is complicit in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. It is not a disinterested third country providing safe haven for children in conflict. These operations have disproportionately targeted vulnerable children, including purported orphans, children with disabilities, children from low-income families, and children with members of Ukraine's military. Our information is limited. We don't know whether the children who have deported to Russia or Belarus are being exploited further, but they remain highly vulnerable, of course, to human trafficking. So it is a matter that we continue to monitor very closely in making all of the range of assessments that you would expect us to make.
Is it time for an ICC arrest warrant for Lukashenko?
I'm not going to speak to determinations that the ICC that are appropriately in the context of the ICC.
Again, my final topic on Karabakh, if you don't mind. Can you just fill us in on what was supposed to happen today in this building and what ended up happening? An Armenian ambassador was in the building, but Aziz claimed that there was supposed to be a Karabakh summit, and then they declined to attend. Is there anything you can tell us?
I'm not going to speak to that. I will say that we continue to engage the leadership of both countries and offer to facilitate a dignified and durable peace where the rights of all are respected. It is important that Armenia and Azerbaijan discuss and resolve issues directly to benefit the region. We would welcome a role in facilitating those talks. We've seen other countries offer to facilitate those talks. We think it's important that the two countries talk to face-to-face to reach a durable agreement.
We used to continue offering Washington.
As I just said, we would be willing to facilitate those talks as we have in the past, and we welcome other countries doing so as well. Janet, go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. One in North Korea and one in China. It was reported that North Korea will launch its third military or space satellite this month due to technology transfer from Russia to North Korea. How do you see the chance of successful satellite launch?
So I'm not going to speak to purported events. I will say that our concerns about North Korea's ballistic missile program and other military programs are well known. Our concerns about the transfer of technology between Russia and North Korea, whether it's Russia providing North Korea with technology or whether it's North Korea providing arms to Russia, are also well known. As we've said before, those transfers in some cases violate multiple United Nations Security Council resolutions, including resolutions that Russia itself voted for, and we will continue to monitor them closely and take whatever actions are appropriate with our allies in the region to monitor and respond to North Korea's destabilizing behavior.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol said that it would not be helpful if China went along with the North Korea-Russia cooperation. Does the United States have the same position as President Yoon?
I will just say that our position is very clear, which is that Russia should not supply North Korea with technology that would violate United Nations Security Council resolutions. North Korea should not supply Russia with arms that it can use to prosecute execute its war of aggression against Ukraine, and that is our position with respect to any country in the world.
Can I just follow?
Yeah.
Just a basic question on that. I believe the Japanese said that there's been a formal notification from North Korea about an upcoming satellite launch. It's a notification for the sake of, people for the sake of the maritime industry. Has the United States actually been informed either directly or indirectly about a North Korean?
I'll have to take that back, and I'm happy to check for you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to Gaza, you said that Palestinian people can determine their own future, but we know that...
I'm sorry.
You said that Palestinian people can determine their own future, but we know that this will not happen soon after the Israeli finished with their military operation. Then do you have anything to share with that? Who should control the Gaza until the Palestinian could determine their own future?
So let me say this. It goes to the principles that I started to lay out with Saeed earlier. Some of the other principles that Saeed laid out is that Hamas cannot run Gaza at the end of this conflict, and that Israel cannot occupy Gaza, cannot reoccupy Gaza at the end of this conflict. There may need to be a transition period. You can imagine where at once hostilities cease, there will have to be some transition period where there's a transition to a new governing authority and a new security authority, and we are going to work with our partners in the region and other countries around the world to try and determine what that looks like. I certainly wouldn't want to prescribe it now, but the ultimate answer to your question is that the Palestinian people themselves need to be front and center at determining who it is that will lead the Palestinian people. These are not decisions that the United States can or should impose on the Palestinian people. These are not answers that Israel can and should impose on the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people ultimately have a right to determine their own future, just like any other people in the world, which is why our ultimate goal at the end of this is the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. So as I said, they can determine their own future.
The Germans suggest that the UN could take control of Gaza, and there are some suggestions from the region to create an Arabic coalition to run Gaza until the people could determine their own future. Do you support the UN or the Arab countries?
Again, there are any number of proposals that have been floated, some by people in government, some by people in the region, some by people in academia and other third tanks. What it will ultimately look at, we are at the beginning of having conversations about that with other countries. I wouldn't want to try to prescribe it from here. It's ultimately will be the matter of a great deal of discussion between our country and other countries, and ultimately, as I said, between the Palestinian people themselves, or with the Palestinian people themselves, who need to have the voice front and center of deciding what their future looks like.
Last question on Iraq. Last week, the Iraqi top court
Position
and the
6
Iraqi
and gets
parliament speaker,
1,752. They're
this
awesome.
decision, the U.S. ambassador to Iraq met with both the Iraqi Supreme Court president and also Mohammed Halbousi, the removed Iraqi parliament speaker by the Supreme Court. But the U.S. ambassador, in a post on X, she introduced Halbousi as a speaker of the parliament. Do you see Halbousi as a speaker of the Iraqi parliament still? What's your comment on the Iraqi?
I would refer to the ambassador or the embassy there to expand on those remarks.
Thank you, Matt. On the new U.S. labor rights policy, Secretary Blinken has recently mentioned that those who violate worker rights, engage in threats, or intimidate workers may face sanction if deemed necessary. And he referred the struggle of Bangladesh's garment workers leader Kalpan Akhtar. Is U.S. going to take any action, as 5 garment workers have been killed in recent days in wage increase movement in Bangladesh?
So in the remarks last week that you referred to, the Secretary outlined how we engage with governments, workers, labor organizations, trade unions, civil society, and the private sector around the world to protect and promote respect for internationally recognized labor rights. We will continue to do that in Bangladesh and elsewhere in the world. I would reiterate you to his full statement for comment. As we've said, we condemn the recent violence against workers in Bangladesh protesting over the minimum wage, as well as the criminalization of legitimate worker and trade union activities. We are also concerned about the ongoing repression of workers and trade unions. Our principle, as we have stated before, is that government must ensure that workers are able to exercise their rights to freedom of association and collective bargaining without fear of violence, reprisal, or intimidation. And through our work in Bangladesh and globally, we are firmly committed to advancing these fundamental human rights.
One more on Bangladesh. Bangladesh ruling party moving forwards another one-sided election in crackdown on opposition opposition, including killings, mass arrest, and abduction of the opposition activists and their family members. Ruling party officially denied the U.S. calls for dialogue, as the U.S. does not support our one political party or other in Bangladesh. So what steps you are taking to prevent this one-party authoritarian role in Bangladesh?
So you're right. We do not take a position in favor of one party or the other. We want what the Bangladeshi people themselves want: free and fair elections, which are conducted in a peaceful manner, and we will continue to engage with the government, opposition, civil society, other stakeholders to urge them to work together for the benefit of the Bangladeshi people to ensure that outcome: free and fair elections conducted in a peaceful manner.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I have only one question. Is me?
Yeah, you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Honorable Assistant Secretary Donald Lu wrote letter for unconditional dialogue to 3 major political parties in Bangladesh. Election is scheduled for
Gaza were rebuilt, and the people of Gaza, the Palestinian people, will go back, will return to their homes after rebuilt Gaza. But we still hearing about transferring plans to Egypt. Please clarify that.
So we have been very clear that Palestinians from Gaza should not be displaced, period. Full stop. There have been
You
some
people
Palestinians
make this
from Gaza
channel
who
what
have
it
been
is.
injured,
Thank
who
you
have
for
been
the
wounded,
support and
who have
friendship.
left to seek medical treatment in Egypt. We support that if that is their choice and that's what they want to do. But we could not be more clear. You've heard the secretary say this. You've heard the president say this. That the Palestinian people in Gaza should not, cannot, will not be displaced from their homes.
This statement is not valid?
What?
What we heard is not valid.
I don't know what statement you're referring to. I'm articulating the United States position.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have two questions on Middle East, if I may. First of all, regarding the future of Gaza, you were very clear. President Biden, Secretary Blinken, and you from this podium made clear multiple times that the Israeli military will remain there indefinitely. As he said, quote, Israel will retain overall security control in Gaza, including the capacity to go in whenever they want to. And the Foreign Minister of Israel said in an interview, quote, there will be Israeli security control from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea at all times. So it looks like the whole process is going towards a fait accompli. First of all, do you agree with that? And secondly,
Let me answer the first part. No, let me just
specific statements.
Let me just say, so no, I do not agree with that. Secondly, every country will articulate its own positions. I've articulated the United States position, and we will continue to articulate it. And I should add, it's not just the position of the United States, it's the position that we have heard over and over from other countries in the region. Ultimately, we are going to have a conversation. We have already had conversations about this with the government of Israel and the Secretary in his travels around the region. And ultimately, at the end of this conflict, there is going to have to be a larger conversation with the government of Israel, with the Palestinian people, and with the other countries in the region about what the path forward is. We're very clear about what that path cannot be. That path cannot be, on the one hand, a return to Hamas governing Gaza and having a safe haven from which to launch terrorist attacks against Israel. You've heard the Hamas leaders, even in the last week, say they want to launch a series of October 7th again and again and again. It's unacceptable to Israel. It would be unacceptable to any country. On the other hand, also unacceptable is Israel reoccupying Gaza. So there may need to be some transition period. We've been very clear about that. We understand that the Israeli military is not going to conduct military operations in Gaza and then just disappear the next day. There's going to have to be some sort of transition period so there isn't a vacuum of security in Gaza. We will work with partners in the region to figure out what that transition period is, and ultimately, our goal is at the end of this to see the establishment of a Palestinian state, as I have said.
My second question will be about the press freedom and the press activities in the Middle East regarding the Gaza crisis there and Israel attacks on Gaza. So during Friday prayers last week in Jerusalem, an Israeli soldier hit the camera of TRT crew, the Turkish public broadcaster crew, and broke the lens of the camera. And our colleagues continued the live broadcast while they were on their air and with the broken lens of the camera. So first of all, do you have a statement on that specific attack on a TV crew? And according to the CGP, until now, 48 journalists have been killed during the Israeli aggression against Gaza. So what does the State Department's comment on that?
So with respect to the first, I can't comment, as is usually the case, I can't comment on a specific incident where I don't have all the facts at my disposal to make some kind of determination. I would say, as a general matter, we think journalists should be free to do their job. We would hope that every country would respect the free press and allow the free press to report as is its right to do around the world. With respect to journalists that have been killed, you've heard us speak to this before, where we do not want to see journalists journalists put in harm's way. We recognize the sacrifice that many journalists make by traveling to conflict zones to try to get the truth out to the world. It's an enormous risk that journalists put themselves at, and they ultimately sometimes pay a terrible price for that. But we want to see journalists protected. We don't want to see any journalists lose their lives in this conflict, just as we don't want to see any civilians lose their lives. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt.
I have a couple of questions regarding another issue, not Gaza. It's regarding the U.S. ambassador in Algiers' recent visit to Tindouf camps in the southern part of this country. Could you please clarify the nature of this visit and whether she met Polisario leadership while she was there? And my second question, this visit sparked some media attention, particularly in the region, and some of them insinuating that there is a shift in U.S. policy regarding the issue. Can you clarify as well?
So with respect to the first question, Ambassador Aben and a broad range of international donors participated in a UN-organized visit to Tindouf, Algeria. The United States is the largest contributor worldwide to international humanitarian efforts, including through our support for the vital work of UN agencies in Tindouf. We deeply value the critical work that our ambassador and U.S. diplomats in Algeria are doing with the UN and international partners to reinforce the humanitarian response there. There was no bilateral engagement with the Polisario during this UN donor visit. And more generally, with respect to your second question, we fully support the UN personal envoy of the Secretary General as he intensifies the UN-led political process on Western Sahara to advance an enduring and dignified solution without further delay. We continue to view Morocco's autonomy plan as serious, credible, and realistic, and one potential approach to meet the aspirations of the people of Western Sahara. Go ahead. No, I'll come to you next. Go here first, yeah.
I'd like to talk about West Bank because you always emphasize that Hamas, and you said that Israel's attacks due to Hamas. But if we check the number, the hundreds of people killed in West Bank, even Moscow was bombed. What do you think about that? When did you contact with Abbas administration about this issue?
You're referring to attacks by settlers in the West Bank, or?
Settlements are a quite different problem, but many civilians killed Israel's bombed.
So we have been, with respect to, two things. I want to make sure I speak to them separately. Obviously, if Israel has legitimate rights or legitimate military operations and counterterrorism operations it can conduct in the West Bank when it comes to responding to terrorist activities in the same way that countries around the world do. With respect to settler violence, as I spoke to a minute ago, we have seen a dramatic uptick in extremist violence conducted by settlers against Palestinian civilians since October 7th, and we continue to engage with the government of Israel to make clear to them that we expect them to take action to stop those violent activities.
Let me follow up. I will use the occupier instead of settlers for settlement according to UN reports. Especially, you said that last week you are from Texas. Because I would say, please imagine Mexican people or Mexican soldiers crossing the border, and you will enter your family house in the Texas, and then they will say, "This house is mine from now on," because this reality is every day is in West Bank. What is the real and permanent solution in the settlement or occupied problem?
The permanent solution is the establishment of an independent Palestinian state. Full stop. That is the final answer to that question. Go ahead.
So, Finnish Prime Minister today basically accused Russia of, organizing this movement of migrants, pushing them towards the Finnish border, just as Belarus was doing to Poland and other countries. What do you make of that? Do you share this assessment of what is going on at the Russian-Finnish border? And unrelatedly, the Argentinian President-elect said that he's gonna visit. President-elect said that he's gonna visit here, even before the inauguration.
Who? I just didn't hear. Who said that?
Argentinian President-elect.
So with respect to the first, let me take that back and get you an answer. With respect to the second, I don't have any announcements of travel or meetings to read out here. I will say, as Secretary Blinken shared last night, we congratulate President-elect Milei on his victory in yesterday's election. We applaud the robust democratic process through which the Argentine public spoke, and we will look forward to working with the President-elect and his government on shared priorities, including human rights and democracy, addressing climate change, and investing in the middle class. Yeah, Sean. Yeah.
Just two of the things you mentioned, democracy and climate change, he has somewhat eccentric views on them. I guess you could say. I mean, he's denied the scientific consensus in climate change. He's given credence to election conspiracies in the U.S. and Brazil. Are those types of things impediments, do you think, with working with presidents?
I'm not going to comment on the views he professed during the campaign. I will say the United States and Argentina have a long history of working together on areas of shared values and shared interests, and we look forward to finding continued ways to do that. Jen, you want to go ahead and then go to Michelle? Yeah.
Can you give us an update on how many Americans have been able to depart Gaza via the Rafah Gate? How many remain? And do you have an update on the death toll, both from the October 7th attacks and possible deaths in Gaza?
Sure. So with respect to the first question, around 800 American citizens, legal permanent residents, and family members have departed through Rafah Gate. There are a little over 1,200 left, which is a higher number than we had when we announced it last week. One of the things that happens is we continue to identify either additional American citizens or American citizens or permanent residents who have additional family members that they're reporting to us that we then try to get on the list to get out of Gaza. With respect to American citizens who have died, the number who died as a result of the attacks of October 7th is the same as it has been. There is one additional casualty in post-October 7th incidents that I can report out today. There are a total of 6 American citizens who have died, not from the terrorist attacks on October 7th, but in the month plus since. 5 who are members of the IDF, and 1 who is a national police border officer.
Did they die in Israel or in Gaza?
Of those, of the IDF, I believe 4 of them died in Gaza, 1 died in northern Israel.
And any reports of Palestinian Americans?
There have been, you've heard me speak to this last week, there has been a report of a Palestinian American who died. We have not been able to confirm that report going back several days now. As you know, communications networks were down in Gaza last week, are only getting back online now after fuel was delivered. So we're seeking to verify that information, but haven't verified it as of yet. Michelle, and then we'll. Yeah, no.
The Secretary has raised concern in the past about these travel bans, particularly on young children unable to leave China. I wonder if you got any kind of assurances last week from the Chinese authorities.
I don't want to speak to those private conversations, but both with respect to Americans who have been detained and children who have been prevented from leaving China, I will just say that that is an issue the Secretary raises in every one of his conversations with his Chinese counterparts. It is an issue he raises quite fervently and quite passionately, that children shouldn't be prevented from being reunited with their parents. And it is an issue that he will continue to emphasize in hopes of achieving a breakthrough. And with that, wrap for today. Thanks, everyone.
Sounded like a plane taking off. Sounds like a construction site.
Well, hello, Fred. Hello, Brian. Hello, Ray. Hello, Christine. Michael, CSS, Double Shaka, Andrew, Doris, Gail, Chad, LD, Lar. Well, Fred, that's why I'm a little late. I'm called Boo Boo. It hurts, man. It hurts like a mofo. Hello, Donna. Hello, Chad Quib. And if I miss people, I'm sorry. Mama Bear, Jerry, Judy, Nana. That's Judy McLaughlin, I think. Donna Bills, Richard, Rand. Fun run. How you doing, buddy? Pat Franklin,
Who picks out his outfits?
פתאום בקריה אין לנו רגע, זה לא הוגן.
אתה פשוט חלאה, אין לכם בעלות על שום דבר, אין לכם בעלות על שום דבר, על שום דבר. מי בעלות? מי בעלות? שומע להגיד מה שהוא רוצה, מה שהוא רוצה. שלם אותי, היי, אתה בא. רגע, החבלה. ערוץ תעמולה של מלאך החבלה.
מי הבחור הזה?
מה יש לך? שמעת מה
Also put Israel and PAL news feeds and other American news feeds.
אני מבקש אני לא מעוניין לדבר איתך, לך מפה. תעצרו את הדיונים. מי אתה? לך מפה. בסדר, אני לא רוצה שתקבל מכות מהמשפחה. אני אומר שוב, אני מקווה שלא מצאת את זה בתור תקיפה, אבל אני אומר לך שאתה עושה משהו לא הוגן. אני אומר לך את האמת שאני ראיתי בעיניים שלי. אתה רוצה לעלות ולהגיד את זה? כן, בשמחה רבה. בשמחה באמת. אני באמת אומר רק את האמת. אתה יכול לשאול אותי מה שאתה רוצה.
כן, לי שנייה לדבר עם ההפקה ונראה אם אפשר.
מה שמך?
בסדר, תמיר.
תמיר אני זוהר.
מאוד, מי חטוף?
בסדר. 7 בני משפחה שלי, כולל גיסתי והאחיינית שלי.
זה מים?
לא, אני בסדר, תודה.
Chat is currently rocking 2 subs, and we have 2 VIPs in the house. 1 viewers received some donuts. Find out more here wzv.lv/6868-49.
חכה רגע עם השיחה.
אני לא צריך לדבר, רק צריך לתקן אותך.
תסתכל עלינו רגע, אנחנו עושים אני אומר שאני מדבר בשם עצמי. יש שידור עכשיו חי, תעזוב אותו.
הוא יעזוב אותי למה? כי הוא מדבר נגד הממשלה?
לא, נגד הממשלה? הוא מדבר על כלום.
כן,
נגד הממשלה?
Make a lot of little feeds so more can be seen in America, Israel, and PAL. Okay, thanks.
ואלו למעלה, ביבי, ואלו לא מוכנים.
זה לא מה שאני אומר.
זה אתה אמרת.
זה לא מה שאני אומר. זה לא מה שאני אומר בשידור. זה מה שהם אמרו, נכון? אני אומר בצורה נורא מדויקת.
אבל רק אתה רוצה להג'קטמן.
אנחנו רוצים להפריע. אנחנו לא יכולים לחוץ לארץ ואתם דוחים לנו... מאחורה, יופי. יאללה, קדימה. So please say, what's happened? So, what happened during the meeting? We were in the meeting and I went in to, just with one single question, to know if all of the war cabinet supports the same stand that Gantz and Eisenkot took a couple of days ago when they met with us, when they said absolutely clear, without hesitation, that bringing out the hostages is the top priority as far as they're concerned. And now when we've met with the entire cabinet, what we've heard is that taking down Hamas Hamas and bringing the hostages are as important, are equally important. As far as I am concerned, and I represent myself and my family, this is incredibly disappointing because I feel that at this point, when we know that taking down Hamas, we keep hearing from them, is going to take months or years, and it's going to take a long time. On the other hand, the other objective is time sensitive. People are dying. We know that for sure. And as the other goal is time sensitive, and we're talking about people's lives, then we all feel, especially when we're talking about our families, that this should be the top priority. It doesn't mean that we should not care about taking down Hamas. Absolutely not. Nobody is claiming that. Nobody is saying that. But we definitely have a criticism on how this prioritization goes.
So what did he tell you about the deal that has to be?
We didn't get any new information, and this is something that I didn't expect to get. It is absolutely clear that they have to keep things confidential. They kept saying it, they kept expressing the fact that they wish that they could tell us, and I felt they were being honest about it. And it makes, it just takes common sense to understand that if they told us about the details of the deal that is now being done, then it might jeopardize it. So for me personally, I know other people were very disappointed. For me personally, this was not one of my expectations.
Would you like to add something?
I feel that at this point, after 45 days in the war, when Israel is in control of the situation, we have a choice. And this choice has to be done according to our values, to our core principles. Because Israel, at this point in time, is in probably the biggest crisis it's had. And now it's time to revert to the makeup of what brings us together and what makes this country, a state that we can get behind. And this principle must be that we choose life, civilian life, our soldiers' life, over anything else. This is how democracies work. This is how Western liberal democracies, as we perceive ourselves, work. And these principles have to be reflected in the prioritization of the war, in every single choice that they make.
Can you please tell us about
your name, please? My name is Udi Goren. I am the cousin of Tal Chaimi that has been kidnapped from Kibbutz Nir Yitzchak.
I'm not sure to understand how you say that because you heard that.
What they've said is that the two objectives of the war, defeating Hamas and bringing back the hostages, are at the same importance. And they go together. They're not prioritizing one over the other. And from what we deduce from that is that this is how they prioritize their tactics. And this is how they're going to run the war. Whereas if number one is bringing back the hostages, then of course they would have to jeopardize some of the goals, some of the strategic goals of bringing down Hamas. But if we're being prepared for a very long war against Hamas, then to me, which I'm not objective, my cousin is there right now, but to me even just common sense would say that you prioritize human lives, especially when we're talking about a time-sensitive issue. People are currently dying. That's a fact. It's a fact. It's not guesswork, because people know that their relatives went in critically injured, or they're chronically ill, or they're elderly and dependent on their medicine. So that means that the prioritization must be different.
It was an exchange or just the Prime Minister talking? Or
No, they let us ask all the questions that we wanted. They were very respectful. They gave us all the time that we needed. It's still going on. And in that regard, they heard us very clearly. It wasn't a problem to express any concern that we had.
thanks for your time.
Sure. נתתי להם. יש פה אחת שמתכננת
but National Security spokesperson John Kirby confirming that the details are still being worked out. What we know is that this agreement could involve a pause in fighting for several days in order to secure the release of dozens of captives. It would also allow for stepped up and much needed humanitarian aid.
If you're going to secure the release of hostages, and we certainly hope we're going to be able to do that soon, you got to make sure they can get from where they are to safety and do that as safely as possible, which means you're going to have at least a temporary localized stop in the fighting to allow them to move. I mean, we also can't take for granted that all these people are easily mobile and don't have some sort of health issues that require perhaps a slower route out or assistance getting out. So I don't want to negotiate in public, but we believe we're getting closer.
John Kirby also confirming to Al Jazeera for the second time in roughly a week, senior White House advisor Amos Hochstein is in Israel meeting with senior officials, specifically the national security advisor as well as the defense minister. The goal of the meetings is to try and prevent a broader war between Israel and Lebanon, the concern that there could be the risk of a second northern front. There will also be meetings with Lebanese officials as well. The fear is that Israel, because of its military activity inside Lebanon, may be trying to provoke Hezbollah into a wider conflict that could potentially even draw in the United States. As a result, the goal of these meetings, again, to try and send a strong message of deterrence. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
While Israel's government has attempted to showcase unity since launching its war on Gaza, internal divisions have started to appear. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing criticism from the opposition leader, members of his own coalition, and the public. Mohammed Jamjoom reports from West Jerusalem.
The display of rare political unity in Israel may be coming to an end. First, in a televised interview, opposition leader Yair Lapid demanded Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu resign.
Israel has lost faith in the Prime Minister. We cannot allow ourselves to conduct an extended war with a Prime Minister that the public does not trust.
Then, even more criticism of Netanyahu from politicians, this time from his far-right coalition partners. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich both slamming the War Cabinet's decision to allow small amounts of fuel into Gaza, labeling the move a grave mistake, insisting it signals weakness. And while it's unclear how much of a threat these internal divisions may yet pose to the Prime Minister, he's also facing growing outrage about the way he and his government handled the issue of the captives still being held in Gaza.
Conventional political wisdom in Israel holds that prime ministers typically get a boost in popularity during times of war. But since October 7th, survey after survey suggests the opposite. Even as most Israelis continue to rally around the flag and support the military, Benjamin Netanyahu's approval ratings and trust in his leadership have plummeted to all-time lows.
When asked recently about public condemnation of his leadership, Netanyahu deflected.
There will be a time for politics. Now the public
Every year, 10 million tons of butter is consumed worldwide. It is one of the most popular dairy products made from cow's milk. Its delicious flavor enhances the taste of toast. But do you know how is butter made from cow's milk? In this video, we will discover the process of industrial butter and powdered milk production. It is highly likely that an accidental agitation of cream resulted in the discovery of butter 10,000 years ago. However, it was during the Industrial Revolution that this delicious dairy product began to reach our homes on a massive scale. The ancient Romans used it as a beauty cream for treating burns. Back then, people made butter by agitating milk in animal skin bags or hollow logs. The Vikings used it to fortify themselves for their perilous journeys. Until the 19th century, butter was made by hand in small batches on farms. But in 1878, Carl Gustav Patrick invented a mechanical cream separator, enabling industrial scale production. Half of Denmark's total of 570,000 dairy cows provide milk for butter production. To ensure quality butter, cows must enjoy pastures. However, butter is exclusively made from cream, so before making butter, cream must be separated from the milk. The world's largest butter company uses 154 tons of butter every day. The process of making butter starts with the delivery of a milk tanker to the dairy. Around 30,000 liters of cow's milk are rigorously tested in the laboratory on arrival. Workers check for consistent color and odor before raw milk is pumped into a machine called a separator, which separates the fat from the rest of the liquid through centrifugal force. The separated fat, or cream, is what will be used to make butter, while the remaining liquid is skimmed milk. The essential ingredient for butter production is cream. It is thick, whitish, and contains approximately 38% fat. Part of it will be used to make low-fat milk substitutes. The lower the fat content, the finer and more liquid the milk will be. The centrifuge spins at 1,500 revolutions per minute, and the creamier, less dense cream moves toward the center, while the skimmed milk moves outward. The cream and milk exit through separate pipes. The fresh cream is loaded into tankers to travel to the butter factory. Each day, 25 to 30,000 liter milk tankers arrive. However, this cream could contain unwanted bacteria. Therefore, it is heated to 92 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds in a process called pasteurization. The cream is then placed in a bulk tank where mixers agitate it to maintain consistency. Butter needs to have the same consistency throughout the year. However, cream composition changes with the seasons depending on the food available to the cows. In winter, they graze on green grass, resulting in more unsaturated fat and softer butter. The lack of green grass in summer leads to more saturated fat and harder butter. The solution is a two-phase process called ripening. First, the cream is heated in these tanks to 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. It is then pumped into 150-ton vats and slowly cooled to 9 degrees Celsius. This changes the structure of the fat crystals, providing a consistent texture throughout the year. After maturing overnight, an operator checks the pH and taste. If the cream is too acidic, indicating spoilage, the entire batch will be discarded. However, it cannot be spread on toast at this point. Churning solves this. After pasteurizing and maturing the cream for 24 hours, workers prepare to transfer it to another machine called the churner. First, they clean the interior by filling it with water mixed with iodine, eliminating germs from the previous batch. The churner spins for about 5 minutes before being rinsed with water. Then 1,500 liters of cream are poured into the churner, filling it halfway. It is important to leave some space for the air release during the churning process to escape through 2 ventilation grids on the churner. The churner rotates 1,000 times per minute and contains approximately 1 ton of butter. The fat droplets in the cream are grouped together by fragile membranes, which the churning process breaks, forming creamy clumps known as butter popcorn. Every 5 minutes, an operator stops the churner and adjusts the air release from the top. When they feel that no more air is coming out, they close the valve and restart the machine. After 30 minutes of churning, the fat molecules in the cream turn into creamy clumps. These clumps are trapped in the churner, while the remaining liquid, called buttermilk, flows out through a drain at the bottom. Buttermilk is used to make creamy cheese, producing 12 tons per hour. Now, only the butter popcorn remains. 2 more ingredients are added to finalize the mixture. An operator seasons it with 14 kilograms of salt, and a lactic culture is added. Lactic cultures are bacteria that ferment the lactose in butter, converting it into lactic acid and natural aromatic components. This gives butter a slightly acidic taste and that familiar buttery aroma. The churning process has introduced air bubbles into the mixture, which can cause the butter to oxidize, resulting in a metallic taste. The worker closes the churner, sealing the window with a rubber ring and a metal clamp. This maintains the internal air pressure approximately equal to the external pressure, ensuring the churner operates correctly. The butter is kneaded to mix the ingredients before being sent to a vacuum chamber to remove the air. The final product is rich butter. The butter is now ready. Next, a worker puts about 30 kilograms of butter into a mill, which transports the butter to the final phase of production, where it is shaped and packaged. This machine extrudes the butter into a block-shaped injector. Then, the injector deposits the butter blocks into open containers. The packaging paper has an outer aluminum coating to prevent light from spoiling the butter. Each sheet measures 26.5 centimeters long and 19 centimeters wide. The machine operates 4 days a week and produces up to 230 packages per minute. To ensure the precision of the mixer, workers check 1 out of every 15 blocks to ensure they weigh exactly 455 grams. A lift places ready pallets containing 4,000 butter packages in a cold storage warehouse. Fans keep this mountain of butter at approximately 2 degrees Celsius. Every 2 minutes, a pallet leaves the factory, helping transport 2.5 million butter packages to supermarkets worldwide. Powdered milk production. The factory also produces powdered milk. First, milk from suppliers is transported to storage tanks with a capacity of 1 million liters. It is then pumped into an intermediate container and subsequently into the machines responsible for evaporating the milk. Here it reaches a density between 45% and 50%. The concentrated milk is pumped to the spray drying tower through a heating system and homogenization system. The spray drying tower is where the drying process takes place, resulting in a product with 4% water content. Spray nozzles allow the production of different types of powdered milk, such as skimmed milk, whole milk, and milk blended with various vegetable oils. The freshly produced powdered milk is transported from the spray drying tower to a container above the weighing and packaging line. This fully automated line is used to pack the powdered milk in bags or sachets. The final product passes through the distribution warehouse and is then delivered to customers worldwide. Give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and share it with someone who might find it interesting. Also, subscribe to this channel and turn on notifications to keep learning. Thank you for watching.
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=xai.
and creamy sauce commonly used in sandwiches, hot dogs, hamburgers, and French fries. Its delicious taste makes sandwiches juicier, turns hard-boiled eggs into deviled eggs, and serves as the creamy dressing for Russian salad. But have you ever wondered how mayonnaise is made? In this video, we'll discover how over 1 million bottles of mayonnaise are produced in a single day. Mayonnaise quickly became a popular and widespread sauce in European cuisine in the early 20th century. A German immigrant named Richard Helms opened a shop in New York City. The salads his wife made with her homemade mayonnaise were popular items. Helms began bulk. The condiment became so popular that they began selling it in small containers. There are several recipes, but all include egg and oil as main ingredients. Mayonnaise is made by mixing egg yolks with oil, then seasoning with various combinations of vinegar, herbs, and spices. It all starts with thousands of eggs. 23,000 free-range hens lay their eggs in a 2,600 square meter barn. This is where mayonnaise production begins. Most hens lay an egg a day, and the factory relies on them because without eggs, there's no mayonnaise. Each egg is delicately placed in a tray, ready for transfer, always with the tip down, ensuring the yolk settles perfectly inside the tray. The 21,500 eggs will be enough to make nearly 11,000 jars of mayonnaise. The eggs are loaded onto pallets and travel to a specialized processing factory that receives and processes up to 4 million eggs each day. Mayonnaise only needs the egg yolk, so it needs to be separated from the egg white. A machine that can separate 280 eggs in 10 seconds is used for this. The yolks exit from shoots and then into the tank. Together. Starch is also added to maintain texture for a longer period, and it's heated, creating a creamy and flavorful mayonnaise. At regular intervals, the factory collects samples and forwards them to the quality control department. Laboratory technicians evaluate various criteria such as color, consistency, and flavor. Once it passes quality control, the mayonnaise, a machine that can separate 280 eggs in 10 seconds, is used for this. The yolks exit through chutes and are then pumped into a 10 milliliter tank. Later, salt is added. This increases the shelf life of the egg yolks from 2 weeks to 3 months. Then it's pasteurized to kill any bacteria and packaged in a container. Each container holds 1,000 kilograms of salted egg yolk. These containers travel to the factory. There's enough egg in each container to make 25,000 jars of mayonnaise. The raw egg arrives in liquid form and is pasteurized to kill salmonella and other bacteria. A worker connects the evacuation hose to the tank, and with a few taps of a hammer, the valve opens. pump extracts the egg to a receiving tank, and all raw materials are checked to verify their freshness. When they arrive at the processing plant, stored materials are also periodically tested. The second main ingredient is soybean oil, which arrives in a tanker truck. As a safety measure, the tank comes sealed from the supplier to ensure it hasn't been opened until its arrival. A pumping system transfers the oil to a large storage tank. During the process, workers weigh the ingredients that make up the secret spice blend added to the mayonnaise. Next, white vinegar and salt are combined into the mix. Salt is added to enhance the flavor. Preservatives like calcium and sodium are also added to extend shelf life, and the mixture is poured into a large tank of room temperature water, creating what they call slurry. So now there are 3 prepared tanks, one of slurry, one of egg yolk, and one of oil. For large-scale mayonnaise preparation, the process begins with mixing. Using a dosing system, the necessary amount is extracted from each tank and sent to a mixing container. The remaining ingredients are added and mixed until they're completely hydrated and evenly dispersed. In a matter of minutes, the egg, oil, and slurry are mixed together. Starch is also added to maintain texture for a longer period, and it's heated, creating a creamy and flavorful mayonnaise. At regular intervals, the factory collects samples and forwards them to the quality control department. Laboratory technicians evaluate various criteria such as color, consistency, and flavor. Once it passes quality control, the mayonnaise is distributed into glass jars using a culling machine. The mayonnaise is moved through the pumping system to the bottling station. Pre-sterilized jars move along conveyor belts as predetermined amounts of mayonnaise are poured into the jars. The jars are sealed with metal screw caps. Each jar is filled with exactly 680 grams of freshly prepared mayonnaise. The machine fills each jar in less than a second. The cap will preserve freshness and prevent tampering with the contents. After leaving the factory, a labeling machine applies the label, and the mayonnaise is bottled and ready to be added to your hamburger. The factory also packages mayonnaise in sachets made on one side with transparent polyethylene film, and on the other with the product's brand label. These will be sent to suppliers of packaged sandwiches and fast food restaurants. If you want to know how Magnum ice creams are made, watch the video on your screen. Like the video if you have enjoyed it. Astonishing 4 million McDonald's chicken are sold worldwide. Delicious, small, and crispy pieces of chicken are crafted from a unique taste. But have you ever wondered how these iconic McDonald's nuggets are made? Let's take a tour of one of their suppliers' factories to unveil the incredible industrial process behind these beloved nuggets. Chicken nuggets were invented in the 1950s in the United States. At that time, a food company named Tyson Foods designed a machine capable of cutting and shaping chicken into small, uniform pieces, which were then breaded and fried. This innovative chicken processing method made producing chicken-based foods in large quantities easier and more cost-effective. McDonald's chicken nuggets were introduced as an alternative to the classic hamburger. Their popularity soared in the 1970s as the fast food restaurant chain began including them in their menus. The chef at McDonald's developed a recipe that involved ground-breaded fried chicken served in small nugget-shaped portions. This recipe was a big hit, and chicken nuggets became a staple item on the McDonald's menu. Chicken nuggets quickly became one of the most popular products at McDonald's. The company collaborated with Tyson Foods to develop a product that was easy to cook and had a pleasant flavor. The production process of McDonald's chicken nuggets starts at the Tyson Foods plant in Tennessee, one of the 5 facilities in the United States that manufactures nuggets for McDonald's. This massive factory covers several hectares and employs a large number of people. The initial step in producing McDonald's chicken nuggets involves selecting and cleaning chicken breasts. This involves separating the meat from the skin and other unused parts. The assembly line process sees a machine transporting hundreds of chickens to a dissection area. Workers place each chicken on a cone-shaped support, freeing up their hands for the crucial task of using well-sharpened knives to easily separate the skin, remove the breasts, and make swift cuts. It's crucial for the workers to keep their knives sharp and clean every 5 chickens or so. The next step involves extracting the fillets, the meat situated under the breasts. This process systematically breaks down the chicken into usable portions. Notably, not all parts of the chicken end up in the nuggets. Only the fillets and breast meat are used, while the rest is repurposed for other McDonald's dishes. After cutting the pieces, another group of workers separates the chicken skin from the breasts. However, the skin isn't discarded. It's reserved and later added to the nuggets to enhance flavor and serve as a binder. Subsequently, a cleaning process removes any remnants of bone, skin, or cartilage, ensuring a high-quality, impurity-free final product. Once the chicken breasts are cleaned, they are sliced into small pieces and ground into a uniform paste. The selected chicken breast meat is collected in a large container for further processing. The container filled with chicken breast meat is then fed into the grinder. Next, the container is lifted and emptied into the grinder for the meat to be ground. The ground chicken paste exits through a large opening onto a mobile conveyor belt, transporting it to the next production phase. This paste is entirely made from white meat. The paste undergoes a cooling process to achieve the suitable temperature for further processing. The conveyor belt moves the raw chicken to a state-of-the-art mixer, where it's combined with other ingredients. These additions include salt, starch, water, chicken skin, yeast extract, canola oil, spices, flavorings, sodium phosphates, and antioxidants to maintain flavor over the nugget's shelf life, and finally, some rosemary extracts. These ingredients enhance the taste, texture, and overall quality of the final product. Salt is utilized to enhance the chicken's flavor, while starch helps maintain the paste's consistency. Once the chicken paste is blended with all the ingredients, factory workers move the container to the next phase of production. The mixed chicken paste is then transferred to another shaping machine, where it's formed into the familiar nugget shape. First, the machine flattens the mixture under considerable pressure. Then, the flattened mixture is passed through various shaped cutters. The chicken paste is forced through a machine that molds it into the desired shape. The nuggets are cut into uniform sizes and shapes to ensure consistency. Freshly formed nuggets are placed on a conveyor belt that carries them to a machine that coats them with beaten egg before being coated with a thin layer of breadcrumbs, creating their signature crispy texture. Following this, the nuggets are coated with another layer, a broth made from a different set of flavorful ingredients like white pepper and celery. The final layer unique to chicken nuggets is a thicker batter compared to previous ones, consisting of wheat and corn flour, starches, and a preserving agent that gives the special flavor to the nuggets. After being coated with at least 3 layers of batter, the conveyor belt transports the nuggets to a fryer, where they are fried at high temperatures for a few minutes. The brief frying time is primarily to set the coating and achieve the crispy texture. However, the chicken beneath the coating remains uncooked during this stage. Upon leaving the fryer, the nuggets undergo rapid freezing, a critical process for preserving product freshness and quality. The nuggets are placed in a freezing chamber at a temperature of approximately minus 18 degrees Celsius for a short period, usually a few minutes. This process prevents the formation of large ice crystals, which could compromise texture and flavor. It also preserves nutritional quality and maintains the nugget's flavor and texture during storage and transportation. Once frozen, the nuggets are transported by another conveyor belt to another machine, where they are packaged and sealed in boxes. Some batches are taken to the factory kitchen for frying and evaluation based on color, shape, and flavor. Subsequently, they are ready to be shipped to their final destination, the factory can package 1,000 nugget bags in a minute. The frozen nuggets are packed into boxes and loaded onto a transportation vehicle that takes them directly to McDonald's restaurants. The final stages of production occur in McDonald's restaurants. Upon arrival, the nuggets are removed from the freezer and thawed in the restaurant's refrigerator. They are then placed in the fryer basket and submerged in hot oil. The oil's temperature and cooking time are regulated by a timer and thermostat to ensure proper cooking. Special fryers with a consistent temperature of around 180 degrees Celsius are used. The nuggets cook for approximately 3 minutes until they are golden and crispy on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. After achieving the desired golden and crispy texture, the nuggets are removed from the fryer and placed on a tray. These trays are placed in a machine that maintains their temperature. When an order comes in, the chicken nuggets are placed in boxes and delivered to customers. From the selection and preparation of chicken breasts to the final frying and packaging, it's a complex and carefully controlled process to ensure that customers can enjoy the same delicious and crispy nuggets at any McDonald's restaurant. If you want to know how the back of ice cream is made,
Lots of new J6 footage coming soon. Yeah, I saw.
that I don't really care about. Okay. Well, that was a helpful update. I mean, that's probably as recent as you're going to get. That's as recent as you're going to get.
Nancy Pelosi orchestrated J6. You seen how tight security was around her own home, yet we put her in charge of Capitol security. Take one to know one. She used civilians as a shield to finalize a corrupt election. Now thousands of Americans are sitting in jail. If you're going to show feeds, why not just show a Fox News feed along with what is going on in Israel?
Why is this too good to bug me all day? On Rumble. What the fuck is his problem? It's lucky he's not banned by now. Normally, I would have banned you.
Lori, dough is an acquired taste. Give no instructions but time and you will learn while keeping your own viewpoints intact.
I'm looking at my neighbors right now. See, one of my most elderly Mexican neighbors, the one that did my stuff when I was really sick out there, he did some yard work. I didn't ask him to, he just did it. So, like I went out there today, just now, because he was blowing out there with a blower, and I went and gave him some cash. And he was like, I'll be back, I'm gonna trim up the inside too. It's like, alright. I didn't think he was gonna actually come back, so I went, closed up the gate and everything, and came back in. Then he came back with a trash can, and they trimmed up. I guess the rose bush is the right length now. I didn't know what.
Okay, never mind, did not mean to bother you. Okay, just leave it alone.
No,
Bye.
but to do it, bitch, get the fuck out of here! You're bugging me right now even more. You could have just left. Holy shit! The fuck is that person's problem? They've been bugging me all day long, dude. Alright, so but he came in and he trimmed up.
Good evening, Mr. Doe.
He raped, and now he's like getting up the rest of some guapas that are in the street. My neighbor was talking to him, and I was wondering if my neighbors are like, why are you doing that for him? I don't know, man. It's an interesting situation to be in. He's a really nice dude. I'm not like, if he wants to get out and do some stuff, and I'm gonna give him a little cash for it. I don't know, man. It's cool, right? I don't know what I'm doing with that stuff. Bill, fun. Sugar cane, because I don't know what the hell to do with that stuff. I feel bad about cutting it, man. Am I a weirdo? I feel bad about cutting him because I'm like, that's what the bush wants to do. I don't know. I'm just like, right. I cut the live limb off. Who am I to who am I to cut the live limb off the plant? It wanted to go that direction. It likes it over there. Maybe. Want to tell the plant what to do? That's, I guess, what you're supposed to do. I think he's out there doing it right now. At least to some things. So that's cool. Dude, Simon will stop me out and all of a sudden. Why are you... trying to give Simon less food, or less heart medicine, but he's starting to act weird about food again, so let's take him back to increase it back to what it was. Let's try a different way of doing it by giving him a lower dosage for night and day, like very small increments. He still seems to be more finicky with food. He also seems to be sick, kind of. He sneezed, and then his third eyelid was acting funny on one eye. Same eye that was watery this morning. What's going on, man? I was saying shit because I would hear it. Oh, it's going not to cut my grass for me, I think. Because I got into it with my neighbor the other day. Probably. Okay. Ratted on by my neighbor. Pretty sure you're right on by it. I've never liked that dude, man. About that dude seems slimy. I don't know. What in the fuck is your problem, dude? What? You have food? I did your litter? I did your fucking water bowl? I've done everything. What do you want from me, man? Fresh litter. He's got the freshest litter in the land. Water bowl was clean, new filter. I even cleaned the pump. Took the pump apart, clean it. I do that every time. All of a sudden now he wants to start meowing constantly because I'm talking. I'm talking to him all day today too, though. It's see, I'm looking this way and talking, so now it's time for him to meow. stop though. My neighbor was definitely saying something. That fucking shithead. Never liked him. I remember I had to yell at his kids once because they were, I had first moved in here, dude. His kids were a lot younger at the time too, but still, fuck it. This shit was crazy. They were making a dog bark, like intentionally making a dog bark. Whatever they were doing, they were like, they thought it was hilarious that the dog was barking constantly. You know what? Does that make any fucking sense at all? Can you envision that? Can you put that in your mind? Okay. There's kids on a front porch frantically laughing, thinking it's the most funny thing in the fucking world that they're making a dog bark constantly. Bro, I don't know. Shit felt like it was for 5 minutes straight. So I opened the door. I fucking screamed at them to stop doing whatever they were doing to make the dog bark. You know what I mean? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Walk over there and be like, hey, hey, I see you're bothering your dog a little bit. Could you mind just maybe not doing that anymore? Because it's really annoying. It's loud. Barking, you're laughing. It's not funny, though. I don't think it's funny. Could you please stop doing that now? Like, I don't have all that. I don't have the patience for all that, dude. When I'm in the heat of the moment of that situation and it's minute 5, it's go time. Hey, you know, I'm sorry. I don't have it. Fuck you, neighbor. Okay, I don't know what the fuck he was just saying to the guy that was helping me out. But I don't like the tone in his face that I could see out there.
That sounds like what Lookiner would say. Right,
I don't like the
guy
tone.
punches him.
You know what I'm talking about. He was kind of had something in his face that right when he was saying something to them. They're speaking Spanish. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're speaking Spanish. So even if I'd opened the door and been like, hey, what are you saying? You know what I mean? Fuck, man. That's one thing about it. I like the older dude, the dude who was doing my yard work, can barely understand me because I'm speaking English. So he's gonna maybe side with that dude. You know what I mean? I don't know. He might be like, oh, I'm not gonna talk to the gringo anymore. I didn't realize he was an asshole. Man, he knows I'm an asshole. Come on. He's gotta know. But I'm a picky. I pick and choose who I'm an asshole to, dude. You know what I mean? I don't go full asshole just on anybody. They have to deserve it. They have to earn it. That chubby motherfucker might be earning it because I don't like the tone in his face while he was talking to him, man. And the way he kind of like, why was he so concerned about it? You know what I mean? Like, who are you doing? What are you doing? Motherfucker. My neighbor does need to cut his fucking grass for once. He's done it one time since he lived here, dude. And like doesn't even like make it an issue or doesn't try at all. He's got a fucking weed eater. Dude's got a dog. And if he went up to him because he overheard my argument with the neighbor because the neighbor doesn't like to fucking leash his dog, and he's co-signing the neighbor's bullshit? No. He motherfucking needs to walk that dog around the block instead of just opening his door and going, go on, go pee. No. It's Long Beach law, motherfucker. The motherfucker's supposed to have your dog on a leash if it's not in your property. It's bugging some of the dog owners in the neighborhood. I can tell it. And I want the motherfucking dog to get a proper walk in the morning. And whenever it's got a shit. Not some bullshit that they're trying to pass off as ownership or whatever. Their dog. No. They're fucking up. I'm trying to help, and he's trying to enable them by telling the other neighbor not to help me with my yard. Motherfucker. You stupid fat shit. Fuck. Never liked that guy or his kids, man. But I think his daughter always is super nice. She's always like, hi. The son, though, always ignores me. I think he was the one that was doing the shit that day with the dog. I bet he was. It was him and his friends probably. Spray wasn't anything to do with that. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. It was like 5 years ago. But she's always super nice. Says hi, very, very friendly. The son, though, tends to, I don't even see him that much for some reason. Yeah. He tends to avoid me, possibly. He doesn't walk past me intentionally, because like, they see when I'm in the front yard. They know when and she'll walk past and say hi, friendly. Not so much him. Interesting. Yeah. He's a daddy's boy. And them motherfuckers don't like me. Him and his dad don't like me. I'm figuring some shit out right now, dude. Because of what I just saw right there with him talking to him. That Tony had. Yeah. He had the squinty eyes. Mm-hmm. Motherfucker. Whatever, dude. He acts like a chihuahua. He has a chihuahua. He acts like a chihuahua. You ever notice that? People act like their dogs a little bit. I would have a Great Dane a little bit. I'd have a Great Dane or something like it. I wouldn't want to have to feed that. I wouldn't want to have to deal with those shits either. Big shits. Too big to put in a small bag. I need the extra large bag. They don't live very long either. That's sad. Oh, Simon went to sleep. I thought he was gonna eat, man. I thought he was gonna finally eat some more. Oh, what? Oh, nobody's gonna say anything, huh? Okay. Let's turn this thing back off. You gotta say something.
1,000 bits.
I gotta say
1,000.
something too. A principal.
Yo, John. It was
It's gonna
good to
be
see
Bubba.
you, Doug.
Bubba's gotta say something. Oh, he doesn't want me to turn the camera on. Alright, it's okay. Leave it off. Look at that, he's the bits leader now. He's got the gold diamond. You see the gold diamond? You can't see it. You can only see it if I highlight it. Look at this. Boom. Look at the gold diamond.
Sorry, Simon is having issues. Give him some extra love.
Do you
Thanks, man.
see
Don't
that
need
gold
a thank you from
diamond?
you. You deserve all the thanks.
What? Wait, hey, what are you talking about, man? I appreciate you, Bubba. Thank you for the 1,000. Hopefully, that went towards your dough. I think it's automatic on Twitch, right? So, keep track. I appreciate you, Bubba. Thanks, man. I don't know why you
Nice
did that.
bit going, Koosh.
Don't know why you did that.
Thank you,
though.
mods.
It doesn't happen. It's so boring right now. I'm kind of freaking
As long
out.
as it's going towards tacos or something good, I'm happy.
Yeah. Tacos. Yeah, tacos in a while, dude. What is today? What's Monday?
Good thing we have you mods or this place would be out of control.
I don't know, man. I just want my neighbors to like me, and I think that my neighbor over here is judging me off some bullshit. My neighbor over here is a douchebag. A little bit. The new ones, the newest ones, are a little douchey. In multiple ways they have been so far. Blocking the sidewalk with their vehicle. They did that for like a month straight. That was kind of fucked. And it's like not cutting their grass ever. Yeah, admittedly he cut mine when I had
neighbors suck
COVID
too.
because it was getting a little long. But that kind of thing
Have a
didn't
big
happen when I
barbecue
first
and
moved
invite
in
them.
here.
Have plenty of beer and have a block party.
I was diligent, and my neighbor went out of town too. My Mexican neighbor went out of town when I first moved in. He went to Mexico. I didn't know why. I didn't know he was in Mexico. I didn't know he was gone. I just knew the grass was growing and nobody was cutting it. And I was like, what the fuck? Somebody's got to cut this grass. And I remember I paid somebody across the street to come and cut both of our grasses, you know, mine and his, because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And that's how I was as a new neighbor, you know. I wasn't like, I was like, oh, my half, you know what I mean? I have to do my half. But that's what I've turned into now with this guy, dude. New neighbor now, because they're not the same. It's like, fucking dude, no. They're the types that want to take advantage of motherfuckers. I see it. Sucks. They'd love to have me take care of their yard every week. And I never hear them take showers. That's my issue with them. My last neighbors, man, I heard that shower running all day long because there were 3 of them, and they took a shower once a day, all 3 of them. I know for sure. Now my new neighbors, I hear the shower run like I've heard it run once actually, because they moved in. I never catch it. I used to always catch it before other neighbors. Interesting. They either aren't in there very long at all, like 1 minute. I don't know, I just don't catch it. Man, it's weird. I used to at least catch one of them, you know, a day or so from my other neighbors. Just hear it as I'm like going to the kitchen or something. And I haven't seen much of them since I called them out for not taking showers and smelling a musk come out of their kitchen window.
Pay someone to cut something you want to write in their lawn.
Like some sort of crop sign or whatever branded into it. It'd be sweet. Like you would have to brand it to really get it good in there. Oh my god. Cut your grass. The brand cut your grass into the overgrown grass. It's hilarious though also that the dude who's got like the old-timer Mexican dude that's like doing me this huge favor. Whenever he cut it this last time, he's like, I didn't cut theirs. You see, I didn't cut theirs. And I was like, what? That's kind of interesting. I don't know why he told me that. Like he was making it a deal that he didn't cut theirs intentionally for some reason. I don't know, dude. Maybe he doesn't like them either. He really doesn't like them either, dude. I love it. That dude's my best friend in the neighborhood. He's my biggest adversary, actually, because I'm in a neighborhood full of Mexicans, Cambodians, and black people. I'm very few here. I'm the minority by far, just like LA County Jail. Yo. But that dude, he's like top of the food chain for the Mexican gang around here. Because he's the elder. So like if he's still got my back, like it's interesting dynamic for the neighborhood, really, honestly. But if he's got my back, I'm good. I'm good, man. Because it's like he knows what's up. He's been here the longest. He's got a nice little house too, nice little yard and everything. Looks like a little paradise. Right around the corner. I was walking somewhere one day and I didn't even know where he lived. I'd always seen his garage. I'd never seen the front of his house where it was. And he was like, hey. I talked to him for a second outside his place. I think his grandkids were out there with him. Little swing. Yeah, man. It's a trip here. Oh. Hopefully he still has my back. It'd suck if that dude was able to get in his head. Probably not though, he's an old timer. He probably judges off more our interactions than what people are telling him. I think interactions over the years. Yeah. It's just being the only gringo around here can be nerve-wracking. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know if they know what I'm saying.
Wish my one neighbor would leave me the hell alone.
Why? What's he doing? Leave you alone? That's easy. Don't leave me the fuck alone, dude. My neighbor hasn't said shit to me since our interaction. I haven't even seen them. I wonder if my landlord actually said something like, yo, don't fuck with don't fuck with him. He knows I've never been late on rent, man, in years. And not even during COVID. I bet my neighbor was unable to pay a couple months during COVID. That's why he didn't get the full amount. He didn't get like the 23 to move out. He only got like, they said it was like 19 or something. I bet he was a couple months late on rent. What the hell was that? Did you see that? Something just flew across the screen. Rewind that shit. You'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah, because he never called me back or anything. I did leave a voicemail saying like, yo, the neighbors are tripping right now. Pretty much. Told him what happened. And they were like, what do you think, you have seniority or something? You think... Maybe I do have fucking seniority after living here for this long. Isn't that how it works generally? Might be a little retarded. Maybe not. Oh, if I were delinquent a lot or something, which they probably have experience in, so they're not used to having seniority with overtime. They're just lucky to still be there over time. So it's not the same. It's not the same when your credit score isn't high. Like, he can check, the landlord can check your credit score anytime they want. They can just be like, huh, oh no, John's doing oh, what is, well, that's a little risky. You know what I mean? Then that might be like, dude, I'm in the 800 club right now. Them, probably not. I was thinking about that earlier today, dude. It dawned on me. I was like, man, he could check my credit score. That's all he's got to do. He would change his mind instantly if he was having some weird thoughts. Yeah. That's how it works. I know things. I know more than you do about some things. I'm sorry. You know more than me about some things, like masturbating. I'm not an expert like you. Dick sucking. Only a few of you are the supreme experts at that, but I know you're here. Who's here? Where my hand's at? Huh? No? Ah, they're bashful. There's the lurkers amongst us. Somebody's still out there blowing. I wonder if that's him. Blowing away, I'm blowing away. This guy's still on. Hold up. Are you ready to hear about some Denaris? Dude, where's his audio
Got challenged the other day why I was walking on a street next to mine.
Tells you that they're getting ready for something. And I say, you know, I wonder what they're getting ready for. By the way, my birthday is December the 20th. For you old timers, for those of you
Told the dude I've been walking the street for 2 decades before he saw for the first time and to not worry about.
Final article
He
number
said nothing.
3531, Central Bank enhancing the accounts of 13 banks in the Chinese yuan. Whew. If I call China, I just want to take out.
What is the guy talking
But the
about?
CBI and China are swapping currency. You know how much volume that is in currency for the
This
reserve?
guy's a currency motherfucker on YouTube.
And what do I
Sit
say
the
for
fuck
Blue?
down.
Let's
Get
see
back
here.
in here.
The CBI
No,
swapping with
you.
the Chinese
I
yuan.
see. I see
Wow.
you just slept. Sure
Final
has.
article number 3,005. You know what? The
Fuck
dollar
in
would
here.
love to be able to do that.
Yes, the
dollar
lesson's
would
not
love
over,
to be able to
dude.
do
This
that.
guy knows
No,
his
they
denari.
buy our debt instead. They got us under their thumb forever and ever. You can't get rid of debt. Final article number 3,532, the central bank. Okay, that sounds good. What about it? Well, the central bank says that agreement with Turkey banks to enhance external transfers in the euro currency.
Talk to him.
This is
I
not
don't know.
him.
Like you rat me
Bank
out.
after bank. Have you caught on? Have you caught on to the bank?
To the elder?
So all these banks
don't
around
know
the
his
world
name.
know that Iraq is going to be, let me see, what's up here in our little, a central hub. Okay. So they're all sending their money to the central bank of Iraq. You know, to swap
out to the elder Mexican
and prepare themselves with account because they're going to come into Iraq and do business.
I saw you. I saw the tone on your face.
Who said that? Dang. Oh yeah, Gump. Dang, Sergeant. Yeah, that's what he used to say. So what do I say
Bro
about this
just
one?
took that shit back to Forrest Gump all of a sudden.
Look, I even ask you, have you caught on yet?
Are you fucking caught on yet? Are you listening? Are you fucking?
Bring it to you and what they're saying to you.
Are you listening?
They're considering Iraq to be a central hub.
Iraq, denari, buy it, spend it,
Guy gets
sell it.
recommendations from a
They're
pimp.
not just swapping, ink on a piece of paper. We're talking swapping their money.
Swap it.
Okay, I love commitments. Now let's go to the next page. Final article. Actually,
Put shit out,
177.
denari in. Oh God,
That's okay.
dude, just
177, and we start with final article 533.
Fred Sanford estate sale.
The Prime Minister's advisors. The Prime Minister's advisor outlines the importance of Iraq joining the European Bank and Reconstruction and Development. What do I say in blue? Yes. Definitely.
this is
Everyone
live.
to the path.
This is
And that's what this is.
live.
Read the article.
This guy's
You'll
live
enjoy
right
it.
now
So
on
long,
YouTube
by the way,
with thousands of
powerful
people
information.
watching him.
Look at that, at the very, very end, we highlighted it. I am pleased to welcome
1,828.
Iraq as a member of the bank. We are fully committed to
That's how many
engaging
people?
with the country, and when the time comes, we look forward to starting work with Iraq and applying our expertise to develop its
1,800
economy.
people currently are like,
the economic reform.
this guy knows his
Going
shit.
to use 13 bits to play a Hong Kong.
Understand?
https://
Oh, I gotta fucking block blurb.
/soundbite/5D0141185331C0D00000000
Holy
Government's program. Finance ministers call for the use of electronic payments and its many advantages.
Julio and Lamont dig the threads.
They call it infographics.
I know what I'm doing.
Here you can see what it looks like again. So,
oh my.
This car. Oh, but look at they give you a lot of examples. So don't let this article go to waste, family. It's got like about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What was I?
5, I think, pictures in
What
here.
was I even doing?
And what I say about this article, let's reread it again. The implementation of the Sudanese government's program. In other words, the reforms of Sudani. Okay, what about it? Well, finance ministers. Well, they're underneath. That's
You
his,
copy
his
when you mean to
cabinet.
paste.
So
guess what happens?
it's good. What they say.
You lose your copy.
Finance ministers called for the use of the electronic
there we go.
payments and its many advantages and infographics. Yeah, and what do I say up in blue? Sudani orders the finance minister to expose more
won't be there anymore.
of the monetary reform education. Because when you...
I had to shut him up. You know why? He didn't fit in. What's this guy
by
talking
one
about?
of Israel's richest men. The New York Times says the company's beneficial owner, meaning the person who exercises control over it, owns more than a quarter of it or receives substantial economic benefit from it, appears to have at some point been an Israeli billionaire. I don't know if he still has any connection to the ship. Do we lose sound? Hold on a second. Give me a moment. So maybe he's not even one of the owners anymore. No, we didn't.
Skinny penis.
Sound from there. Oh, hold on. Hang on a moment.
That's some Discord.
Let's try this. Certainly, we're not getting sound at the moment. I have another shot if we need it. But... Oh, that's not good. I don't like that. Hang on, I got to reset something here.
Oh my god, you're looking like 666 right now. Look at that. 666 Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube.
Give me one moment. One moment here. This should take care of it. This should take care of it.
We should listen to a satanic song.
I hope. Let's see. Are we live now? Let's see. Let's see if we're live. Ah, we're back. We're back. We are back.
I had a girlfriend whose sister listened to this band all the time.
Sorry about that.
She was obsessed with them. She was really good at watercolor. She even went to the Denver Art Institute or whatever. I think she might have any kind of scholarship. She's a good artist. Really good. They look realistic. She did the entire group. They all look. That doesn't sound satanic yet, but they get satanic sounding. This is their most listened to song. It needs to sound like a little satanic eventually. Let's see if they let us down or not. Anybody know who this is? You can cheat. I know you can cheat.
Ramstein.
Incorrect. Keep them coming. You gotta keep getting.
Never heard it.
Never heard of them? That sounds satanic very much in this one. That's not too bad. I remember this might be a newer song. I don't know. Let me see how old this song is. This song is from 2004. No, it's pretty. Yeah, it's around the time. Right, it sounds kind of deep and dark. I didn't like them at all back in the day. Now they sound kind of cool. She was ahead of her time, dude. Nobody else? No more guesses?
No clue. Iraq enemy.
That's not it. This is their most listened to song too, Ed. Let's see. At 27, almost 28 million. They're mostly listened to in Mexico City, Santiago, Chile, I guess, Helsinki, Finland, Bogota, Colombia, and Sao Paulo, Brazil. Nice, unexpected.
Kinda sound like Cradle of Filth.
That's it, man. You cheated, didn't you? Come on, bro. Not at all. You Shazammed it, didn't you?
I haven't listened to them in forever. I remember the movie trailer for Sinbad's Shazam. Been a while.
What? Sinbad, Shazam, Sinbad's Shazam. That. Yeah, that was them though. That was Cradle of Filth. Yeah, I guess. What, did they just stop touring or what? Like, look, this is their like what they look like. This has got horns and shit. She's got horns. Yeah, I felt like it was one of the most satanic bands I could play. Kinda, because the horn guys, horn people. Oh, they're British Extreme. I didn't realize they were British, dude. British Extreme Metal Institution. What does that mean? A British Extreme Metal Institution. Black metal. Wow. That sounds like heavy. As the years progressed, their sound evolved as well, with elements of gothic and symphonic metal taking over, resulting in a more commercial approach that yielded international charting efforts like Damnation and A Day, Thornography, Hammer of the Witches, Existence is Futile. So it looks like they were really big in the 90s. To that, like mid to. They're still touring though. They still released an album in 2021. Oh, hold up though. Guitars. Guitarist Stuart Antis, who played Cradlefield 9599. Oh, well, he was not with them anymore anyway. He's dead. He was already about them. Oh, I got into Discover Weekly today, though. 19 hours ago. That can be fun. Ow. Ow. Oh, God. Pussifer. Like, I'm pretty sure I know who Pussifer is, dude. I don't know. Skrillex? They put Skrillex in here. Let's see what... Hold up. Which Skrillex song did it put? They don't know that I know who Skrillex is, apparently. Thanks, Spotify. You helped me discover Skrillex. Sometimes they say it'll help. Welcome to Monday. Sorry. Listen to this song now. It's song time. That beat up.
I had a jam on the other day that you played a couple times last week.
That beat up. That beat up. That beat up. That beat up.
Which one?
Wonky Willa. There is something wrong with this war. The reports don't add up.
You ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your shake your shake your shake your body, don't stop, don't miss, just do it, do it, do it. My dick. My back. My dick. My back. Slow fuck until the crack of dawn. My neck, my back, 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 lick my pussy and my crack.
Wow, it just filtered the last few things I typed.
My back. My neck. My back. My neck. My back.
I guess Casualties is banned now.
My neck. My back. My pussy and my crack.
Nope, that is good.
I don't know what word it is. Damn, so I'm really sleeping right now though. Bummer. Welcome to Israel, huh?
The casualties make no sense.
What do you mean?
Should be a lot more.
How do you know? Be casualty expert. Hey bro, hey, if you ever pay a late fee for a credit card or something, you know what I'm saying, like you gotta pay a late fee because you forgot to make a payment. If you're usually on time, always hit them up via chat, on the internet, on your wherever it is, on the website, and say, hey, can I get a waiver for my late fee because I'm never late? And then you know what they'll do? They'll give you your money back. Is what they'll do. Man, that shit happened for me on last month, the 10/13 actually. I called him, or I hit him up on that thing. I was like, yeah, can I get that back? You know what they did? They gave them back. I'll be right back, y'all. That was just a little tip there. That's free. That's free of charge right there. fuck up. Ding. That's about empty. Can you do that? Can you do that shit? I'd like to see you try. Scrub. You're a scrub. When it comes to streaming, you're a scrub, bro. I got you fucking beat. Bucko. Bucko boy. I got you beat. Let's come on. Let's have a streamer off. See what you know. You don't know shit. Alright. Now back. The previously broadcasted message. Previously broadcasted. Oh. Neighbor's dog's barking again. You know what? Fuck you. Even if you are talking shit about me, your dogs are always barking. Good old doggy dog's always barking in my ear. I could say something to you about that, but I don't, because I don't want to get in a fight with my bad neighbor. Hey. Hey, fat neighbor, how you doing? I'm just busy being fat. I know it. Have a good one. Alright. What's this? Let's see. I'm giving it a chance. I give it a 3.5.
BRB dinner time.
Shut the fuck up.
Can you put Christmas music on?
Motherfucker! If you don't shut the This is Christmas music. Can't you hear the bells? Banger. That was better. I give that I give it a 5.1. Is that a 10? You got over 5. That's pretty massive. Reminds me of a infected mushroom. I've actually never heard of this group before. I think it's what they've been recommended to me though. I've seen infected mushroom a couple times. this is an infected mushroom. Oh, they have some, hold up. Are we gonna have to listen to one of their songs? They have some Hebrew song all of a sudden. I wonder if it's a new. It is October 26th, they did something. Alright, we're gonna listen to that next. Let's see. Is it gonna have Hebrew in it? Wait, are they? Wait, they're from Israel, huh? Damn, I forgot. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah. From Israel, dude. Oh, that would make sense. Hey, they're a good show, though. This isn't them. Sounds a little bit like them. Give them their full due, you know what I mean? Let their full thing play out. It's not that long. It's not that bad. Bruh. These glasses are fucking bulletproof. Hanukkah party? I don't know about that. Charlie Chaplin. Yeah. What about him? Too early for Christmas music, says Clerk earlier. Really? I mean, wait, we have to wait till after Thanksgiving, I guess. Yeah. That feels about right. Dude, that's why I'm not wearing any Christmas shirts yet. I have a couple Christmas shirts. It's too early. Gotta wait till after Thanksgiving. Okay, so this is their Israel song, Infected Mushroom. Wait, that's not them in the title. Hold on, it's supposed. Oh, it's with them. It's with them. Okay. It's a collab here. I'm giving it a chance, man. Let's see if Hebrew could sound alright.
הלב שלי צורח כי היא תרקוד לנצח בשקט ואין לי אף אחד הלב שלי שוכח שהיא תרקוד לנצח
I wonder what the title is of this song. I can't highlight it. I don't know what it actually says for the title. Damn, man. I can't extrapolate it from there with a copy. Who knows Hebrew? Anybody in chat know Hebrew? What does that mean? The title up there. Is there any way way you can translate that? I don't even. You just have a keyboard for it or something. It says it sucks. Come on, man. See just the right number of letters. You just don't like it? Is it the Hebrew? Just pretend you know what they're saying. Sound bad. I just don't know what they're saying. And it goes into the. This is more infected mushroom right here. This goes into an infected mushroom thing. Bill, I think you for anything Israel. You're always pro-Israel. What are you doing? Are you a switch hitter? This is a DJ duo from Israel. 2 guys from Israel, actually. Not a good look for you, Bill. I thought you were. You're like you don't like any of their music, or just this? This song. You don't like the Hebrew? What is it? I'm gonna do their most listened to song next. I might not even play the whole thing, it's long. It's almost 41 million listens. This is the same Hebrew music, just no words. Oh, there isn't your words. minutes till. 5 minutes till. Hold. You know what I need? Ice cubes. Arriba. Their words, I guess. They're English, though. Oh, this ice pops because it's made out of Pellegrino. I'm so bougie that I make my ice out of Pellegrino. That's why it's so white. Like that white ice. Little spillage. We got a little spillage. 3 minutes. 3 minutes and T minus. T minus 40. T minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Fuck it. 2 minutes. Are you sure you don't like infected mushroom, dude? Bill? Hold up. You just hold on 1 second. Is this the one? No, I might have to look further.
You know God is in the rain.
Might have to look further.
Can you explain how it takes away the pain? That sunshine puts a smile on us all, makes the love in us cold, makes us want to feel it all.
I got a little crazy there though, Steve. Sometimes I get a little crazy with it. That's war, motherfucker. Hey, 420. Well, why didn't anybody tell me? Why didn't anybody tell me? You're all fired. You're all fucking fired. If you were my professional blunt roller or something, I would you would be so hitting the streets right now. Moron. I got TTS on and everything, right? Wait, hold up. I don't have TTS on? I do have TTS on. Don't I? Oh, TTS ain't on. Nobody told me though. Still nobody told me. Look at that, bruh.
How it takes away the pain. The sunshine puts a smile on us all. Makes the love makes us want to feel it all.
What's up with that? Yo, D-Live ain't never there. Look, I'm gonna try to give away actual money right now on D-Live. Ain't nobody ever there. Hilarious. Nope, nobody got paid. That's hilarious.
Christmas is cancelled this year. Sorry folks. We can't upset the Muslim communities.
Do you want a finger up your ass? Cause mine are long. I can stick my finger far up your ass, dude. Look at that thing. Do you see how long it is? Bro, it's longer than yours. I could pleasure your... I can pleasure the people.
now it's cold. I see her wings and I'm not cold. The fear is gone and I am ready to move on. So now it's cold. I see her wings and I'm not cold. The fear is gone and I am ready to move on.
This is an Israeli band. I've tripped my ass off at their shows, dude. They've tripped her ass off at their shows. I don't have that kind of connection with Muslims. Dead. Was again at the 10? Yo. It needs more charge. Bummer. At 0% battery. That's always a bummer. If that ever happens and I'm like, sweet. Not once does it happen and I was happy about it. I mean, cheese in my mouth. Always happy about that. I don't have any cheese. I do have some cheese actually, but it's vacuum sealed. Dude, that MRE cheese last night was delicious on our unsalted matzo cracker. Bro. I need more MRE cheese packets. Are you awake yet? This is Israeli party music. I wonder if Infected Mushroom played at that show that they had, the Love Festival or whatever, the Peace Festival that they had. The Muslims hit up. Yo, actually.
Techno. They were playing when the paragliders came in.
I don't know about all that, bro. Do you know that? I didn't find anything quickly on it, so I don't think so. Because I was actually trying to find that exactly, yes. Fake the Mushroom last Israel show. What I'm searching. And I don't see anything on them being there. Maybe you should just go put some meat in your mouth. Mark, have you thought about that? He might need a little meat in his mouth. Oh, where's
I
this
was
thing
thinking
going?
the same thing.
Okay, so it's staying on this album now. What if I want to be on this album? What if I see? What if I didn't want to be on this album?
Mark Hopper, you leveled up to level 9.
Ah, it's another bot I forgot to block. Alright, who is it this time? Botrix. Botrix. I'm gonna get you, motherfucker. I don't need it announcing that thing saying shit.
Congrats, Mark.
There we go. Now Botrix won't be announcing anymore like that. Oh, willy-nilly. Only you guys get to talk, none of the bots. That's why I try to block all the bots out. Even me, I can't even talk on there. Watch if I say something on YouTube, it won't announce it. Blocked. Oh shit, I gotta, hold up. I think I'm blocked. Hold on, let me see. Let me try that again.
Some smoke.
I think I'm blocked. I didn't have it on. Oh no, I'm not blocked. But I set it on D-Live. Like everywhere else, Oh, I guess I'm not blocked. I don't know how to block myself. Maybe I need to do it further. Shit. Well, I never said anything. It's only the bot me's that I try to block. Actually, I block the bot me's. I think use those accounts for bots. I use Do Twitch for a bot, I think, or something, or Do YouTube for a bot. That one's blocked.
I'd like to thank the bots for all their hard work and dedication to the channel.
Yeah. The bots, yeah. The bots are the ones. Just think the bots. The bots are the ones the thing.
Give the bots some dough.
Yeah, so they get it, dude. They get it. I have to take it away from them all the time because they start creeping up in the top 10. I'm not even playing. I had to do that for a while, dude. In the beginning of the channel, the bots be creeping. Put in that work. Never forget the bots and what the work they put in. Bro, I only wanted the ice, but I took all the alcohol. That's all my cheap whiskey, dude. I really wasn't trying to have tequila tonight, you know? I mean, a little bit more flavor to savor there, baby. It's all gone. It's gone. It's freaking gone. Get over it. Let's see if somebody's on delay right now to get this money. Get this money. Get 27 seconds to say something. Don't be a dummy. Don't be a dummy. Don't you be a dummy. All you gotta do is say something to get paid on DLive with actual money. Don't be a dummy. Don't be a dummy. Don't be a dummy. All you gotta do is say something. Nobody said anything, so they were all dummies.
This is a test of the Doe Emergency Broadcasting Network. This is only a test. Hey man, how ya doing?
What's up, Jack? What's up going on? You're number 2, baby. You're number 2. You're number 2 to Bubba. Best to love ya. How can you not like infected mushroom, is what I'm thinking. Are you retarded? You might be retarded. You should look into that. Have a doctor look at it. Your brain. Neuropsychological examination. Your neurons might not be firing right, bro. Ping pong, ping, 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 ping. Stay strong. Stay strong. Dummy. Wait. This wasn't playing all this time? This wasn't live? Oh, well, now it is. No, now, look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Sue me. Are you going to sue me now? What are you going to do? Take me to court?
Hello, Dosha.
I have Simon represent me.
How are you today?
Also, how are you? So awesome. Do you know how awesome? checking things out. You don't mind, you know what I mean? Just chill out. Figuring something out here. Are you gassy too? Are you fucking gassy? Cross your legs like me. There you go. Fuck! I wish Simon had eaten more, you know?
The coin boy gonna be on tonight.
He's sleeping right now. The coin boy? Who's that?
Hey, what's happening? I'm your DJ.
I'm gonna give this guy one chance. Young Dolph? He's really switching it up right now. I guess he's the alien that's controlling my stream. This is how they're interacting. They chose this. Alright, I mean, I'm RIP Young Dolph, man. Fuck. Why do you have to bring Dolph into it? That didn't age well.
Be careful who you call your friend, they turn on you, nigga. For real. I'm DUI right now, I don't belong behind the wheel. One thing about it, I'ma get money long as I live. I can't stop at that red light, I keep going, I don't yield. I can't do that deal if it ain't more than 10 mil. Oh shit, got them M's and now he lit. $100,000 investment, I invest on my
Really, it's tequila time? Or was it? No, we gotta chill. No, we're just gonna put this out of my face. My face whiskey.
Hate to brag, but I'm the shit. Got some head when I was 6. I threw 30 in magic. Do that make me a trick.
Get out of here, you're a bad influence.
I don't even know how to fish. Damn. Motherfuck the laws, fuck the law, fuck the law. Flying down every Presley in the race car.
My fucking bottle is overpressurized because it's hot now. The fuck up.
I just walked in Bond and spent the 40 by mistake. I just walked in Bond and spent the 40 by mistake. If I take you out, bitch, that's $1 million date. I've been flexing too hard. I feel the hate. Bodybuilder shit, nigga. I came up pumping weight. They smile in your face, but really want your place. Ain't nobody straight. Just give me my cake. My little bitch, she gun thick when she walk, that thing shake. Trap nigga mentality, I don't put shit in my name. Name one nigga that ever gave me a dime, I give you $1 million. Name one bitch that I can't fuck and I give you $2 million. White girl with me and she look just like a Barbie doll. White girl with me, I just found out she a porn star. I just wanna smash you one time, I don't want your heart. I just spent 100 and something thousand on a Dodge. Motherfuck the law, fuck the law, fuck the law.
That's already fucked up. American cars, man, they break down and shit. I can't trust it.
White girl with me and she look just like a Barbie doll. I just walked in Barn and spent the 40 by mistake.
Can you trust it?
I just walked in Barn and spent the 40 by mistake. I just walked in Barn and spent the 40 by mistake.
They've been getting some bad publicity lately on their longevity of vehicles. This is what he gives me second? No, I'm not doing that. But fuck you for that, Spotify. You know what I mean? What are they doing?
New Kung Fu Kenny. Ain't nobody praying for me. Y'all know what happens on Earth stays on Earth. Here we go.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm willing to die for this shit. I done cried for this shit. Might take a life for this shit. Put the Bible down and go out for a knife for this shit. DOT, my enemy, won't catch a vibe for this shit. Ayy, I been stumped out in front of my mama. My daddy commissary made it to commas. Bitch, all my grandma's dead, so ain't nobody praying for me. I'm on your head. Ayy. 30 millions later, know the feds watching. Auntie on my telegram, like, be cautious. I be hanging out at Thames, I be on Stockton. I don't do it for the gram, I do it for Compton. I'm willing to die for the shit, nigga. I take your fucking life for the shit, nigga. We ain't going back to broke, family selling dope. That's why you many-ass rap niggas better know. If I gotta slap a pussy ass nigga, I'ma make it look sexy. If I gotta go hard on a bitch, I'ma make it look sexy. I pull up, hop out, air out, made it look sexy. They won't take me out my element, nah, take me out my element. I'm allergic to a bitch nigga, ayy, an imaginary rich nigga, ayy. 7 figures, how that slimmer than my bitch figure, ayy. Going digital and physical and all y'all, ayy. Bunch of criminals and money in my phone calls, ayy. Be okay, we let the A1 fly. Relocate, jump on the same G5. Check it for me heavy, cause I go, yeah. They never been ready, yeah, I know, yeah. 100K spread across the floor, yeah. None of y'all fucking with the flow, yeah. Years in the making, they don't y'all mistake it. I got them by a landslide, we talking about races. You know there's never be a tie, just look at they laces. You know careers take off, just gotta be patient. Mr. 1 through 5, that's the only logic. Fake my death, go to Cuba, that's the only option. If I gotta slap a pussy ass nigga, I'ma make it look sexy.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I'm gonna make it look sexy if you're slapping a dude like a. I'm like.
They won't take me out my element, nah, take me out my element. Damn if I do, if I don't, yeah. Goddamn us all if you won't, yeah. Damn, it's a goddamn shame. You ain't front line, get out the goddamn way. Niggas thought they wouldn't go see me, huh? Niggas thought they cared that real life is the same life they see on TV, huh? Niggas wanna flex on me and be in LA for free, huh? Next time they hit the 10 freeway, we need receipt, huh? Most of y'all ain't real, most of y'all gon' squill. Most of y'all just envy, but jealousy get you killed.
I don't listen to Kendrick Lamar. I was giving that song a chance. This though, I definitely listen to. Get the fuck out of here. This is my shit right here. Yo, you know about this. You don't know about this shit. This is some old school fucking. Yo, get the fuck out of here. You know about this shit. This is from my first 3-6 album that I had. And it was in the 90s. It was like 97 maybe? For me, I got a couple years late, man. I'm sorry. It was a tape. I got it at CD level, but when it came out, it was a tape, I think. It's so fucking thick, we gotta lay it down, we gotta stay, we gotta break your bitch. Coming up, stays on my mind, so we gotta drop a bust. You know what? Nobody in chat has any chat has heard this song before. Oh, what happened to the? Oh, it's not even on the screen anymore. No remorse, come with me to hell. Overnight, we be rich when we test the trick. Catch him slipping, he's so soft, doing man quick. Killers on my payroll, I gotta stay straight. 19, what's the spell from work, there's no need to trade. The 3-6 mafia, real niggas, no slow in Memphis, Tennessee. We're down to break the law, bitch. I had to reconnect it for some reason. It was on though. This works. They keep me on my toes tonight. Dude, I got some kind of CRT settlement, y'all. Class action lawsuit type shit. Did y'all get that? I got like $100-something for that. Anybody else get that? Anybody else get that? They just happened like a week ago. Man, that was cool. I hate to have a CRT back in that day, I guess. I must have filled out like a warranty thing or like a I must have registered a device or something back in the day. That's why they hit me up. Free money, dude. It's a way to get free money by having shit in the past. I don't know. It's kind of weird, actually. I had shit in the past, okay. I can see this song isn't highly rated on the viewership rating for. But this is a banger, okay? Okay, I'll move on.
Right now, Jazz picked just for you.
Dang. Oh, wait. Jazz? Okay, are we listening to jazz now? You guys like jazz? You jazz listeners? We'll see. Should I give away some money on D-Live again? 91 lemons. 91 lemons. Are they going to be divvied out now or not? 25 seconds. I get like a limited day or something donated to me on D-Live. I try to donate 95 lemons at once to one person, and I can't even do it. See, 13 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. I don't know, it makes me count. It does the countdown. 1, 0. And no luckiest followers. No one gets any lemons on D-Live. That's real money, dude. I don't know how much 90 lemons is worth, but it's worth more than a penny.
How much $1 cost?
Dude, these songs are really short. I'm not trying to...
Next, I'm going to keep it going with some of your usual Monday vibes. Wave Shaper are leading the way.
Yeah, why would you give me some other weird shit that I don't normally listen to, butthole? Get out of here. Alright. $1, I don't know, dude. It depends. The Twitch exchange rate. We're in Twitch's world now. I'm just sitting with Israel. Sitting here with Israel.
It just, you never know when stuff is going to happen, but it just kind of has worked out that way.
Yeah. Chef kiss. God dang, that was good. I paused him and everything for the beat. Anyway, y'all don't even know. It's cool. You don't know what happened on the back end. I don't give a shit, but that was excellent. Oh my god, it was like he was here with me.
What the world?
See if we get lucky again.
On Monday afternoon following an apparent runway incident.
No, can't get that lucky again. I was just like, one of them things. Or when it happened, I was just like, Atreyu! Atreyu! I was on Falcor. Atreyu! is definitely more Monday vibes, dude. Isn't it? Let's go. It's time to fucking go, bitch. That's how I feel on Monday. I don't know about you. Why do you think I'm here? With my dick out.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Fuck yeah. Who is that? Mark Hopper. Hoppity hop. Hoppity hop hop. Mark Hopper. Hoppity hop 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 hop.
Some venison.
Venison. Shake me off a couple pounds of that bitch, yeah. What you got? What you got? Let me clap for you. He must have some Jurassic 5 right now. What's going on? Hey, almost wore a Jurassic 5 shirt today. Actually, that's crazy. It's this close. I was this close. It's a good song, dude. What's called?
Check it out now. I work the pen to make the ink transform on any.
That's right, I'm on that DJ mode. It's a good song, though. If you don't like the song, you have a small penis. It's been proven. This is a statistical fact.
18 naked cowboys.
Bro, you definitely have a small one. A small anus, though, because your turds are little. You have the smallest turds of anybody in chat, Brody. They look like spaghetti. That's skinny. Damn, angel hair.
Yo, we still the same with a little fame, a little change in the household name, but ain't too much change. We in the game, yo, but not to be vain. I refrain from salt grains to season up my name. We entertain for a mutual game from close range, steady aim. A drum at your head to hit the brain. I'm labor ready, roll scholar for the dollar. Work for mines, pay me by the hour.
We're not falling. We take it back to the days.
Brody never gonna say anything else again, is dude. He's scared. You scared, Brody? Oh, are you like a band like on Lugner? Oh, I feel scared here. Good. Why the fuck are people scared, bro? All the audio gets deleted on Twitch because there's music playing. This whole stream could be deleted on YouTube because I'm playing music.
Well, it's the verbal Herman monster, the word enhancer, sick of phony mobsters controlling the dance.
You could actually make music play by requesting it on Twitch with your channel points. It'll automatically happen. It'll just start playing your song.
Word power can plow through acres of cornfields. Paragraphs cut like warm steel, perform ill.
There's so much shit going on here, man, right now. I don't take advantage of it. All the sound commands. You don't take advantage of the music forever. That's not even that. I don't even have the expensive for channel points either. Ooh, Skun Squabby though. Get back, it's Skun Squabby. Saw them at Red Rocks, front row. Good show. Let's touch it. Pop, pop. There you go. Good stretch. Good workout. Now it's time to have some fun. Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh. Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? You gotta get in the groove, man. Oh no. Into Ghost Main? Really? They go into Ghost Main after that? It's only 1 minute and 50 minutes. 50 seconds long though, but still, that's a weird, like... They're just going all through my repertoire. No, we're just gonna not be so vulgar right now. How about? God dang it! Trying to be nicer. Too many buttons. Sorry. I'm out of water. What do I do now? And this is what happens when you randomly press the button.
All right, you're gonna feel at home with these next artists.
This guy
You listen
wants to
most
talk
of them.
again. Oh ho 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 ho. No, this is too much for y'all. I know it is too much. How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing, huh? How you doing, huh? Motherfucker. Motherfucker. You a motherfucker, aren't you? You might be. How many mothers have you fucked before a mother was a mother?
My PC just shut down, sorry.
Your PC shut down because I overload people's PCs. I am too much. I'm too hot. Sorry, you can't watch me anymore. If you want to extend the lifespan of your PC, dude, my Amuse keeps fucking up. I'm not turning it off, it's just screwing up. The name of the song is Rain in Hell, and I was like, is that not on screen? What the fuck? That's crazy. That's gotta be on screen. Yo, smell Kick said something? Oh, it's me. Never mind.
Some heat issue on CPU. It's needed to heat some thermal liquid BTW CPU and CPU head fan in my laptop.
Oh yeah, you got the lube on it too. Silicone. I put silicone lube on all my PC internals to keep them cool. Friction, man. Friction heat, that's a motherfucker. That's not professional advice. I'm being a moron. I don't want anybody throwing silicone lube in their computer, I'm sorry. I gotta, just in case we get some, whatever, man. We could have somebody here that might do that.
Core i5 with 8 GB RAM capacity cannot handle with multipages.
Well, it can with silicone lube in it. You get the Japanese kind. Yeah, that's what I cool it with. You gotta squirt it excessively though, inside the entire computer. And on everything, it has to coat everything. Trust me, I'm electrical engineer. Lube it up. Lube it up. Lube it. You lube it up. Put lube on it. Lube it up. Lube it up. You gotta lube it up. Put lube on it. Put lube on it. Lube it up. Put lube on it. Lube it up. He's probably putting lube on it right now. Don't do it. Stop. You're gonna fuck it up, man. I did my PSA. This has that old school vibe to it. I don't even know what it is. Daniel Deluxe Star Eater. Okay, came out in 2015. I mean, it's not exactly new, is it? Buddy. Do I need to eat something? Maybe. Haven't eaten in a while. You guys are distracting me. Okay, we are now heating up the bag of food. It's gonna be delicious. The bag of food is gonna be delicious. The bag of food, it's got rice and vegetables and meat and little sauce in it. Bag of food. Got my salt. Got my salt, it's got my salt. I could put some olives on it and make it even saltier. Where's Lipner at? I put some Lugner juice on it.
Daniel Deluxe finishing it up.
Wait.
On the way now, I got a mix of stuff that should sound a lot like what you've been listening to lately. Something just your vibe. Starting off with this one from Yeti.
Pretty sure I've heard it before, bro. This guy acts like I hadn't heard this before. Not cool. I thought Spotify knew me. What's your name? What is your name, soldier?
Because them whole ideas they set you up for suffer.
There's nobody here.
Reality than meets a normal.
Timcast is live. Hey, go show Timcast your support, bro.
You ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your.
Throughout the region. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, occupied East Jerusalem.
It just stopped talking about it.
Elijah Manier is a military analyst. He says Hezbollah is issuing a warning to Israel.
This is not a new phase. It is a continuation of the previous phase, particularly with the attack of the Houthis on one of the ships that owned by an Israeli businessman and the wealthiest person in Israel. Therefore, Hezbollah is, first of all, supporting the front of Gaza and sending a very clear message to the Israelis that we are drawing lessons from your destruction to Gaza, but we have missiles and rockets that perhaps the Al-Qassam doesn't have, but we will use these destructive missiles and rockets in due course if you continue using the same destructive capability and your heavy bombs on the south of Lebanon, or if you go beyond, had this war escalate.
Now, football teams around the world are taking part in qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup. But for the Palestinian team, they're doing so against the backdrop of war.
Oh,
They
really?
play Australia on Tuesday in a match that was moved from the occupied West Bank to the neutral venue of Kuwait because of the conflict. Johnny Asheroska reports from Kuwait City.
They train as hard as any national football team before a World Cup qualifier.
The poor
maybe even
Palestinians.
harder, spurred on by the desire to make Palestinians proud at a time of war. Even though the players are far from home,
They're
home
gonna
is
win
all they
it,
think
dude.
about.
Hell yeah.
Nowadays, whether
That'd
we're
be
going to
so
training or to
crazy.
the hotel, players spend 24 hours on their phones to follow what's happening. When
There'd
it comes
be
to sensitive
riots if they
cases,
win,
such as the
dude.
loss of children, civilians and their families, it motivates them to react and achieve victory to make the Palestinian people happy. As they say, despite the pain, there is hope.
That hope is for a place at the 2026 World Cup finals for the very first time. But the tournament is still far in the future. The present brings its own challenges. Tuesday's match was originally meant to be held at one of Palestine's home stadiums, but had to be moved to Kuwait because of the conflict. And there's no guarantee their Tunisian coach will be able to return to Palestine after the match, as Israel restricts movement in and out of the occupied Palestinian territories for both Palestinians and foreigners.
The situation is very hard.
crazy.
We don't know if I will have a permit to go back to Palestine or not, given the situation. As for the players, training camps are long, so the local players will be away from their families during these times, which is emotionally challenging for them.
The Australian team have shown their support. Midfielder Jackson Irvine called the situation in Gaza unfathomable to comprehend. Now he and his fellow players plan to donate a portion of their match fees from Tuesday's game towards humanitarian efforts in Gaza. But so far, football's governing body FIFA has been silent on the plight of Palestinians, unlike its support for Ukraine at the start of the war there, in which it suspended Russian teams from international competitions.
FIFA is the gatekeeper, it's the
Interesting.
global custodian of football. There are players and teams
That's
and
because we support Ukraine.
their families who are
so
suffering as a
powerful.
consequence of what's
America.
happening, and FIFA has said nothing. Maybe if Palestine was a bigger country, more influential to FIFA, then absolutely FIFA would have made some kind of statement on what is happening.
Despite this match being held on neutral territory in Kuwait, many Palestinian expatriates are expected to turn out to support their team. Focusing on football at a time like this may seem trivial to some, but for Palestinians around the world, it offers a moment of unity and pride. Joanna Gajrowska, Al Jazeera, Kuwait City.
Today's.
Let's take a quick look at some other world news now. And far-right candidate Javier Milei has won Argentina's presidential runoff vote, defeating
care. Argentina? Give me some fruit or something, I guess. I'm not trying to go to Argentina ever, really, I don't think. Sorry. Argentina. What?
Unfortunately, Palestine is an imaginary construct.
No, it's not. Then so is America.
Hi Lonnie. Hi everybody.
It's all man-made, but it's because they conquered that area. I sucked it out of the bottle. Got it all out.
The British used the populace to defeat the Ottomans and appropriated land to each sect, except for
Palestine was around before the British defeated them, right? Palestine wasn't Palestine before?
So, the British are to blame.
Maybe. I've said that before, that they might be to blame. I don't know for sure though. Because they didn't divvy out the property equally. There were way more Palestinians there, there were way more Muslims there, and they gave the Israelis more land. There were literally over twice as many Muslims there already.
They fell under the protectorate before Israel became an entity. The West Bank should have been enveloped by Jordan.
I don't know what that means, man. Enveloped.
These are the scars of the fathers of our fathers. Hashtag Free Palestine and Europe from Arabic Islam terrorists.
I'm about to ban you, dude. Figure this out. I'm tired of seeing your shit. You always piss me off when you post shit.
And yet, I just want the killing to cease. How many civilian casualties in Ukraine? Oops. Media is only keeping numbers on Israel. My bad.
There you go, buddy. Bye. Telepath has left the building. Didn't last very long, buddy. Did he? Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. You can always go somewhere else, dude. He got deleted. Poor guy.
Egypt is being a prick with Rafah, not sure if the Palestinians are the throwaway people of the Arab culture.
They're the martyrs. They are born to be martyrs, and they're okay with it. Born to be martyrs, boom, 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 so born to be martyrs. Born to be martyrs, and I'm born to be martyrs for you. Oh, your drone is screaming. Oh my goodness, would you just look at that? Would you just look at that?
Roller coaster. And look at the color of the opal.
Would you just look at the color of it? 1900 open, 1900 open on this opal, folks. Oh my goodness, look at that setting with the color of all the little things in there. Are you looking at it? What the fuck is chromium? I want the gold. 18 karat. Oh, it's gold.
I'm a sucker for opal.
Look at that big boy. Everything you put on your pinky toe. Go to the beach with it. Be flexing. That's what I'd put. That's what I would do with that one. Oh my goodness. It's so pretty. What else we got on here? Oof, oof. Jeez. Damn, that's a big rock. Whatever it is, pretty. That's a big ass opal. What y'all getting? What am I getting? Let's see what am I getting here. Oh man, why are you stepping on that one?
Reminiscent of carnival glass.
This is real stuff, dude. This is guaranteed to be real by the show. All this is good. 18 karat white gold. It's got the diamond spinel. That's the purple one, spinel, I guess. Never heard of it. I don't know about that rock. I don't know about that one. pretty purple though. I could stick that in my ass. That's what I was already doing when I put it in my ass, you know. Too much information, maybe. Look at it glisten. You know, it would be clean up just like that after we put up your ass too. Anybody can put a rock up their ass and clean it off. Anybody.
Jewels for peace, take care.
You don't tell me to take care. Boy. Motherfucker. Fuck is this guy think he is? You take
Skinny
care.
penis ring.
You can't take care of your fucking self, boy. You fucking peanut. You're the peanut. You know what I mean? Who the fuck you think needs to take care? You're the motherfucking nigga. You're a peanut. Motherfucking anybody call themselves a peanut. You gotta be careful. You see, don't hurt yourself. Oh, what's we got here? What is that? What's we got here?
This one right here, friends, look at this.
What's it got
This
to
we're
show
doing
us?
right here, my friends. Look at this right
What is
here.
that? Oh.
So let's back up a little bit there so I can measure this. And this one right here, look at this, inch and a quarter right there, friends.
Do you feel the
Inch and a
energy?
quarter right
Do you feel the energy out that bitch? You see what that is?
And
That's
this, we're gonna
that's
do
a
it for
fucking
27,000.
wizard stone.
27,000. Call up and make an offer. 27,000. Make it 14,950.
Don't misuse the ring.
For almost 30 carats of trapeach. $14,950, folks.
$14,000. I told you that was a wizard ring.
30 carat, beautiful trapeachy emerald. Oh yeah, look at that. Incredible, incredible opportunity sitting there. All right, let's go ahead and move on. And I can't believe that
Already?
Padi Iba, friends. Can't believe that Padi Iba.
Fuck. Out of here, you insolent bastard. He was watching Christmas movies with me this year. We're gonna watch them this year finally. Every year I say that. Nobody ever watches them with me. Come on, man. Nobody's gonna watch them either this year either. I got so many of them. I'm gonna get more of them this year too. We're gonna be so stashed up on them. I have too many. Nobody. Boo.
Miracle on 42nd ST.
That's the one? That's the one out of all of them? Like one I don't have, man. That's the one you would watch? Bro.
It's a good movie.
Alright. I don't have that one. That one's off the list. Is it almost time for something to happen here? I'm watching for something to happen. Nope. No time yet. Might be back in. Take this out.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
So how's it going? Pow.
Next up, I got a Monday vibe plucked right from your listening history. See if it sounds familiar. Jurassic 5 up first.
Music power.
Power. Exclusive. Yeah. Power.
Yo, my method for my musical madness, move and motivate those with musical talents. Read it in bold print, we holding it down. Lick a shot, hip hop when we in your town. Master blast the sound, freak the future funk from here and now with style. Release, increase the peace, bubble with the beat till they feeling the heat in the streets. Now each one, teach one, young gun on one. Listen to the warriors drum. Beating up the block with the ghetto hop that knock and make you wanna crash the spot and unlock, explode. The alpha and the mega code with drum rolls and old soul we uphold and foretold to scores of 6 years ago. Fast flow from G-rap to cool mode, super syllable, major to the minimal. Every individual bounce to the tempo, yo. Lungs collapsing, raps we trapped in. The only way to make it happen, jaw japping fast.
Yo, I'm the hot dog, the runner, hottest monologue install, poetic inserts and yes, y'alls. My speech is like holding 2 blocks apiece. The outreach that rock police, the super Avenger member, Tanner, Poseidon, adventure swimmer, rewrite the Emmy winner, get hype off any printer. And I came to get it, hit it like Operation Push, operate the touch, black octopus, the soul. And interstellar planet patrol, I'm planning my goal, and lo and behold, it's the rubber dog, ready to rock. It don't stop, hops, I knock like the lumberjack chop. The wordsmith, I write it block letters, a curse with circus, service, surface. And watch how the brother get over, the fly casting over with the frankincense odor.
Bear witness, don't wear riches and make career bitches. Share pictures when the ears get this, your brains and software glitches. Splatter your brains, leave scatter remains of matter and stains. That'll explain how you was battered and slain. I get rude and go to your show and use your role. Fans to boo and throw you off till you lose your flow. A pro mean that Joe Green when I blow steam. Put your whole team on pause, they cold cream. They show laughter when the flow faster. Your whole have to go after her weed from the breeze when the blow past you. I'm dapper plus ghetto and just pedal. When the dust settle, we left in the rubble and the crushed metal. Nurses with hearses, sealing a verse with lip hearses. Spit fire, make it burst a bit. Try me like a Sama or Dama. I'm a cause trauma and homicides when a collide like a kamikaze.
Came baby, walk hard to PJs. On streets of Brooklyn, I'm a crew of D-steps. On streets of LA, I'm a whole East set. On tracks with Jurassic, I be the G-Rex. Still that Gucci dressing, still that Gucci pressing. My pimp game smoothly gets them, I don't use discretion. Top 10s do be stressing, fuck explaining it, who's he testing? Physical form or physical forms, leave your ass shaking like a mystical song. Please, now what type of shit was you on? Cause man, to compress a nigga mean one less a nigga. All I want is my niggas all recruiting a slimmy. All I want is my liver all polluted with Remy. Do it with any, bring it, I face off. Turn you out your league like Jordan was with baseball.
Your Majesty, word flash, photography, third class economy, blaze slashed your artery, nerve gas, anatomy, blur past dramatically, attach my words, flash packed agility, never predictability, maneuvers of mine fully designed, cause I'm true to the rhyme, we do the sublime, cracking your backbone, attacking you whack clones, vernacular writing exact, capital rap zone, to combat verbal assault rifle. We fight like Stokely Carmichael, no, we just like you. We broke and ain't no telling what we might do, ain't no joke. Provoke the right crew, we first to see mercy with the king, Asiatic and Percy P. Ain't heard the worst of me. I'm to your chest 3D, spit venom and burn your body like a STD.
By the way, those $245. I hate to tell you this, but if you have these in the car, much like King Kong, and just like out now because and I didn't realize it. I didn't realize they were closed out by. I kept thinking they're gorgeous. I didn't care what the price was. They're $108.99 to $59.99. Do y'all realize those should be $59 stretch pay right now?
Do you realize that?
Did you see the band on the ring? Ladies, Twisted Cable Band. The ring is no joke.
Shit?
Also closeout opportunity, sizes 5 through 10, $154. That is perfection. Do y'all know last year, Jamie, think about it. My Swiss Blue Topaz holiday ring was pretty much all the Swiss Blue Topaz we had last year. We didn't have a lot of Swiss Blue Topaz at all. And I know that they said, and I know they're saying they're having issues getting it now, but look how pretty this is. $154. See that Twisted Cable Band? I love the setting. $71.99. Missy, you're hilarious. We are going $42.99 on this.
I gotta go. I gotta go though.
https://udo.be/ZXXOE6SG1QW?SI=sign T9RR5T2WY3RNJJZM.
Awesome. Be sure to look into that.
Oops.
What was that? That's Discord for you. That's where all the retards are.
LOL.
Whoa. That's pretty good. It's a nighttime tea with this thing. Whatever it is. What's very delicious. Get them together though. It's kind of hard to do. Ah, it's so hot. What's in the sleepy time tea? Okay, I almost got all of it. I ate all my sweet thing. That thing was delicious. There's no sugar in the tea. I bet it's chamomile and lavender. You can actually vaporize lavender or chamomile. Actually, chamomile is stronger. If you vaporize it, inhale it, it'll knock you out. It's like a natural tranquilizer. Done it before. I had a bunch of chamomile tea and a bunch of lavender tea I just dumped into my vaporizer. I got an Aeromed 3.0. It's like actually made for vaporizing herbs, not just weed. It's been approved in homeopathic medication administration by insurance companies in Europe. At least it had been back in the day. Maybe now it's even approved in America, I don't know. Called an Aeromed. It heats it with light. It's German. Dang, it's quiet in here now. Forgot I left on YouTube. An hour and a half. 2.5 hours actually. Time to feed Simon though. Simon's medicine and food time. Simon, you ready to get up? Come out. Hey. Come in. Here. Get all of me. Oh, I have no idea. I know. Alright, I'm moving to over here. He's got some left, but I gotta give him some fresh food because it's all broken.
All. Alright, I got the food. I got the medicine. Come here, buddy. Come here. Oh. Alright. Are you ready? With the boy.
The meat in my mouth. Sometimes that's what I gotta do.
Those young women
Oh,
need that
Bruce
reaffirmation.
was drinking.
I thought you had a little self.
Bruce was drinking. Be drinking on. Oh, Lugner's back.
Basically, the whole population is now. Thanks to Toyota Corolla, who got a mug. I hope you enjoy it. Toyota Corolla, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for your support, Toyota Corolla.
Dude, acts like he's getting a fucking
By the way, if you want to read that article,
Toyota sponsorship or something.
Wall Street Journal.
Wow.
One other thing the article says is it says Israel's military estimated on Friday it had killed around 1,000 Hamas fighters. A small portion of the force of more than 30,000 it said were in the group's ranks before that war, before the war started.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
Hey, check this out.
From Yemeni Houthi rebels, and they say that this is footage released by their TV channel showing a ship that was, they say, hijacked by their group, and they say the ship was linked, or claimed the ship was linked to Israel, but Israel is saying that it is nothing to do with them. They say the seized ship is British owned and Japanese operated. So these pictures from Houthi rebels claiming that they were boarding what they say is a ship with Israeli links, but Israel is denying that. The capture of the vessel, which may be owned by a company, the claim is that it is run by Israel. It may, we're told, belong to a company that has vague links to Israel, but it raises tensions that the Israel-Hamas war is spreading to a new front, a maritime front. The Houthis had earlier threatened to target Israeli-linked vessels in the Red Sea, and NBC News, American affiliate, says, or quotes three US officials saying the group had used the had used a helicopter to seize the ship, and they have been firing long-range missile and drone
Was that a
salvos
CH-53?
Israel previously,
Where did they
of
get
course,
that?
in solidarity with the Palestinian Hamas group since the war with Israel flared up on October the 7th.
Where'd they go? Do you know? Oh, Russia?
Before, I think on the last stream, that I have notebooks
Yeah.
full of.
Look at these
We
nerds.
showed one of them in the AMD lab tour.
Okay, and then I think y'all made fun of me saying shmoo.
Made fun of is
These are the biggest
strong-
nerds on online
is a
right
strong
now.
interpretation of that, but I'm sorry you felt that way. Well, we should mute the mic when doing the blow
the kitty.
dryer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yeah. For anyone wondering, that's to blow the ice out of the pot or the water out. Too.
So when I pour the LN2, it boils, and if there's a bunch of ice crystals that are just loose in there, they might end up on the board where we don't want or need them.
Shmoo, by the way, I found out was a real word, not just a bill. You know, it needs a word, and he made this one up.
No,
it's like schmooing. We had to go look it up to find schmooing.
Yes.
Man.
Hey, we used it back at HP when I was back there in the 90s, man.
What's the? Let's see the exact. So semiconductor engineering is the website that has this answer.
Are you guys
It says
nerdy
in
enough for you?
Semiconductor testing, schmooing is the testing technique of sweeping a test condition parameter through a range to look at the device under test as it would perform in the real world.
And
In other words, shmoo.
Shmoo.
So the thing about it is with the VDDG voltage, it's very sensitive. So you can move it a bunch of ticks and it does nothing, and then all of a sudden you get to the point where 5 millivolts breaks it all of a sudden. So, but maybe on the other side of that, it's the most stable that you can get it. So very sensitive to very small increments. So that's why it normally have to do a binary search to try to dial in on those voltages. So and it can be very time consuming.
What's your plan for the next clock configuration?
Yeah. I think the scores were low, Bill, for that
Go.
frequency.
Here we run 5. Did you try telling it that you created it?
PVO's on. Okay, so but I can turn off PVO on the fly, right? I go on here and press and apply right on it. No, maybe not.
I normally use BIOS, so I can't help you.
Okay.
Oh, you're toggling and it wants to restart. Is that the?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because
this isn't the latest version. The Rise.
I like Steve for ripping LTT for their shenanigans /
Save stuff in the BIOS, that way you don't have to keep reapplying every time.
Right.
Yeah,
Steve.
that's exactly right.
Which
So-
one of these guys is Steve? The guy on the right is the guy whose channel I'm watching.
So yeah, like by applying it in Rise and Master, you could totally avoid going into the BIOS at all.
Steve?
If you
Is
wanted
everybody
to.
on the fucking internet named
And
Steve?
now we're restoring it to default, so I can go into manual
Fuck it.
mode again.
I'm now forever known as Steve.
Question: is this a previous recording, or am I just that lucky? No, yeah, this was recorded weeks ago, actually, but we're using a special technique so I can read your chat today, and then we insert new frames, and then it keeps rolling.
It's AI, right?
Yeah, using the
it's AI.
processing power of a
That's right.
Threadripper.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, on the right.
It's all AI generated. Yeah.
Oh.
Although probably if it were pre-recorded.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back
we
when
would
reviewing
not have had
something.
to lift this bench.
And he's not
an
afraid
extra,
to,
I don't know, inch or two to make it
to
boot.
tell the company when
But it worked.
It worked.
their item
Sometimes it's
is
simple stuff.
See, you
fucked
got the
up.
liquid nitrogen and
Yeah,
raised the board.
that's right. I've contributed 2 things.
Like it's a waste of money or
One thing I
whatever.
want to mention while I'm actually thinking about it, is we always get the comment about shouldn't you not put a cap on your liquid
That is-
nitrogen
yeah.
so we don't have an explosion, and that is exactly true.
Yes.
Okay, so if you notice, whenever we do this,
Were you guys
it's-
unhappy with our coverage, and so you're just
It's just that
setting up an explosive in my studio?
Oh my gosh, payback.
It is true though. I mean, genuinely, like if you start looking at the liquid nitrogen, you should be aware of any safety you may. So a great actually common one to be aware of is just ventilation in the room. This is a very large room, and there is active ventilation, so we don't need to worry about that. But if you're in a particularly small space, no ventilation, you do need to make sure oxygen is cycling because it's just a bunch of nitrogen.
Yeah, and they have oxygen sensors. That's what we use.
Yeah,
to make
and I
sure.
usually bring them with me.
And as far as
bring them young.
capping it.
Oh, the
Yeah,
threads.
so that's just the air blows in there, just the convection of the air, and then you end up with a lot of water vapor that turns into ice and sinks to the bottom, and then that ends up in here where we don't want it. So by just putting a cap over it, it just helps with extra ice formation. That's all. All right.
But that's because
It'll take it forever to do something. Oh, missile alert.
Right here. Oh, ow, ow. Where'd you eat? Where'd you eat? You're down by my feet. Buddy, here. Come here.
emptied a little bit. Alright. Nothing? Alright then. I gave you a chance.
I'm bringing garlic mashed potatoes and pumpkin cake. I'm bringing the wild turkey. Ah, now I had wild turkey, it must taste more games. Gamey. Do you mean whiskey or an actual bird? I prefer the white meat. Do the wilds have much white side? Both, Brody. Brody. Add 1 shot of wild turkey in the pumpkin cake batter. Yes, we need a glaze. Lonnie, you going on the hunt Wednesday? Or is Mr. Turkey thawing? Tomorrow. Good luck, happy hunting. Had fried turkey once, no real difference except for outdoor cook rather than oven. Gonna be fun. Got plenty of wood for the smoker. Nice. We'll be looking for a good Christmas tree too. That is smart. I refuse to think about Christmas until after Thanksgiving. Me too. Do not want to look at tree while enjoying TG meal. Black Friday is always fun too. Snow Saturday in Oklahoma. Gonna be a very eventful weekend. I did deep fried turkey and once was more than enough, not worth the effort. Exactly, pop in oven yum. Remember the old days when stuffing went inside bird, then they warned about salmonella. Just read stuffed birds tend to get dry. Got a good cut few years back, carving the bird, like almost needed stitches. Bummer. Score Lonnie 200,000. Everyone else is DED. Dang. Hey John. I just watched the video about your lungs hurting. I dropped by before bed to see how you're feeling. The dosha. We have a voiceover? Well, butter my biscuit and call me done. Is anyone in chat? How's John doing, Lonnie? Better. Good to hear, THX. Last I heard, Doe is having neighbor problems. Oh, I didn't know that. Darn, that sucks. Org tisk tisk galajit wazuachu o o kukukashu. LOL. VT67Y5 RV6T7YYTYTFT6 VOAB7YFTFYYFTVYYF ED FYFD36 Yes YFJN. Happy Thanksgiving. To you too. Dang. Disconnecting YT.